Good morning, everyone. I'm André Oliveira, founder of Pixelmatters. Great to see you all here. We are glad you all are here safely. The day is starting with a bit of chaos in the city, and that's why we had to delay the start of the event for 30 minutes. We thank you all for being here and for understanding. Regardless of that, we are super excited to be here today for the second edition of our Craftmatters conference. We have this year almost 3 times the attendees, a much bigger and also better looking venue, which for us matters, as you can guess. Apart from you, we would also like to thanks to our sponsors, UJET, Encourage Digital, and Assembly for the support. It's very important for the community. We will have a packed day, now even more packed because we are 30 minutes late. We are trying to bring a mix of discussions with roundtables, deep dives with a couple of masterclasses, and an inspiring chat with a very experienced leader, Bob Baxley. We have a little surprise about that, but we will get to that later on. As everyone knows, the tech industry is right now undergoing like a major revolution. We are all in like figuring it out phase, so we won't attempt to try to appear that we show everything. We also feel that people want to be together, want to be in person with other people and get to learn from each other. And we designed the sessions to be able to go deep into subjects instead of just staying in the surface. We hope to challenge some of your assumptions, expect some spicy discussions. The spicier the better, at least that's the brief. So we will see how that goes. Hopefully there is not like a literal fight on stage. But if there was, that will be a great viral moment to share on social media. So, I don't know, just giving an idea. Above everything else, we hope you guys leave the room inspired and looking forward to, in this case, to your Monday, and excited with the future. To open up the event, we will have our first roundtable titled Building Products That Last. And with that, I invite to the stage Tiago Alves, a former medical doctor, if someone feels sick today, is in the room. Turned into tech founder. Mário Vassiliades, founder and CEO of Series 8. And Fábio Martins, director of engineering at InfraSpeak. Guys, join me. So, hello again. In an era where software abundance is here with us and access is as easy as it was ever been, I think it's worth to ask ourselves what differentiates one product from the other. Does quality and craftsmanship even matter anymore? What makes a product to be durable instead of disposable for years to come? this is an open discussion, and I would love to hear from the three of you.
I think from my perspective, you still need to have the quality aspect needs to be there. It's kind of like this conference, and why have you designed it in this way? I think quality invokes emotion, quality invokes memorable moments. So from my perspective, yeah, we're in an age of AI slop, so everyone's kind of tired of that constant build of random stuff or random shit, and I think I think we're in a moment that quality and craft is probably at a really important stage. An interesting story, I landed into Porto yesterday and taking an Uber to my hotel, and the only store with a line outside the door was like a craft artisanal bakery. Not that that's got to do with digital, but like I just feel people are craving that realness at this moment in time.
Instead of a random supermarket or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Which will be the equivalent in digital too? Lovable or...
I mean, it's like, why do you use linear over a different product? Because linear is beautiful and it just works and it does what it needs to do.
It's you enjoy using it, yeah.
Exactly.
Fábio?
Yeah, so I really think it really depends on the kind of industry you'll be, in the kind of product you're doing, in the kind of audience. And that's a problem that you already had before AI. I think it makes stand out a few aspects of it. One thing that I think people have mistaken a lot is that a successful business is not only the product. Okay, so you can have a great product, a great quality, and you really lack in distribution. You may be able to fail even though you have a great craftsmanship, a great team. So, in a world where a lot of software can be easily made, no doubt that quality it will matter a lot to differentiate from the competition. But in the other way, running the business, it's more important than ever, okay? So it's not only about the product in my
You mean the surrounding aspects of software?
Yes, the surrounding
Do you think that software is still like a moat in itself?
I think it will be. At least for the coming years, I'm not sure if in the...
Nobody really knows, right?
Yes. But I still think that building a great product still requires complex knowledge, complex decisions that a lot of people don't want to do, okay? And that will open space for companies to thrive.
Tiago.
Yeah, I think I'll be the contrarian on this group just to
Please.
spice things up. I think quality definitely should be like top of mind, but I think there's a question we were just discussing back there, but we're talking about building products that last. What about building products that don't last, right? Like why, like that kind of feels like the new thing, right? We have all this new technology that allows us to build stuff so fast that used to take a lot of time, and you would do it for like a week, right? Or that lasts 2 days. And maybe those are the new types of small things or small products or small parts of a company that people are not so used to and that companies need to adapt to in order to build things that last, right? And maybe that's the, not a contrarian view, but just like food for thought on how this non-things that last could be interesting for companies.
Yeah, that's a good segue for one of the points I had here. That is, and I think it touches like indirectly in what you said. Do you think that there is like software or parts of software that should be created to be disposable versus parts or software entirely that should be created to last? Do you see that differentiation? I think in the real world it will be the equivalent of like, I don't know, going to IKEA or versus a premium luxury store, whatever. Do you think we are like walking towards that, or we are already there?
No, I don't think we're there, but I don't think I would separate it between like IKEA or another long-lasting brand. I think it will be part of every single brand, right? Like if you want to build something that lasts, you need to build something that has like ongoing experience on a day-to-day level that can be disposable, right? And maybe that's the shift that companies could or will do. I have no idea. But that could be interesting to make that brand last, right? Like you would build something that lasts for a week, and then the week after you're releasing something new, but the brand is always there, right? Like your company is always there as something that people recognize, but the experiences are a little bit more ephemeral.
You guys have any thoughts on this?
Yeah.
Or
I definitely see this behavior of products that don't last in internal tooling. I mean, at least in our company, we already kind of see that happening.
like you don't care about scalability, or it just needs to work?
I just
And
yes,
cut some costs.
It will be used by 1 or 2 people. We want to get some insights, some value from it in a specific amount of time. So we have an initiative that really needs some kind of tooling to support it, but that initiative then dies. And it's really easy using Claude or something similar to build something to fulfill the need. And I think that kind of behavior also in all the departments. And I saw a case where the marketing team, they did a full dashboard of cohorting. It was amazing. And the guy was no tech at all. And he said, I was thinking about doing this for the last 3 years. I never had the opportunity, and now in a week...
I gained superpowers.
He got some superpowers with that. So I definitely see that. In the product side, like if you are working enterprise, I actually seeing a kind of opposite behavior in some sense. So we even before AI, we had like a shipping frequency, really high shipping frequency. And it reached a moment where clients were saying like, please stop shipping. I want some stability. I want to come here and feel that I know what I'm using, that I don't have to learn a new thing that shows up here, a new thing that shows up there. And with AI, the risk of having something that's constantly mutating and that kind of have a negative effect on people, you can have that risk.
The human being doesn't like change, right? So,
yes.
In general.
Actually, it requires change, but when you give it,
yeah,
it sometimes asks for stability.
And I think we're in a world where every day is a completely new day. So that paired with constantly launching new features, kind of, you wake up and you're like,
overwhelmed.
What's in the news? Opus 4.8's out, and now my dashboard has changed, and it's like, wow, it's too much.
There is an interesting statistics over a study they did for Claude, where they figured out that 85% of their features their user base didn't know about. 85%.
Yeah.
They were launching so fast that the users weren't able to keep up with the pace of it.
So you guys don't believe in the SaaS apocalypse, that all these tools will no longer be used and be replaced by like someone in the room with a couple of prompts?
I definitely think there's still going to be room for SaaS. It just depends what SaaS product, right? I think SaaS products that are solving very small problems can be recreated now with Claude Code or whatever. You can pretty much get them built in a day. But I think the more kind of enterprise-level businesses like Salesforce or whatever it might be, they're building kind of these large data set systems. It's where you can pull your data from, hook it up into MCP and learn more about it. I think those are the SaaS businesses that are...
That have the data.
They already have the vision, and they already hold all the data, and buying more data companies to enrich that information and make it more useful.
From a UX standpoint, personalization.
100%.
Right? Because if your product is too static, then it's not flexible enough.
Yeah.
We will see how this plays.
But just to augment on that, like
Please.
SaaS as like software as a business, like it feels like it removes all the other aspects that you were talking about before, right? Like data distribution, integrations, and all of that stuff. And I think again, being a little bit contrarian, but the software part and the moat that you were saying before, I think the software itself has left the moat, right? But everything else that a SaaS company has is really important, right? And that's the part that you still haven't automated or figured out how to.
Like what? What are like to you guys the
Yeah,
biggest moats like a company can have in, let's say, May 2026? Because tomorrow, who knows?
Yeah, you were talking about distribution, right? But everything else, like around data, around integrations, around how integrated it is with your customers, how dependent it is for them, how the customers are integrated with other customers, right? Building network effects within that software. That's the part that you can change.
You can't prompt distribution.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least for
you
now.
can't prompt community. You can't prompt integrations. In our case, at InfoSpeak, we have a huge network effect between different clients working in the same platform, and these network effects you can prompt them as well. It's like there is a lot of human investment and a lot of capital around it in human relations to make it possible. So these are the things that make you more defensible in this world. But if you are just a software and that's it,
May not be enough.
yes, that won't be. That will be easily replaceable with a prompt.
Mario.
I agree. 100%.
But what about brand? Do you guys, and do you feel like it is more important, equally important? I wouldn't even try to say less important because I guess that's obvious. But in this world of AI where everything is created like immediately in 2 hours or whatever, brands gain like their importance in your eyes. It's elevated, it's downgraded. How do you look at that?
Yeah, I think businesses that are focusing on their mission, their vision from the beginning, and really holding true to that, are kind of building their own moat around their customers, because customers are bought into not only features and what that product does, but also the brand itself. You might be, a standard brand, or let's just say every brand that everyone talks about is Apple. You know, they killed the home button, they killed the iPod, they killed all those products, but people still stayed with them. And then like the BlackBerry, for example, they tried to kill the keyboard and everyone left. So people were really attached to that specific brand. And I think the important thing here is like solidifying if you're starting a new product or a new brand, it's really starting from your mission and your vision first. And then whenever you're building new features, you look back at that mission and vision and why are you building those features? Is it attached to your mission and your vision? I think that's really important for us.
Yeah. Now, just as a follow-up on that, but from a completely different angle, like tech stack, for example, like how important it is to pick the right tech stack in an era where change is like easier than ever before. This is to the engineers in the roundtable.
What do you mean, tech stack?
The tech stack, like picking your tech stack. Like, does it
okay.
really matter anymore? That's the question.
I've been questioning that myself, if there is a better language for agents. So there are some. I think there is some tech stacks that are more beneficial for agent users than others. Okay, so at this moment I would say yes, it matters somehow. Okay, if you get to a super intelligence where they can build software in any kind of language, so I wanted to build it in the most efficient one. And I mean, you get to a point of abstraction where that doesn't matter anymore, probably. But at this moment, I think there are languages that are actually, or tools that are more suitable for agent users than others.
So what you are saying is that it still matters, but with some hesitation. But
it still matters, in my opinion. I'm not sure about the future.
Like more trending towards how agents are able to consume information based on a determined tech technological choice. Is that more or less?
Yes, I mean, assuming that, I think what we're trying to infer is that we won't need to know any kind of language. You can just speak in English and have a product. The thing about that is that English, it's not a very deterministic language. You can say something and mean something and be interpreted in a different way, okay? So I still think we are not a bit far away to have a point where you are able to have something that you really want just using plain English language. I'm not saying that maybe we'll get there sooner or later. But at this moment, I still think that you need a good tech stack. A lot of times, if you're working in enterprise, in regulated markets, you have a ton of compliance, ton of security. AI is not deterministic most of the time, so or always, and there will be a point in time that it will fail, and you have to be able to fix it.
Interesting.
Okay?
Tiago.
The most boring answer is it depends, but I think most of the times it depends. But it's changing really fast, and I think for enterprise businesses, of course, they have a harder time changing, adapting because of obvious reasons. I think there may come a time where there's a better language, a better optimized language for agents to do those things. But then again, coming to products that don't last or things that are a little bit not enterprise grade, there's a lot of stuff that can be done. I think I told you this story before about helping out a friend with like an e-commerce business. And how much does it really matter, the quality of the code, the things that you'll be able to look back in time and say, oh, this was done in a certain way, when things will change, things are ephemeral more than ever, and people can just do stuff. Like we installed Perplexity computer and personal computer like integrated with Slack, and there's 2 people just prompting away every single day and token maxing, which I hate that word, but just building everything, just literally changing the site every day. Like there was a group of like 5 people just externally building the website, and now it's just like them, and then with just one person advising on something that needs to be built. So I think the way that we build will change tremendously, again, depending on the industry, depending on the use case. But the technology stack and the choices that are made in the future, because there are some stuff where you still need to develop, right? Like a new database comes in, right? There's no information about it. There's no training on those models, right? It's very hard to get that adoption for most people. There needs to be people actively using it and creating more use cases, and that takes time, right? So there's a huge discussion, I think, like around will AI actually stop innovation because it's trained on what already exists and what already has from before, and it obviously performs much better. So will that hinder some kind of innovation in the future? Not sure, have no idea. But I think it will be interesting to see how things evolve.
Yeah, what I find interesting is that maybe if we were here like a few years ago, the answer will be obvious. Like, yeah, of course it matters, of course it is very important.
Yeah,
but not right now.
Let me complement that. A lot of codes, a lot of projects that I do, I don't care about the code anymore. Okay, but
whoa, big statement.
Yes,
big statement.
I have a few projects where I really don't care. Again, I don't need to scale them. I don't have compliance.
Disposable.
It's disposable. So, but a few projects that I used to do like 10 years ago, like small websites for smaller companies, smaller clients. Yeah. I can do a fully functional, beautiful website in 10 minutes, and I don't care about the code, and I don't need to care about the code.
Now, same question, but like more on the design branding front. Like, it is realistic to aim for like a timeless design or a timeless branding in an era of such a like a rapid change. Tomorrow, Anthropic tweets something, and the world changes again.
Yeah, I mean, we use AI every day, and we use it to prototype, we use it to get features out and test them with customers. but definitely still think there needs to be elements of magic and remembrance within your design. Because I think we're in a world now where you can prompt and create products pretty quickly and they all look the same, right? Who's showed, like, you've designed a dashboard that does a specific thing and it always looks the same. Even if you feed it your brand, your kind of CSS guides or whatever it might be, it always kind of, left-hand navigation is there and it all kind of just looks generic. So I think there still needs to be an element of surprise and joy and all those pieces that humans are always craving. And I think we're going to crave it more for sure. I think it's going to be something that we're going to be looking for because everything is going to be so normalized.
That's interesting because one of the questions I had here was precisely like, what is the signal that makes you guys like feel that the difference between half-baked or a prompted product, let's call it that way, versus like a really good quality one? And you are speaking about emotions, right? That's
for sure. Yeah.
Like the way that it makes you feel, right?
And it depends on the product. Like if it's something that just needs to do something quite utilitarian, then I don't care what it looks like, honestly, even from a design perspective. But if it's something that I'm in every day and it's creating joy, I'm going to be interested. I think a good example, and I don't mean to offend any ChatGPTers, but like the difference between Claude and ChatGPT is quite substantial, and Claude is human, and everything to do with Claude stems from their ethos, and that when they design products, they really think about that, and they bring that human touch. So obviously, it's a smarter model these days, but also it's more personal, right?
Yeah, ChatGPT is a bit more
clinical or scientific, if you will, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah,
like soulless, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that will reach a point? At this moment, when I read the text, I already can identify if it was written or not by AI. It's kind of
you have the big dashes,
there is some
the big
patterns,
dashes.
and my question is, will we be able to see that with products as well? Like feel that this product was built by AI or it had more care?
I think it could get messy before it gets better. Like if you think about, it's an interesting. I watched a talk where they were talking about the timeline of change, right? Where there was someone that was kind of painting, like doing portrait paintings, and then the camera came out, and you could now take a picture of a portrait instantly. And those portrait painters or that whole industry was like kind of scared that like painting was dead. But then Picasso came out of that, and like more kind of extreme forms of artwork and culture came out. So I think there might be a time where we start going a bit mad with like trying to create something super like out there or non-AI or non-robotic. There might be a period of that, and then it'll consolidate and come back to something normal. But again, who knows?
Yeah. We were even talking about before, just about this that we do. Well, we don't know what to say next. This is probably like a mistake or a differentiator that we'll see that people will actually appreciate in the future because they'll know it's not AI. I'm kidding because most of the AI can replicate that.
But grammatic mistakes on purpose, something like that.
Like to what you were saying, like just very raw design, right? Like just very things that you would
only a human could do.
Yeah, just very bad things that we would consider bad. That
Comic
is actually
is coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. But I think that one interesting aspect is like it's also what is the definition of quality, and it varies according to your customer, to your needs,
to your own taste.
I have customers where they don't really care if they have a really bad interface. If we fix a really, really important problem, they really don't care. They are the happiest customers ever. And the quality point for them is not their experience. The quality point for them is the problem that you solved. And there are a ton of companies out there that are not actually brandable or are not, they don't have great branding because they don't need it. They just focus in fixing or solving really complex problems for those companies. And there is a lot of companies under the radar across the company, across everywhere, sorry. And even for us, like, when I started at InfoSpeak, the product was awful. I mean, awful, really. But the value it brings to the customers was there. And the first time I interacted with the customer and he praised the product, it made me a lot of. I came before from Pixelmatters, and I was in a very UI and quality beautiful interfaces. And it shocked me when I realized that they were just the happiest customers ever with the, sorry to say, shittiest interface ever. but it really was really valuable for them. And the thing is, when we changed the interface and we made it beautiful, they were like, no, I prefer the old one. The UX was amazing, the UI was amazing. Yeah. But the easiness of use and the problem that they were able to fix with that was.
That's a very interesting point. The like alignment on, let's say, expectations of quality. We actually had those discussions internally as well, because my definition of quality likely differs from yours, and then when you have to deal with internal stakeholders or even external clients. Now you need to have that conversation. Like, what is actually the bar that we are aiming for? Because now it's a bit more diffuse than what it was before. I don't know if you guys ever had those kind of internal discussions. I think kind of touches on the disposable versus built to last, but it's more like on the details. And so the devil is usually there.
But I think I agree with you in the sense that that customer that you have, their persona is they want to just get their job done in a specific period of time. So the layer that you introduced of, let's design a beautiful interface, I think the point there is you really had to go back to the persona and say, does this customer care about that before even introducing that new thing, right? And that's something that's really important to us is, yes, we want to design and build beautiful products, but does the persona care? And we always ask those questions, and I think that's really important.
It's a bit more complicated than that. because yes, probably that persona doesn't care, but others care.
Sure.
Okay, so you're in a
balance.
Portuguese market was a very outdated market, but when you go to UK, they are more demanding, and they are used to see beautiful interfaces. So the competition it's different. Okay, so
you create an awful product for Portugal and a beautiful.
No. They had to. We actually had to adapt to those users, and at this moment everybody is happy. But it was shocking to me to see that, because for me it was amazing product, and in the end for the client, the old one was just
roll back, please. Yeah.
Just a couple more questions before we open for Q&A. This is more like high level. Like for someone in the room that has a already existing product and is trying to turn it into like an AI native product, or creating a product from scratch, do you think that this, like an AI native product, is possible to rebuild something that already exists into that, or does it need to be created from scratch? And maybe we can do this order now.
So your question is like, can a legacy product
turn into, or does it need to be like thrown away? And
no, I think coming back to the discussion about like being just software versus the other things, right? If you have the other things, if it's just not the software for the software itself, you can reinvent yourself as you please, in my opinion. But it's hard, and it's hard probably not because of the software, but because of the company culture and, like, for example, disposable one-week things. Like, for those to work, there needs to be a huge shift on everyone's mind. So I think it's definitely possible. I think there's an advantage, like it existed in multiple eras before of software, where if you start from scratch, right, there's some kind of advantage of how you think about things and how you build the company. But I think it's definitely possible for an existing company to rethink and to adapt. Is it easy? I don't think so. Definitely not easy, but I think it's definitely possible and something that people should be looking into and making a big push. You know, maybe you have a better perspective, like from my perspective.
I think both are very difficult.
Yeah.
Again, it depends on the size of the product and the industry you're working with.
Let's say an established company.
Sorry?
Let's say an established company, like
Established.
yeah, like InfraSpeak.
I mean, it really depends on how the product is built, what kind of architecture you're using, if you're running services or not. If you're doing services, probably you can migrate and rebuild services in an easier way. If you're running a huge monolith, it will be much harder to rebuild everything from scratch. So it's a question I've been doing myself, and I still don't have an answer.
Great. That's why we invited you to the stage.
I still don't have an answer, but my conclusion is, in our scenario, one case or another, it will be very, very hard.
Yeah.
The huge base, the code base, it's huge. The amount of use cases are immense. You need to have a lot of quality gates surrounding your product in order to make sure that if you do a full migration, everything will work as expected.
Yep.
And that's not very easy to achieve.
Mario?
I would agree. I think, yeah, I really don't know the answer to that question. I think like migrations, it depends on how large the product is and how complex it is. And I think we're in a world where you can migrate pretty quickly using AI, but I think, yeah, the complexities are always.
I think if you allow me to borrow like 10 of your seconds, I think someone like shared an analogy in the other day that it's like trying to build an AI native product or even like processes on top of something that already exists. It's like trying to put a high-speed train, in Portuguese like TGV or something like that, or Shinkansen in Japan, on top of like legacy railways. It's like, it's literally not possible. So I think the point is more, of course, like you can do both ways, but maybe the efficiency gains of just starting from scratch are much, much bigger, and you will arrive to your end destination actually much faster. But I also don't know. And I'm the moderator, so I shouldn't be saying this, but
Yeah.
I'm, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't have a good perspective because I stopped like my role at Zendesk at the time exactly when AI started to boom. So
Good on you.
Yeah, I got out of the nice time.
Yeah.
But I still run a couple of products, and like what I'm seeing is like. And I think there's two perspectives. One is the software itself. How can you adapt to this age of AI? Another one is the company itself. And I think the company is much harder, actually, than adapting the software. And one thing that I'm realizing is that I now have customers like small clinics, as you know, like that I sell to. They are the ones coming to me and saying, oh, I want to do this, right? I need this information, or I want to extract this, or I want to be able to process this in a certain way. And that customer-led development or adoption to AI, for me,
They are asking you for AI features.
They are asking me...
Non-tech people.
Non-tech people. That's very surprising, and we were talking about that before, but we're talking about like small clinics with like between 5 to, let's say, 50 people, asking about specific features and specific access to data that they can use with AI, right? And that's super interesting.
Everyone is a product person now.
Yeah, and that's super interesting because now you're faced with something which is, okay, I have this, right? There's modes to this product beyond just the software itself, but you are building something that people are asking for to use with other tools with AI, right? So what do you integrate into the product and what do you leave out for people to explore on themselves? I have no idea, but people are asking, and that's good. And again, non-tech people asking for that, I think it's the strongest signal.
Yeah, this is widely distributed already, and maybe someone will make a question regarding that.
And I think
sorry, yeah.
about products at trying to get products at last. It's a really good story for us in the agency. If we're trying to connect everything into one central operating system to understand what we're doing on a day-to-day, and the most critical tool in our stack, which is the project management tool, doesn't have those connections. So I think we're at a point where we physically tell the company that the software company that we work with, we say, like, if we don't have a connection within 2 to 3 months, we have to move, because we're now at a stage where you can.
What is the tool? They are stuck where?
It's a company owned by Zoom called Bonsai.
Sub-product for...
It's a CRM, like, project management tool that still doesn't have API connection. So it's like, we're in this world where we really need that, and I think to have a product that lasts, you really need to allow those connections for the everyday person. Like, project managers want to connect into it.
Yeah.
The general person, not even a developer. Like, all our PMs know what an API is now, which is kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah.
So we need to give those tools to people if you're building a product, for sure.
Last question, 30 seconds each. This is like a quick one. Can you share like a product that was launched or you used in the last months, year or so, that you think will be here for long, you know, is here to stay? You used it and it was like, wow. And why? But 30 seconds so we can have time, plenty of time for Q&A.
Claude.
Yeah, Claude.
That's a valid answer.
I will steal one of the things you said, linear. I think linear have the chances to stay for a long time.
It wasn't launched recently, but you used more heavily recently.
Yes.
You transitioned from Jira.
We didn't transition yet, but we've been thinking about it, and I've been using linear, and it really is good.
Yeah.
So
there is people in the room you can talk to about.
But the one actually, I mean, I fully agree with you, Claude. It's amazing to see it work.
Mario,
save me, please.
I use a note taker called Craft, and for me, it's a game changer.
What does
it hooks into an API? It's like an Apple Notes, but on steroids. It's free, and it hooks into Claude connectors.
What is the name again?
A Craft.
Craft?
Yeah,
like Craft.
Exactly the same. Yeah.
It wasn't built by us.
No.
Okay.
No. But yeah, it's great.
Just so people don't think you are like paid the sponsorship on stage.
But yeah, it just it makes you get your shit done every day.
Guys, 20 minutes for QA. First question is always the hardest, but we have a lot of staff members and the Pixelmatters team. So there is one question. There. No, the mic.
Thank you. For me, I found that...
What's your name?
João. I'm João. I'm from Acoustic. I have a question that I've been feeling about all these mini products we've been building, all these processes we've been building. That is, don't you feel that this will create a lot of digital trash in tracking these mini products? So we create 2 or 3 days, it becomes not usable or not that productive, and so we just leave it. Code is still built.
And accumulate.
And I receive a lot of like GitHub problems of processes that are not working, and I just leave it and I don't care. And this is bad by me. I should delete the things. But don't you feel that the amount of trash, the digital trash, will create more serious problems in the future, in the process of the company?
The question is for someone in specific,
not
or for
specific, just for whoever.
Tiago.
I can take it. Can I ask you a question back? Like, did you have defined what you wanted from the product to begin with? Like, what was their purpose, and do they fulfill that purpose?
It's not exactly products.
Okay.
It's more like processes we've been building, like dashboards or mini processes that don't work or fail or crash or just after 2 or 3 days, we just move on to another problem we have, another fire we have to extinguish, and with that, we just leave it behind and never think about it anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think like we were comparing it to fast fashion before, but this is my opinion. I have no basis on what to judge this on, but if you know what you're trying to accomplish and you have the goals set for what that is supposed to do, if it's failing for a reason, right? It's either not important enough or like there's just not enough criteria to go above and beyond to maintain it. So I think this will happen more and more. Yes, I think I think it's not a software problem. I think it's a company problem of figuring out what's the correct way to deal with those things. And it's probably hard as hell. But I think it fosters like this goal setting and purpose setting for every little thing that you build, because otherwise we're going to an age where you see products coming out not every day, like multiple things coming out every single day, and you don't use a single one of them because what's their purpose to begin with? And I think it will force us to be like more focused, more goal-oriented in defining what those things are for, and things within the company culture to get rid of them if they're not important enough or if they're not serving its purpose. At least that's my feeling.
You guys want to add anything, or?
You can. I can add something, which is, I was talking with him about this as well. One of the challenges with AI, in my opinion, is that it's so easy to build stuff that the key differentiator probably will be to do the right stuff, to have the right criteria, to do the right thing, and to have that kind of focus, which before AI, you kind of had to force yourself to think through it, and now I have an idea, let's just ship it. So that might be a challenge and a key differentiator between companies that are more successful than others. So they are able to have less distraction.
You are saying that people don't like reflect enough on
it's so easy
what to build because it is so immediate, so easy, and you just do it.
So you can counterpose that with, okay, you can also iterate faster, but I think good judgment will always win, okay? So, and a side effect of this is if you follow the open source community, there are already a ton of projects that are forbidding AI because the amount of trash that it's going into pull requests, the most famous one, it's the Linux, and the founder said, please stop. Stop pull requesting because the amount of unuseful stuff that is being pushed raised to a point of unsustainability.
Yeah, that's a great question because it's, I think, not a very widely discussed subject. That is the cost of maintaining that software. Like, it's awesome to go on Twitter and say, hey, I replaced Salesforce with a tool that I built in 4 hours, but then you will need to actually, do something with it over time. You just can't build it and leave it forever. So thanks for making a better question than the ones I had here.
Thank you.
Next up, here in the front. There is another mic, but it comes from the top. No, we have people are watching at home, so be aware.
Okay.
What's your name?
Yeah, I'm Leonard from Silt. So Mario mentioned that, but this is a question for everybody about the future of APIs. So AI gives us a lot of new capability, including how we talk to the data. So that means also graphs, RAG, right? So it's not only about traditional APIs. So I'm wondering, do you guys have an opinion of the future of APIs and whether we will see more of these different types of data, how it's connected, right, getting exposed from companies? And specifically, if anybody has an opinion, how do you think it comes from like the security and data privacy angle? Because it inherently means to expose more.
That's to the engineers in here. We are excluded from this answer.
It's a good question.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, I think there's 2 parts, right? One is, will there be more APIs, more connectors, more things in these companies to facilitate accessing this information? I think the answer is 100% yes. Just because, like I was referring to before, like I was not expecting to have small clinics, right? really people that have not engaged with any sorts of APIs before, asking me like, what's the API endpoint for this? And I was like,
Tiago, where's the MCP?
and it's just like, what's going on? But it's very refreshing to see, right? People want to access this information, and I think that's the key aspect to retain from that. Now, the security piece and accessing that information. I think the biggest issue is not, again, I keep saying that technology is not a problem. It seems like I was not a CTO at all. But I really feel like the way to inform these customers that are not tech savvy on how to use these tools, how to share an API key that you share, right? Like that people like on a clinic are using. Sorry to keep going back to the clinic, but I think it's a good example. It could be a factory, for example. But how do you teach people where do they put their API key? Because it will give access, like if you're sharing it with other colleagues within the clinic and you pass it on to Claude or you pass it on to whatever it is, right? I think there needs to be a technology adjustment to that, right? Like either granular permissions, expirations, all of these sorts of things to account for these things, but I think it's more of a people and customer problem than a technological one. I think we had those issues before. They're just surfacing because it's easier to expose them and to get aware of them, right, with mythos and all of that stuff, about where the problem lies. But if we are able to solve it, like from a customer, people, education perspective on how to use those things, I think that it's at least 80% of the work that will need to be done, and I think it's honestly the hardest one, the hardest one to do. But yes, I see that a lot. I see even like keeping in touch with Zendesk folks and all of that. Like that's like a huge thing, and I think it will happen more and more. And I'm sure like Fábio will also have.
Yeah, I think probably new ways of communication will rise because APIs weren't made for agents. So, and there is a video where they put two agents talking with each other, and they figure it out they are agents. So they switch to a common language. Okay, so a more efficient language, and you'd stop understanding what they are saying. And it's an interesting one, and I think that will probably happen in the technology side as well, having something that becomes more efficient for agent-to-agent communication. The security aspects of it, for me, are some of the most concerning ones, especially because our team went to an AI security conference 2 months ago, and we came out completely scared of the level of easiness to hack with AI. It's scary, okay? And with very, very basic usage, okay? So, so I think there is still a lot of things to be done around this space. And I would advise actually companies that are working in very regulated or compliance environments to take care on the way they are using AI.
We have time for a couple more questions. You? I don't know if you can. There is, you want to make one? No?
Mine, I think it will also be quick. Fábio, you have mentioned efficiency, building the right thing. The question for me is how to actually answer how to build the right thing. I think there are like two models. One is the NASA one, the other one is SpaceX. So one is you kind of plan for how the rocket should look like, and you need to have like fallback plans. The other one is like, okay, for us to understand what to build the right thing, we need to blow up a few rockets. And from building the wrong thing multiple times, we go back to the right thing. Of course, that we are in the hardware space with rockets, and we have to obey with the laws of physics. But how does this translate to software, in your opinion?
It depends on the amount of money you have. Because if you're able to have enough money to spare on ideas that can go to the trash, that's a valid way to iterate with your clients. If you don't have that amount of money and you need to be more careful in the way you're spending money, and find other ways to have the judgment you need that you're building the right thing. Okay. And again, with all the AI, we didn't talk about the financial aspects of it, which it's a great risk as well for companies, because at this moment AI is cheap, but sooner or later it may not be cheap. And if you actually just keep building stuff and put them to the trash, you're just wasting a lot of money in between. I like to refer reports and statistics. I read one that was very interesting yesterday, which was only 23% of the tokens usage of a Claude goes to production. Okay, all the other 75%, something like that, is just rework and thing that was kind of waste. So, I mean, I'm okay doing that if I have $1 million in the bank. I'm not so okay with that if I have a short amount of money.
Yeah,
to
we are talking about the ecological aspect of AI.
Actually, it's also financial aspect of it.
Yeah. Last question, if there is one more question. No? No more questions? Great. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Podem sair, you can. Now I invite to the stage Bruno Teixeira that will introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, I appreciate the Teixeira part. It was a good one. Awesome. So, yeah. Ready? Yeah. We are just waiting a bit. There we go. So, great way to start the event. Before I introduce Inês, I just wanted to very briefly introduce you to why we created this masterclass that will be the first of the day. 1 year ago, on the first edition of Craftmatters, we were talking about how people were interacting with LLMs, questioning them, things to make their work more efficient. 1 year has passed in the meantime. We have went from questioning LLMs to creating an army of agents. And as in everything, there are levels to this. And yeah, today we invited Inês. She's a Chief Product and Technology Officer at Leadfeeder. She's kind of like the Clairvaux in Portugal, by the way. Sorry about that. And yeah, she will tell us how to AI and how to become a 10x professional. Inês, please, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I hope that you all have a good morning. Before even introducing myself, let me ask you something. How many of you have at least a system of markdown files that you feed to your favorite agent? Okay. So that's good, because what we are talking today is not if you actually have it, but how to use it effectively. Okay, so by the way, as Bruno said, my name is Inês Lourenço. I'm CPTO at Leadfeeder. I'm 40 years old. I have 3 kids. This year I'll have an adult kid already, so I'm around for a while. Before that, I was VP of Growth at Usercentrics, and even before that, I worked 15 years in big telco. So I'm around for a while in technology. Okay, so again, what we are talking today is it's around a mental model on how to organize and make sure that your AI operating model, it's actually effective, compounds on each other, and actually lives over time. Okay? So everyone uses AI, like AI is like an intern, especially if you use your favorite agent. And even when we have, these MD files and, a very complex structure of context on ourselves and what we do, there is a certain decay of what he knows and what he chooses to use on each task or each session, each conversation that you have with it. So this is actually not an AI problem. This is more an operating model problem. Okay. Today, and please mind that I'm an executive, so my setup is, optimized for my kind of work. This means that, for example, nowadays, my favorite agent is Claude, and I use it mainly from, I use it mainly through co-work. Okay. That being said, I use my operating model either in co-work, in code, but I also use Codex when Claude is not working, mainly because I prefer Anthropic products. But it's completely independent of a specific tool. Of course, there is different taxonomy, different things, but my operating model have that into consideration, and it's built for both as well. So I have 5 layers in my mental model for the operating system, and these are 5 layers, but it could be, I could have a different categorization for it. I decided to categorize my mental model around frequency of context decay. Okay? The first one is context, and the reason why I have context as one layer, it's because context decays normally on a weekly basis. At least this was what I observed. Of course, that there are different types of context. There's my personal context. There's the type of organizational context that I'm probably sharing, via GitHub repo or something with my organization. And this is something that I need to manage weekly, in somehow. Then I have the layer of connections, and connections normally they decay monthly, unless I work with different projects very quickly. Then we have skills. Skills decay the moment that you don't update a skill. So it's really usage oriented. You have the automations. The automations decay in the moment that you stop reading what the automations actually do for you, and then we have memory, which decays daily. So that's why this mental model reads like that. But let's start with context. So the way that I describe context is that context is what your favorite agent reads in the beginning of every task session, or even a chat. So these are the files that the agent reads at the start of every chat. There are different kinds of context, your identity, your profile, everything that it's important for you. I have this file on the profile MD. You have Claude MD, but of course, if you use other tools, this can be agents, cursor rules, even a Soul if you want to use it in OpenClaw. And basically, I only use this root file for routing. Okay, so I have a system folder on my Claude MD, and I have very specific routing here. Then, strategy, if you work in a company that have OKRs, roadmaps, and so on, this, of course, should be managed centrally. The way that in my company we manage this, it's via GitHub repo, and we have different kinds of functions at the company that own different kinds of context and are responsible for updating these files. And then, the domain, the area that you own, metrics, like, you name it. What's the trap here? First, it's bloat. I remember the first time that I started to set my very beautiful structure of Markdown files, and I spent a full weekend, creating all my files, all very organized, and then I did a task, and, it replied and did the task perfectly, a task that would take me 5 minutes. And it took 30 seconds after I spent a weekend organizing it, and in a week after, it was already, the content was already irrelevant, and I couldn't really understand what was the missing piece. It wasn't calling the skills that I wanted to call, and I had to use commands to everything, and bloat is a really big problem. So you need to be mindful about the architecture of your Markdown files. Normally, not more than 500 words per file. If you have this layer working, you have always your voice applied without asking. Okay. For example, nowadays I have my agent does my LinkedIn posts, my replies. Nobody realizes that, this is actually AI generated. He really has my voice. Even, it knows what's the voice for LinkedIn, the voice for Slack, the voice for board, slide decks, and I don't need to tell it, okay? It knows already that in certain context, it should have the voice applied to it. So if it applies without you asking, if you don't need to, tell it to do something differently, it's working. If, you need to explain things, even if it gets a part of it or didn't absorb the changes that happened since you first created something, it's not working. So this is a portion of my MD file, of my Cloud MD file. So basically, the first part that I have is just routing. If I ask something around anything that is here, it routes to a specific, specific Markdown file. And then I have folder map. Okay, this is just a map just with the folders, and inside of these folders, I have all the, all the MD files. Okay, so this is how it looks like right now, this week, but this is constantly changing. And this needs to be adapted to who you are, what is important for you, and your daily work, right? This is not bloated, not anymore. Okay, so the connection number 2, the layer number 2 is connections. So basically, these are just integrations that reach beyond the workspace or your agent where you are working. The TLDR, you have a lot of different ways to do connections: MCPs, APIs, CLIs, browser extension, which is very handy as well, and of course locally. What is important here is that you have just the connections that you need. Okay, for different reasons. The first one is especially MCPs actually, spend a lot of tokens, and we need to be mindful about that. The second is that if you have a lot of different connections for tools with similar purposes, he gets confused as well. So we should never have connections that are not used, at least once a week. And this is something that it's active management from my part as well. Okay, I'm constantly reviewing, and sometimes tools enter, tools go. It's important because otherwise it also pollutes your context, the performance, token usage, and yeah, like sometimes, this is the tools that I have right now, connected via MCP. And I remember that when I set up this the first time, I had like 30 tools here. We are very liberal, that's why we have all these connections. But right now, I really only have tools that I use weekly, and that's it. Okay, then skills. Skills are basically, reusable prompts. They are step-by-steps for something that you do frequently. So anything that you do twice a week should be a prompt. It's as easy as that. There's a lot of different types of skills, the creators, the reviewers, formatters as well, the monitors, the alerts, the watches, and we have the wizards as well. Now, what is important about skills, because I know that you all know skills, is that it's be very, intentional about the skills that you have for similar reasons to the MCPs as well. You should only have skills for things that you actually use frequently because you need to maintain them. That's the first thing. And also, if you don't, as I don't like to constantly be using commands, and you wanted to recognize and to use a skill on its own, with agency, it's good to have like proper skills that match to proper, purposes, and really save you time. Nobody wants to be spending, hours creating skills that save you 5 minutes time. You know that this layer is working if you trigger it, by purpose. When you are asking something, your agent, be it Claude or Codex, knows what skill to use, and when you stop. When you really see that you save time instead of be constantly creating new tasks and prompting new stuff every day. I don't have that much skills. I can share you here. I never have more than 30 skills. I have like 20-something skills, and these are really skills that I use. All these skills I use more than once a week. Okay, so that's my threshold for it. I added here as well my sub-agent registry. I don't have many, but they are only used for skills. Okay. Claude, especially Opus, is really good creating its own agents to do the task. So, I only have that for specific skills. Then we have automations. So automations, and this on a Claude context, of course, it's basically scheduled skills or prompts. Of course, that I also have automations in the managed agents for teams and so on, but this is in my personal context. I only have co-work scheduled tasks, and basically, it's anything that runs without me. I have digests, monitors, audits, briefings, and reminders. Probably the most useful automated task that I have is a daily briefing that checks emails, Slacks, transcripts of calls, calendars, and tells me what should be the priority for me today and how to prepare for certain meetings that I have on the day, create me create me Google Tasks and tells me the day after if I actually accomplished and did what I was supposed to do or not, and makes me, suggestions as well. You know that this automated task system is rotting if you are not, consuming the output of it. And this is very, very easy to happen. So if you are not acting on the output of these automated tasks, please just, delete those. This is my automated tasks registry. So since I actually use Cowork to create my automated tasks, I still have a registry in my structure of MD files. So when I use it in other agents, I can tell it, recreate the scheduled tasks, the agents, the skills that I have here. That's the only reason why I have it here. But basically in Cowork, this is how it looks like. Okay, so again, mindful of tokens and so on. For most of these things, you won't need Opus. As rule of thumb, I only use Opus to create the scheduled tasks. So I'm certain that he's challenging me and like all those things. But then I run all of those in Sonnet. It's more than useful. And then we have the layer 5. And this is the one that I really had to spend a lot of time figuring out how to deal with it, because there is a lot of different content around it. And in reality, what happens is that all these agents, be it Claude or Codex, they want to own your memory management, right? So the product gets like sticky. But in reality, and especially if you did already this path of the MD file structure and so on, it decays very quickly, especially if it's very, complex, right? So, and using the, project memory and so on of the tools, it won't solve it, and you don't have control over the memory. So what is important in memory management is that you are intentional and you control it. And you will see mine is a little bit scary because I've been building this over time, but it can be actually very simple. There are 4 different types of memory. So the user memory, the feedback memory, which is when you do corrections, the project memory, which is projects, dates, milestones, and so on, and the reference memory, which is the information on where things live as well. So the default on memory normally, you can't really control. There is some functionalities in some tools that allows you to edit that memory, but you don't really understand how that pieces are chosen for memory versus others, right? You don't have control over those. So the first thing that I did when I started to be more intentional about my memory was to control everything. So basically, I created the rule in my CloudMD, and I told it, do not save memory without my approval. This was the first step. The problem is that this gets hectic very, very, very quickly, and also you can only manage the memory that it would save anyway, right? When it's triggered something because you corrected, or you asked several times, or you were explicit about something in the data or in the insights were completely different. So you really need to either start manually, controlling everything that is on your MD files, right? If you have just a Cloud MD, that's fine. Just look at it, 10 minutes a week. But that was exactly the constraint that I set to myself. which was, I want to control this, I want to be intentional about it, and I don't want to spend more than 10 minutes a week. If you can spend that 10 minutes a week controlling directly your Cloud MD, like that's, you don't need to over-engineer it. You know that your memory is working if, applies corrections you forgot to give, the outputs are what you are expecting, and you can explain why the memory exists. If this is working for you right now, you don't need to do anything. If you have contradictory memories accumulating, agent apply rules that they don't really apply anymore, and you actually already wrote somewhere that these rules don't apply anymore, or if you have to overwrite memories instead of editing, like this is like big red alert that you have a problem there. So the first thing that I have is a memory registry. And basically, I map the different types of memory, of systems for memory control that I have. And the systems the way that I control my memory, it's basically creating scheduled tasks that do reviews on certain content, and then I need to approve it, okay? Example, weekly I have a scheduled task that goes into my roadmap, and goes into the transcripts that I had with my team and suggests me things that should change on my MD file of the roadmap. Or if I have a conversation with my executive team and we, talk about strategy, although the strategy file is the one that doesn't change that much, it suggests me things to change on the strategy file. Talking about strategy, for example, we have an all-hands meeting every month. I have a scheduled task that runs every month after that call, looks into the transcripts, looked into the slide deck, and suggests me changes to do it as well. Okay, so these are the kinds of mechanisms. I have a lot of mechanisms, so I created just a live artifact, and I have 10 layers of memory, and basically I just go here and understand if there's something that I need to take care of. But of course this is very over-engineered, right? Because I have my contexts here on my OS, and I have a lot of scope, right? Because my department have product engineering, data science, design, so I need to consume all the context from all these departments. Just to give you an idea, for example, last week we had a board meeting, like a 6-hour board meeting, and I went to Cloud Cowork and I asked it to create a slide deck for the board meeting, and it created everything, okay? It knows already what's my preferences, what my board likes to know, the roadmap, the strategy, and I didn't have to edit anything. He even knows the images that I like. He went to, Gemini, Nano, Banana, like the illustrations, all the stuff, and it was perfect. I didn't have to do anything. But normally, what's normal is that your output is 80% of what you want, and you have to do the 20%, right? I actually don't like to have things that I didn't do something on my own. Okay, so those were the 5 layers. How you close the loop? It's actually by doing a weekly OS audit, and I'm talking about scheduled tasks, but this can be routines or anything that of your where you do your automations, and make sure that you are intentional. Okay, you really can't just rent your brain out on this one and let it do, the changes and the improvements itself. You really need to be intentional about that. just to give you, an example of what the audit can look like. This is just one prompt that run all the 5 layers, very generalist, of course. I run this before because, of course, this takes ages. But this is the basic, output of this kind of audit. Will tell me, what are the layers where possible problems can, be. There are certain kinds of changes that I allowed it to do on itself. Okay, I have rules like if something looks like that, you can do the change on yourself, and I gave it rules for things that I want human review, because I want to be intentional about it. And this is how it looks like. So basically, independently on where you are, you should start with your audit, to have a system that actually compounds on yourself, fix the weakest layer that you have, ship the loop. It's important that the memory will feed the context back, and and ship if you are in the beginning of your journey, ship at least one skill.
Okay, that was massive. I have a ton of questions to ask you, even though I'll need to cap my own questions to about 4 or 5, because we want also to hear all of your questions. So get ready. We'll have just 10 minutes between both of us, and then we'll hear all of your questions, okay? Inês, please join me. There we go. Okay. I need to start here, and I'm very, very sorry. But a couple of weeks ago, we had a prep meeting scheduled for us to review this talk that you just gave. And it was a Monday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And Monday morning, 9 a.m., I got an email saying that you rejected the calendar invite. And I was very, very worried. I sent you a message, and you said to me, "Oh, yeah, it was my agent. He declined it by mistake." So my first question is, this setup looks great. What happened for this mistake to come by?
It wasn't this setup. I was actually testing Hermes, and he messed with my calendar. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. I'll get that excuse. But how do you build like guardrails, quality guardrails into this workspace?
Yeah, I mean, it's over time. I really spent a lot of time being intentional about this, not only for me, but for my team, because, especially leading, an organization, it's very, very, very important that you are super intentional on the guardrails of things that scale, right? I never seen, it's the first time in my career that I actually feel that ops is one of the most important roles, in technology, because now it scales. Right? Like we have all this execution machine, but we need to control like all the guardrails and to be very, very intentional about which things we could actually, automate, and also which things should be automated through AI, and which things should be, just automated without AI as well.
Yeah, you touched there on things that scale. I actually have a question later down the line, but I'll get there right now. That is, at what point does this personal AI setup that you have need to connect with the company way of working? Because different companies work in different ways, right?
Yes, so I'm lucky that I'm the CPTO, so I can choose how it runs. And I have an awesome partner in crime that is actually there, our director of product ops. So in product, we have our shared brain through GitHub. Okay. And basically, Nuno controls everything that is there. And like, PRD writers, guardrails for the different stages of operational of the product life cycle, guardrails even on the OKRs, the product strategy, connections with everything that our customers said about us in all the transcripts that exists. Is like all the quantitative data as well, but we spend actually a lot of time, especially Nuno's team, controlling what is the insights that should really be there and how the PMs, the designers, actually consume that data. And normally this is via skills and via context that is very well curated by us. Okay, knowledge management was never this important.
Okay, so this means that most of this is built either by you or by your partner in crime. You distribute it through a GitHub repository. At what point or how do you approve team contributions? Because I bet that when you release this to PMs, designers, engineers, they want to build on top of this. What does that flow work like?
So right now, it's very manual. To be fair, we have a Slack channel, for it. Eventually, we need to do something fancier. The reason why I have it high friction right now was exactly because in the beginning, everyone wanted to do their own thing. And, a lot of PRs to review and to approve and all that stuff. So right now, we intentionally want this human high friction layer over it, because this is the context that everyone will use. This really matters, this high friction in controlling and choosing the context that goes into our shared brain.
Yeah. So you have a gateway, right?
Yes.
Either you or Nuno play that role.
Yes, and other leaders as well.
Okay, interesting. You told us that you invested a lot of time on building this workspace. I bet for many of the people here on the audience, some of this may feel a bit overwhelming. How much time do you believe people need to invest up front to get into a good enough setup where they can feel okay, this is good. I need to invest more and more on this?
I think that nowadays, especially if you start with something like Cloud Co-work, it's super easy, right? When I started last summer, you didn't have any functionality. You really need to figure out how to, and there was no content anywhere. So it was really, really challenging back then. But right now, I think that, 2-4 hours investment and you can have a good operating system.
Okay, and you already shared the playbook, so. Last question before we open for Q&A. For people to adopt this kind of system, what do you believe is the biggest barrier? Is technical complexity or emotional resistance to changing how you work?
I think it's emotion resistant to how we work, and then, of course, that in an organizational, it depends a lot of the culture that you have on your organization, and also compliance and all these things, right? This is the biggest barrier that I see is those two things. It's super, super important that the leaders are early adopters, so they foster not only the knowledge, but the excitement and all these things. And also to remove the fears, because this comes with a lot of fears, right? So for example, right now in our organization, we don't have designers executing design. The PMs execute the design. A design team is an enablement team, owns the design system and owns the templatization, but right now we go from, our idea to front-end thing in It's all skills that we have.
Yeah.
So a PRD ships directly a prototype with my design system.
Yeah.
That
will connect perfectly with the roundtable that we have, I believe, after lunch or right before lunch. I need to check the agenda. Sorry about that. But does that mean that with this workspace, you are also kind of changing how roles and the product teams organize themselves?
Absolutely. The same that I just told you with design. For example, design, because it's an enablement function, it reports to Nuno. Product analytics, because it's also an enablement function right now, because it's the PMs who execute on their product analytics. This function enables the self-serve and the AI usage of it. It also reports to Nuno. So we are seeing in product super ICs that really own strategy, really high scope, and also engineers taking much more accountability. They are doing the project management, being more involved in strategy as well. So everyone is stepping up in terms of agency and scope.
Okay, amazing. Let's open for Q&A. Where to start? Okay, there's one up there, next we go here. Yeah, right over there.
Hello, my name is Bruno. I'm also from Acoustic. I will be a bit provocative, if I may. So I was really amazed by this setup. Basically, if I understood it correctly, you created your own virtual person that does a lot of focused stuff that you cannot do it on a 24-hour day. Mm-hmm. So basically, you multiplied yourself in multiple areas. So I'm just wanted to go back home and produce to start commenting on your LinkedIn posts, and we have our chatting with each other, and see where this ends up. Don't get me wrong, but I believe there's some way where this is really amazing, but other ways where what's really the point? What's your thoughts about it?
Yeah, the thing is that I don't consider that, for example, my LinkedIn content, it does the content based on the things that I feed the context with, right? And it uses my tone. Also, I don't have it automatically doing it, okay? So I have every day it does its thing, and then it creates me an HTML, and I copy paste there, and I always do small edits or something like that. So I still spend 5 minutes a day, reviewing it. It's not completely, autonomous. The reality is that the content that is there, it feels mine. Because I talk a lot to it, things that I care. I spend a lot of time, at weekends, just, talking with Whisperflow, and sharing all the things that I care, my fears, and then I feed it to it, and then it uses my tone to create content. So I feel the content is mine, but the reality is that I wouldn't be able to, for example, be active on LinkedIn if it wasn't AI. I wouldn't have time for it. The same to, I'm the CPTO, so I have data science, design, product engineering, data engineering. I can only be in the details because I have, tasks and, automated tasks that tells me the high-level stuff. But then I go, when I see, something triggers, I go into the details, right? I would never be able to do the work that I do if it wasn't my agent. Absolutely not.
Thank you.
We have another question. Oh, okay, over there.
Hello, I'm Joanna. I'm from RTP's digital team, so I'm a designer. And I wanted to ask about the final minutes of your masterclass, where you said designers are not designing, they are enablers. I wanted to further understand what you mean by that, what they actually are doing, and what you see their roles becoming on the near future.
Yeah. So what I see is that, and how I envision, is that designers have a much more strategic role, versus what shouldn't be, but in reality, normally, in my previous experiences at least, the designers would be almost receiving tasks, executing on tasks, not being included in the strategy and in the project since the beginning. Right now, the designers, at least in our role, they are included in the beginning. They are part of the strategy. They own the design system in Figma. So the PMs don't touch Figma, just to be clear. But our Figma is like our Claude MD. Okay, we execute the prototypes in a different tool that consults Figma. And they own the templatization. They are also responsible to review the designs done by PMs, not all, but once in a while, or depending on the tier of the design as well, and give feedback and create also enablement sessions with the PMs so they go on the direction that we have weaknesses. And I feel that this will be more and more like this. Okay? It will be a more strategic enablement role versus execution role. And I think that that's great for the designers.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. 2 more questions, one here on the front. Maybe we can start her, and then, okay, a lot of questions. This is great. I'll get back to you shortly. Yep.
Yeah, Artemi from Silt. I'm a design engineer, so I've been building these agentic flows for my own design work as well. What I noticed in this, and I'm curious to hear about your opinion, is after I've moved straight to code in design, I've lost the ability to see quick iterations in Figma. Mm-hmm. And if designers are only the strategic people that are not executing the actual look and feel of something, you kind of lose the nuance of what beautiful interfaces are. And how do you mitigate and how do you bring that emotion back if everything is agentically handled?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that the users also consume products in different ways. So, for example, and of course that we are in different maturity places, right? And all the different products have different nuances. So, for example, right now our product, the value of our product is delivered by basically three different types of UX. One, it's the UI, the platform. The second one is the agents, and talking to it via natural language. And the third one is headless, using it through, the agent of your choice. And it's more important right now for our industry, for my product, to deliver that experience on these 3 different paradigms of delivering the value with a very short, time to value on any, of the different functionalities, jobs to be done, whatever. But, I think that especially because we are getting used to ourselves to consume the value so fast, it's more important that even if it's an agent on the UI or on Claude code, to be super fast versus how it looks like. But of course, that I fully understand that different products have different maturities, and this looks different for different companies.
Okay, then up there. There we go. The microphone is coming. There we go.
Hello, I'm Louise. I'm from Deus AI. I'm also a product designer. And my question is, in this area where we know how to do, we can do things that other roles do with the technical specifications. How do you deal with overlapping?
Yes, this is something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, because there's definitely a collapse of roles and responsibilities, especially the EMs, the PMs, and the product designers. And basically what I see happening is that it's collapsing to the function that brings more value to that area, right? Like, for example, if we're thinking about APIs, right? Probably it will collapse, the product builder will collapse for the engineer. If it's a part of the product that has a big portion of product experience, and activation and product distribution, it's super important. Probably it will collapse for the product designer. But if it's super strategic, commercial oriented, probably more for the PM. But I think that this is an era that it's more important the soft skills of the person than properly the hard skills. Because you can do anything. If you are resourceful, if you act with agency, you can learn so fast today. So actually, I think that, of course, that it will always collapse to something that is super important for that area of the product, but the soft skills are even more important.
Right,
Yeah.
thank you.
We have time for one more question up here.
Hello, George, founder and investor. Extremely impressive presentation. That's so much to digest. My question is related on what was your starting point to build that model and that architecture. Did you start it by looking at what the agent was able to do and what was basically the agent operation mode, or do you thought of it more like what is my roles and what are my functions and start building after that? And you mentioned that you did that in last summer. If you done it all over again, what would be your approach on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when I first started to do it last summer, because it was actually before I joined my current company, I did it from a personal perspective, also because I was suffering from those compliance resistance at my previous company, and I was doing this personally. Okay, so I was doing this to help me in my personal and so it was really focused on enabling me to do more things on my side job that I have. Okay, so it was something that was really centered in the individual operational system. When I joined Leadfeeder last November, the first thing that I did was writing an R&D operating model, because there wasn't much structure and so on, and that was my starting point, the operating model and how teams share the context, because there was a problem of context sharing, knowledge sharing and all this stuff, because it's a company that is a result of a merge, 15 years old, and there's a lot of context and history and a lot of missing pieces. And I started to think, okay, how can AI can help me? And this was the start, the operating model, what the teams were responsible, how to control the context sharing, how we can automate on top. And then it built from there, and then in the past months, I've been investing again on my own operating system and how my teams and how the individual contributors and my leaders can also have their own operating systems that contribute and that augment their work as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Inês.
Thank you.
Okay. This was definitely inspiring, and I bet it will trigger amazing conversations between all of you. So it's time for a coffee break. We'll get back in around 25 minutes. As we started a bit late, I'll ask you to be attentive to time. And yeah, thank you so much. Please head to the hall. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, unlike some other conferences, we are kind of like generous with food, and I hope you will see that during lunchtime as well. But before lunchtime, it's time for one other roundtable. This one is about the product teams of tomorrow. We felt that many of the conversations around AI was related with tooling, what we have seen before, like the setup, tokens, features, velocity, not many discussions about org model and impact on roles and companies. So to address this topic, we have invited three great folks today. Bernardo, who is a super individual contributor, used to working across multiple teams, is a true builder at his core. We have also invited Rui, also known as Penso, who left, it's from Penso, logo existo, not from Penso, like you did a scar, okay? Sorry, that joke. So Rui left a C-level role at Uphold to go back to the trenches as an individual contributor, thanks to AI. He is so passionate that he made the switch. And then we'll have Gonçalo, CTO at Doist, used to hire and managing teams over the years. So please help me welcome them to the stage. Awesome. So a lot of people in the coffee break told me they have very high expectations for this one, so no pressure. No pressure. We'll start with some news that we have heard recently related with layoffs on companies like ClickUp, Cloudflare, Block. Of course, many of these companies were bloated, and AI has a very large back, and many people do these layoffs and blame AI for it. But in a way, they are also saying that AI is not only to cut costs, but also reshape the kind of roles they hire for. So the first question is, how is AI actually shaping the org model? Maybe we can start with you, Pence.
I can start because, as you said, I'm coming from the CPO role back to the trenches to work closely and actually help the whole Uphold to take AI and leverage AI to do more. I think when we are talking about layoffs with the quote-unquote the excuse of using those layoffs to, let's say, to put more money into AI, and I think it's really an excuse because in our own view we actually see that we can do more. That kind of shifts a bit the responsibility of what we want to build. Sorry, and the thing is, we can do way much more. So AI can really increase the throughput. we don't really are thinking about laying offs because of that. The people that we have, we need them if we can do more, because the pipeline of ideas, the pipeline of process that we want to launch is huge. If we can really put those out there, great. On the second part of how it's shaping the org level, I'm one of the cases, I think. So before, when I was doing the CPO role, I would say 1 year ago or so, while doing the executive work, I started looking really on how can I get my team, the product design team, to use AI to speed up things, to do more and do better work. And while doing that work, I really felt that what I was doing, it got me back to my, let's say, years ago, my role as an engineer. So I felt that I should kind of go back and start working on how can we facilitate the adoption of AI across the company, not only product, and really seeing this as something that we can help everyone to do a better job.
Well, I think starting with the layoffs, to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure there are some legitimate cases out there where AI is the actual driver of what's happening, but to me, most of it is just a screen. Companies that have overhired and want to become more efficient, more streamlined, have found a perfect excuse to do so now and look, I wouldn't say good, but better in the press than just admitting they made a huge mistake years ago and have hired poorly. I think AI is reshaping organizations, but I do actually think when I really think about the fundamentals, I really think it's less than what it seems on the press or in public opinion. I think before, we were already in a position where people with drive to improve, to learn, curiosity, with leverage, with agency, were already thriving. It's just that now they have better tools, and that gap is widened than ever before. So to me, the transformation is not so much like initiated by AI, it's amplified by AI.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I have much more to add. I guess I do think that most layoffs so far, those who use the AI argument, I honestly believe they are total BS. Because when we look back for the last 2.5 years / 3, AI, generative AI, it has been about acceleration. But agentic AI, which is actually what I do believe will bring like the biggest leverage, has only started like 6 to 7 months ago, 9 at least, or yeah, if we are super excited about it. So I do think both of them made a case already for the fact that layoffs, they are total BS when it comes to AI. Most of them, I do guess, is both an anticipation for what is coming and also like, I do guess, or I do think, is many of these companies trying to build a war chest, so basically trying to free cash flow so they can actually be ready and be prepared for what is going to come in the next 18 to 36 months. So that's where I am.
Agreed. I will just add one thing, because we are talking about layoffs, but when in our case, we had to let some people go, because we are actually, I would say, simple work. I will not take real use cases, but it's too simple work that an agent can now do. And those people, of course, we have no way to justify keeping them.
Yeah. Gonçalo told us about the iAgency people like now covering more ground thanks to AI, almost like an amplifier, right? Yeah. I think it's general feeling that the PM, the engineer, and the designer are like that Spider-Man meme, right? If we have these 3 individuals, iAgency, is this still the product trifecta that many product teams were built around over the years? Do you think that the shape of the product team, at least when constituted by iLeverage and iAgency individuals, will change? Maybe we can start with Bernardo on this one, because I know he is a solo guy on this.
Okay. So I do think that nowadays those who can build can actually go further. So last week or 2 weeks ago, Sam Altman at the Stripe sessions in SF, he mentioned something that is quite pivotal to the entire tech industry and Silicon Valley as we know it, which is for the last 20 years, perhaps, Silicon Valley has been saying that ideas are like almost zero. What matters is execution. And for the first time ever, Sam Altman went to the stage and said the exact opposite, which means that people with ideas nowadays have more leverage than those who simply execute them. And that's what I think design, engineering, and some other roles are currently like living at an intersection that is pretty fuzzy, because now an engineering with some design understanding can go much further. Back-end, front-end are meeting together. For example, what is about like web design and such, we have so much work that has been done over the last couple of years that right now, like, it's quite easy to just go on Dribbble and all these websites, like catch and understand what are the best practices and build on top of it. So what I do think is like those who have ideas and are able to understand how to execute them are way more powerful nowadays than those who simply know how to execute. And what I actually think when it comes to the intersection of those roles is I do think that for the next 18 to 36 months, at least, they will be very mixed, and then they will start each one going their own ways. Because like, I may be completely wrong, but people forget that before, like, after software comes engineering. And like, design is not about the tooling, it's about the mindset, it's about the mental models, it's about like understanding, it's about understanding the needs of the client, designing for that experience and providing the best experience. Software engineering like is also about the engineering first. The software is a mean to achieve an end, and the end is what we want to solve, the problem we want to solve. And so when you mix all these roles that over the last couple of years, each of them became independent of each other and only collaborated, I do think that for the next like these 26, 27, at least up until 29, they will be very mixed. And then I do believe, as we can already see, new disciplines are emerging. And so I do believe that we will see a new cognitive layer where people will have to reshape skill sets and rethink how to be in a company. Example, context engineering is now a thing. Harness engineering is now a thing. MCP management is now a thing. Like 2.5 years, they were not. What does it mean to design a product for an MCP? I personally don't have a fucking clue yet, but we are all trying to understand how to get there, right? What does it mean to even build and maintain an MCP over 3 to 10 years in a long roadmap for a company? Nobody actually knows. And so, yes, I do think that nowadays there's a huge overlap between these roles, but in the next 18 to 36 months, I do also believe that they will start building their own disciplines and will eventually become owners of their own specializations in itself, once again, like.
Exactly, they are reinventing themselves.
Yes, I do think. It's like,
okay.
Yeah, the economist Schumpeter, he had a very good understanding of this, which is the cycles of creation and destruction, sorry for that. And so what I think is right now we are in this huge destruction of value, which is a lot of overlapping condensation, like is almost like going on Cloud Code and like slash concatenate or something like that for the last like 5-10 years of paradigms. And I do think that new paradigms will exist, new disciplines will emerge and such, so yes.
Can I pick
yeah, please.
What he said? I would say I agree with most of the things. I just struggle with the idea that one or first product is just this triangle, because at least at Uphold we have, yeah, the product team is about the PMs, the product designers and the engineers, but we have a whole other disciplines that will fit into the product. I think people are saying that these roles, the PM, the product designer, and the engineer are converging. I kind of don't believe that, or at least I don't buy that, at least for now. I understand that at some point there are things a PM can do more and close to, let's say, possibly to engineering work, but my own experience is that a PM solely, let's say, without technical background, without engineering background, he struggles a lot, and this is my own experience, struggles a lot to actually, let's say, get something that is production ready. So I would say, if we are talking about tomorrow and not in 1 year, I still think that everything that the PM work with them, their experience, everything that the engineering brings to the table because of their experience, and the product designer as well, is still essential to build a product. Of course, they can do more. The teams can be way smaller. We don't have that need of having, we have teams at Uphold with 50 people. We don't need so much to do that. My team, for example, is really small. It doesn't have a PM because I fill that gap because, I'm biased, I'm an engineer, I did product, I did design. But one of the things that we are finding that, let's say, with all the agentic, and as you said, new roles will appear, and we feel the need to actually build a product to build the product. So what things that we are doing is really about building tools. Let's call it tools. I think it's the simple way to say it.
Like internal tools, or
internal tools to serve others. Inês, I think she also talked about the product designers being enablers. One of the things that we already did is the product design actually built a tool with a kind of help of engineering just to talk about architecture and how to do the best practices and so on. But they actually built a tool that now product managers can prototype without actually having to talk with the product designer to, just to put things into Figma. Separate tool, and they can simply build a prototype. Something that before, if we wanted to really go with a product to the market, possibly we wouldn't have a prototype. We would deliver, let's say, the so-called PRD to engineering. The designer will kind of do a few mock-ups. The engineering will probably do a spike just for us to have, let's say, something that would be, that people could try. Today, in one day, we can have a full prototype. Even the engineer can understand everything that's in there. But, I think there is still a clear distinction between what is the role of each of these people, because they bring the experience to the table, something that AI can't.
Okay, interesting. Gonçalo, you have been managing and hiring for teams for a very long time. Based on these inputs, do you feel the same? How is this affecting, how you hire?
I feel like we may be confusing, again, amplification, back to the word of amplification, with actually having deep expertise on something. So just because a PM or a designer can easily spike something does not mean they are able to build software that's going to last a decade, which is the job of the engineer. Just because the PM is able to prepare some mock-ups to discuss, again, does not mean that they have the taste and intuition that a designer has accumulated over years of experience of working with users. Again, we are making extensive use of these capabilities to unblock ourselves, to reduce the friction, to move faster. It does not replace deep expertise. So these roles, for me, and this may change eventually, but right now, they still have a very core role in making software happen in a way that benefits the world. And another idea I also want to throw into the mix is the aspect of collaboration, like humans collaborating to create something, is very important. I think even if you find a unicorn, somebody who can code, who can do the product management parts, who can do the design parts, and they excel at all of these, a team of 3 people collaborating, thinking together, suffering together, is always going to have an advantage, because those are 3 brains, and not just 1 brain with tools.
I agreed. Even though I would say one of the things that we are already seeing, and we'll see more and more and more, is that if you have those type of people that can actually do, let's say, the free roles and maybe more, I expect to see, let's say, a bunch of new products, new startups just appearing from out of nowhere, because they have the tools. Before, they would need to find someone to collaborate, let's say a co-founder, a technical co-founder, and so on. And as today, at least to prove the case, to actually ship the product, see if it has market fit, at least you'll be able to do this.
Let me just add 2 more cents to our thinking, which is I do think that right now, the phase where we are is a phase of mental models mostly, and first principles. And first principles and mental models, what do I mean by that? Is like, first of all, please, the world is not Twitter, okay? Like, the world is not Twitter. Second of all, the world is not built on startups. Startups is like the most exciting thing, but is like less than 0.1% of the representation of building of what building software and maintaining software actually means. And another thing, the new layer, so the agentic layer, I do think is like right now is what separates the most or what agentic I think has brought is the total separation of taste and execution. So what I think is, as Gonçalo was just saying, is like, right now, 3 people who know what they are doing with agentic, they are worth 10 to 20 to 100x, obviously, because they do know already what they are doing. However, they need to know what they are doing. And that's the big question, I do think. So those who only know how to execute, I do think they will suffer a little bit. Those who actually know how to judge and take solid decisions, either with more or less taste, and are building for the long term, they are going to be pushed towards another level. And so I do think these will eventually...
What you're talking about is actually like a barbell effect, in a way.
Yeah.
And I think that's the perfect segue for us to talk about seniorship. Because there's this growing narrative in the industry that, we no longer need juniors. Because what it matters is for us to have seniors that with AI, they can delegate to AI the junior work, and juniors are doomed. So we need to value more seniors. I've heard a lot of people also talking about juniors now coming into the market, and as long as they have agency and access to this powerful technology, they are probably worth a lot of like old senior people that are not embracing this technology. What do you think about like seniorship nowadays? How do you evaluate seniorship? Is that even important? Maybe we can start with Gonçalo, because...
I am the youngest one here.
Yeah,
so
but Gonçalo did the
senior
smart.
people, go on.
Gonçalo, let's start with you.
I think it's, again, a fallacy. I think we're in this mode where we are just overly excited with these tools, and we want people who have the experience and the knowledge to wield them, to make sure that sort of like we are using them correctly. But I don't think long-term this makes any sense. Juniors have an extremely important place in the workplace, and it's not just because of continuity, also because when you think about it, seniors and juniors, and this applies to not everybody, but most people, bring different traits to teams. Like, seniors have experience, they've seen things, but they also introduce more friction than juniors. They also are more opinionated, and in a bigger group that can be more problematic, while juniors tend to be more driven to grow, to experiment. Experimentation is a huge thing right now. Try all the tools, try all the models in all possible ways so that you can learn what's best, because nobody knows and it changes every month. Somebody who is junior in a job is much more willing and interested in doing this than a senior who is like, okay, just tell me what I should use. What is the best thing? I want to use that one. It's kind of like, let's use boring technology is something that a senior will be lean heavily against, while a junior will be like, show me the tools. So you need both in a team long-term to thrive. There will be times where you need to lean on experimentation and trying things out. Juniors will bring a lot of good energy into this. There will be times where you need to perfect, to polish, to make it really, raise the quality bar. And seniors will be really good to make that happen. When you need both, you need both.
I think let's say the industry is a bit selling let's say the junior is used for buffer. So now that you have AI, you have a senior engineer with AI, they don't need that buffer, I would say. Not that I agree that juniors are only for buffer. I do agree that it's one more brain in the table. Juniors tend to be quite, let's say, grind. So they actually want to do things. A senior somewhat tends to kind of go more stalled in terms of that grind and so on. Not everyone. Like I got back to the trenches because I do feel the need to build more. But I think, and this is kind of an ask to the industry, is really we still need those juniors. I do that work on trying to bring juniors to uphold going to the universities to actually understand how they feel with kind of this new change. I don't buy the marketing from Anthropic with Darius saying that software engineering is dead. I don't think so. Engineering is way more than just coding.
Yeah. Actually, if I can just say something about this, I actually blame part of this on Anthropic, because I think Anthropic is just like, they are really, really good at marketing. It reminds me of Apple 25 years ago.
OpenAI is Microsoft from the 80s. Anthropic is Apple.
They have this discourse, like software engineering is dead, and we need to stop everything and get the countries together and think about universal basic income. These are all good thoughts. They're also 99% marketing, bringing in the doom and gloom so that people explore AI, try to use it as much, don't miss the train. And it really infuriates me because I think part of this concern that we have about juniors in the marketplace comes from these conversations where we are, it's essentially marketing for a big tech company.
Yeah. I always say a thing, and I've been saying it for almost 2 years now, which is you will never hear someone saying that jobs will be automated that doesn't have an interest to sell you AI, period. And so from JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon to anyone who is saying that X is done or X is whatever, they are trying to push AI, they are trying to push a narrative, and it is a narrative that is built on top of billions and billions and billions of dollars that are currently committed. And most people don't even understand, why is Anthropic and OpenAI, why do they have such leverage when it comes to narrative building right now? Because we are living periods of war. And OpenAI and Anthropic, they are the biggest and best bets from the US when it comes to geopolitics. And so that's why, from software engineers to doomsdays and whatever, those narratives, I couldn't care less about that.
There are still, let's say, executives from these big enterprises that actually buy that marketing, and then
that's the point.
Push, I know. But then they push kind of the teams to say, you can't hire people because now you need to use AI, and you'll not need people.
That's the point, and it gets us into this ridiculous situations of token counting, which is the most the modern form of virtue signaling. It's forget your impact on the customer, forget your company results. How many tokens are you using? That's the most absurd thing a leadership team could do, and yet most of them are doing it.
Yeah.
Jesse Wong, just a few months ago, he had a huge soundbite, which was, if I hire a software engineer and pay him $500,000 a year, I expect from him at least $500,000 on tokens. And I was like, of course, dude. You sell the data centers, you sell the ships, you need people to spend that on tokens and for that to get paid. And so, I do think most of this is hype. And so.
Talking about narratives, and you said something related with whenever you listen someone say X is doomed or X is done, you kind of dismiss it. Something that we have heard over the last at least couple of years is that managers are done. We no longer need managers. The org model is 100% flat. What is the new role of managers? Because undeniably, the manager role is also changing in a way, but how do you see it in the day-to-day?
Middle management has been trying, many companies over the last decades have been trying to kill middle management. And so it comes and goes, that sort of narrative. Yes, management is changing, but management is also very important for many other aspects than just to build products. Management is the decision maker. the judgment and taste last person. Management is what enforces and builds culture, is what defines what hiring high talent or high quality talent means. Management is the person who also pushes the teams to give their best. All of these has nothing to do with AI. Management, okay, is not necessarily a title, but the thing is like, what is, so once again, let's get back to first principles. Why does middle management actually exist? Why do companies have so many layers? I think that should be the first question. And the first, and that is, I would say, is mostly provoked by cognitive overload, which means is one person alone supervising 50 people is a nightmare. And you don't have to go to the best books, neither to look at tech, look at Napoleon invading Russia, look at whatever, you know, like look at history, look at the last 2,000, 3,000 years. Like you have always management in some way. It is changing, yes. I do think, for example, that companies and teams, they will be in the next foreseeable future, they will first like condense, and then eventually, I think in a few years, they will organically become something else. Until then, I think that yes, a lot of middle management will have to reshape. A lot of middle management may even be fired or laid off. Yes, totally understand that. But at the same time, I do think it will eventually have, I do really believe like there's enough room for everyone. And so as long as people are willing to adapt, learn, and grow, they will eventually also be needed for something in that sense. So
I think you know, in let's say talking about teams and mostly middle management, because management as a big thing is essential. But middle management, when we are talking about the teams, I'll say two bits. One is, and you mentioned kind of, is also a leader for that team. So one thing is some people actually need that role. The kind of the reporting lines actually need a manager to, you know, so they focus on the work that they are doing, and they have someone that communicates across the board. But I also see on the other side that middle management, the people that, you know, are more into getting things done and so on, they also think that with AI, they can now do work, so more close to the teams. And management is just one of the things that they also need to do. So they become more like a lead to the team and not so much as the manager that only manages.
No, I totally agree. I mean, like, when I hear Dario Amodei saying, for example, that software engineering is done, and to be honest, yes, it is. Like, it is mostly done when we look at software engineer as it used to be. When we look at management, it's exactly the same thing. Like, in 10 years, managers will be so different from what we know that, yes, middle management of today is done. But ultimately, AI it will be like electricity. And so eventually, everybody will have access to it. And so even morons will have access to AI.
It's funny because our CTO says exactly the same, that AI is just like electricity. So.
Of course, it's like everybody will have access. It will be rolled out to everyone. So, like, example, I worked at Deloitte and PwC a few years ago. Back then, most of my work was doing like mapping processes, understanding customer needs, building a lot of slides like them, and a lot of financial modeling. Now, Opus 4.8 does it all with a few prompts, and perhaps way better than me, and gets it right like 95% of time. And so, of course, I don't expect to evolve as a future manager, whatever that means, exactly as people used to evolve.
Let me just pivot this conversation to the only manager on the stage before, yeah.
Well, I have a very strong opinion here. And we're going back to the topic of amplification. There are people from my team in this room that know that 15 years ago, I was a hard believer in hands-on management, and I still am today. I don't think leaders can successfully lead, especially if it's a world-class technical team. And technical, I don't just mean programmers, just deep expertise without proper intuition, empathy, and first-hand experience in what the team is doing. And one of the best ways to cultivate this is to save a little bit of time and execute alongside them. I'm not saying getting the critical path. I'm not saying doing this 5 days a week, but doing it recurrently and deeply enough to gain that intuition. And I think the people who operate like this, the managers who operate like this, which to me are the only managers that matter. I don't want to work with or for or below me other kinds of managers.
You don't like those sort of managers who tell you to do something they don't even know how.
Yeah, that's absurd. That is completely
like
absurd. And I think with AI, these people are, again, amplified because suddenly they are able to streamline a bunch of things in their work and they get more choice on where to invest their time, you know, either a little bit more technical or on the strategy or on the people because they can compress the timelines that they want to compress.
I think, if I can add. Yeah, go for it. I completely agree. I think we are lucky enough to work on companies that, you know, really value that, you know, we have those kind of managers. But, you know, if we look outside, there are a lot of, you know, layoffs on the middle management layer because they are just managers. And
yeah, it's their problem.
Agreed. Well, looking at your day-to-day work, where do you find... and looking back 1 year ago or 2 years ago, especially with agentic coming into play, a lot more leverage for managers as well, looking for your time investment day to day, where do you think you are placing more effort now that you weren't placing as much effort 1 year ago?
Well, that's a very good question, because my first intuition was to say that the split is almost the same. I just get to go more, you know, deeper and broader in all of the things, but that's actually a lie, because I'm spending a lot of time staying on the bleeding edge of all this, because I have a very big responsibility in my team, which is to, you know, try to live in the future so that I can distill this to the team whenever things are changing and it's not quite, you know, you can't have the whole company experimenting all the time because you need to do actual work at some point. And so there is a part of my role now that is very focused on innovation, you know, different models, different harnesses, different workflows, different this and that. Obviously, I try to weave that into my day-to-day work. I'm not just like playing with toys all day, which is also kind of tricky. But I would say that's a very big difference. I think leaders in companies, product teams, for sure, there needs to be a healthy mix between let's do the work and let's do it well, but also let's experiment and do this like on a daily basis because things are changing so fast that I think it's real risky if the company's leadership and product teams as well does not have a few people at least who are highly experimental with tools and workflows.
Yeah, what do you think about this? I'm lucky enough to be the guy that can experiment everything. So
you made it your full-time job.
Yeah. So I was really, you know, passionate about this. It's like, oh, I need to go, you know, way, you know, down the rabbit hole. But we, you know, and part of my role is actually to promote that. So of course we need to ship stuff. So we have focus teams. We try to have in every team a sort of a spearhead, a champion that can actually spend some time to look on these new things and then embed into the teams. And I kind of work across the board, so I actually see what the teams are experimenting with and actually try to advise from one team to the other. So it's kind of the way we decided to try to operate and navigating in these waters. So yeah. Interesting. Do you want to add something to this, or should I?
Not much, really.
Okay. From this last topic, it seems that there are at least two ways of approaching this. It's like you have a team, each individual invests parts of his time trying to be on the bleeding edge, and the other part of the time, like doing the work, shipping the tickets that the business still needs to be shipped. Well, there's other approach where
we have like dedicated teams to do the work, and you have a couple individuals in the organization that are try to be on the bleeding edge and cherry pick the learnings and cross-pollinate across the organization. A question that came up in a conversation that I had with Andre and some other leaders that are today here with us is, how does AI and productivity gains affect people compensation? Because if this is a barbell effect, where people that are on the bleeding edge are a lot more productive and therefore they deliver a lot more value, if that's the case, because there's also like the toying phase, it needs to have an impact, right? Maybe we can start with Gonçalo on this one, then we can close out with a few remarks.
How have you been structuring calls? Let's do it.
Yeah. It's an interesting topic because the truth is we're kind of early in the cycle, right, where the world hasn't adjusted. There's also a discourse, again, doomsday stuff, so probably some anthropic marketing strategy where the cost of building software is plummeting, so software engineering salaries are going to plummet with it, which is something everybody says, but we're not really seeing in the market. The market has been pretty stable throughout. I wonder if, so I'm completely speculating, I have no idea, but I wonder if this gain in productivity will matter that much long term, because if everybody has access to these tools and everybody can build more and better software, then it stands to reason that the individual unit of value of what's being built lowers for everybody, right? Because there's a finite amount of value we can create and spread in the world. However, I do think there is an advantage for early adopters and people who master these tools well, because they will have an advantage over other people. And I think we're already seeing that in the market. When you see Meta looking to pay $10 million a year to AI researchers, you can see there that somebody has mastered a skill that is AI related, that is extremely valuable in the market, and somebody is willing to pay 1,000x over the market rate for that person. So I think this will keep happening. Another factor I want to bring up is the amount of companies right now that have revenues in the millions with 10 people, 5 people, is unprecedented. There is a leaderboard that I can share later, but it is completely, 10 years ago there was none of this, and now it exists. And all of those 10 people are making a lot more money than people in traditional companies are. So these are early days. I don't think the patterns are well established, but you can see some evidence in at least those 2 examples I shared, probably way more, of where things are headed. And something that concerns me, but I hope it doesn't happen, is that inequality just raises, where you have these a few AI researchers and a few AI native companies making a ton of money, and everybody else sort of like averaging it out on the other lower end. But we'll see. I have no data to back this up. It's just a feeling.
Yeah. This is an interesting one and a tough one to answer, because I do have examples of people saying, you see the amount of work that I can do now, you need to raise me. It's a bit of a joke, but it's true. But on the other hand, they are also spending tons and tons of tokens, which is a cost. So they are virtually, let's say, shipping more. Well, they are actually shipping more, but with kind of the downside that they are also spending way more money, maybe, kind of the wang.
It's like the token budget is a part of their salary?
Well, quite honestly, we are considering it. But well, right now it's free for all. We have people spending tons and tons of tokens, and you start thinking like, but are you using the tools in the right way?
If that is the route, we will see evals being created just for that.
This is how you stop token maxing.
I think
no,
it's
the
way isn't token maxing. I don't believe that argument as well. For instance, for example, I would be willing to pay much more to someone who knows how to leverage 4.8 plus open source, so that that person can balance costs, than someone who only knows how to token max 4.8 because it's tokens as it is. So I don't think so. To be honest, I think I don't know what the right answer is to comp at the moment. Personally, I think that nobody actually knows. Not even at OpenAIs or Anthropics, they are paying regular salaries But in their cases,
But they have
obviously,
unlimited tokens.
yes, but in their particular case, obviously, like the regular starts in the millions, I guess. But when we look at the rest, I think that a lot of the productivity increase is also a big fallacy, because with productivity increase, we see a lot of people shipping a lot of things very fast, and who is reviewing them?
Mm-hmm.
Many times, no one. And so what I also think is like, we have to bring judgment to the table, review cycles to the table. We have to also have that in the cycle, and we have to put that variable in the equation to actually say that these people are being more productive. Because, okay, perhaps now, for example, just a few days ago, Google launched Omni, and now with Omni, you can actually like build an operating system from scratch, which is quite bananas, to be honest. But is it going to work? Is security there? Like, I think like, okay, you can build an operating system in 1 week, when perhaps 10 years ago it would take like 1 year. But then you have all the reviewing, and the reviewing will kill a lot of that productivity increase that nowadays a lot of people see. However, and to the point of Gonçalo, yes, I do. We can already see like 10, like Lovable, 11 Labs. Like, these companies are completely crazy. Like, where are you getting money? Like, what is going on? Like, they are reshifting everything. So, yeah, let's see.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And it's time for Q&A. Where to start? There we go. Here on the front, and then...
That was quick.
Yeah.
Hi. Just a quick question, and we are all going through this transition, and we're talking about the teams and the profiles we have on our teams, but considering the transition we are in at this moment and looking ahead, so who are the people you're looking for your teams, and how has this changed compared to the people you were looking 1 or 2 years ago? So what are the profiles? What are the characteristics that you're looking for to your teams? And if this has changed or not, in terms of hiring.
Let's just try to do one thing, because I saw a lot of hands going up. Let's just try to select someone from the stage to answer this question. Do you want to select someone?
I'm curious to hear Gonçalo on this.
Well, in our case, nothing has really changed. We're back to the topic of amplification. We always favored value alignment when hiring, curiosity, drive, a bunch of traits that with AI, again, they're amplified because they can make, if you already had an advantage before, now it's even bigger. I think if anything changed was that before, maybe when I was in doubt, I would maybe err on the side of optimism, like, let's see, maybe we can make this work, maybe we can grow into. And now I'm maybe more strict, like if you don't show the right level of curiosity and drive to learn, it is very unlikely things are going to work, because this is a period of excitement. For people who like to build, for people who like to learn and grow, this should be a period of excitement, and you should be able to see and sense that.
Agency. We have one other question over there.
Hello, great talk, by the way. It was really good. I have a question around the concept of productivity, which is something that I think people are kind of missing. So I usually ask to my team, what does it mean to be productive? And most of the answers right now are about just getting features out, a lot of focus in the output. And I always answer them back, shouldn't be just made more money. That we should be able just to generate more revenue through these initiatives. And the thing is, I think we may get to the point where we have a false sense of generating money. So we are just building stuff that actually aren't creating value. And my question here would be, how do you measure return of investment? How do you measure? It was already hard to do that before AI, but with AI, I think it becomes even more important, because if you don't do that, layoffs are inevitable. So if you start spending like 100K, 1 million in tokens, and that doesn't provide you with more revenue, the only way that you have to grab that money is to cut somewhere else. So how do you measure a return of investment? I would go with Bernardo, just to make it different.
Thank you for grilling me in front of everyone. So, back to productivity. I have an economics background, and so I do have at least two understandings of what productivity means. For example, when I hear people saying that Portugal is such a low productive country, what basically means is that, unfortunately, most of the value creation we have is like low budget, like restoration, like hotels, all of that. Then you have the productivity as increase of throughput or output without the increase of inputs. Going to the first, yes, you can increase the spending without creating more value. And that's obviously a fallacy that I think a lot of leadership and management will have to handle. Because, okay, you can spend 100K in tokens or hire someone who perhaps don't even cost 100K and brings much more value. And so I think like finding that balance will be an art more than necessarily a science. When it comes to ROI, as you have mentioned, yes, it is a part of science because it has a lot of formulas to it, but also a lot of art. And at the moment, I don't necessarily believe that a lot of people are looking at ROI when it comes to agentic or AI investments and token maxing and budgeting. I do think, and from what I have been seeing, at least like coming from a huge corporate company, it's like, this is the budget, make whatever you want with it, and then we will think about it. Not the Uber way, where they just spent like the whole year of budget in 4 months, like that's almost ludicrous. But measuring ROI at the moment, I think is very, very fuzzy, because eventually it won't be just about making more money. We are building, like we are going through a phase, I would say the equivalent of like the 80s of the personal computer and then the birth of the internet. And that means that this is the phase of building infra. This is the phase to build foundational things that we will be building on top of them in a few years. That also means that, yes, I think these won't be the years where ROI will be measured, unfortunately. So that's what I am seeing, and that's how I actually think. So,
interesting. Can I add something to this very quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't have an economics background, so my take is like purely empirical. But I do think there is something that I really like to think about in this topic that I share internally at times is whenever we're doing something, it should be serving one of 3 purposes. Creating more revenue, which is what you pointed out, learning, or satisfaction. We cannot have just one of these, because if we only do fun things, we're going to tank the company, we're going to fail. If we only make money, we're going through the enshittification cycle, which many big companies are guilty of. If we don't learn, we're stuck. So we should always be optimizing for one of these. And when you think about AI, and maybe you think about having multiple terminal windows, cranking out features all the time, when you think about it, you're not making money because nobody's going to use this stuff. You're not really enjoying it that much. It's actually kind of overwhelming. And you will learn that you should have not built it in the first place. So it's a really great way I like to think about it. Like one of these 3 things, it should be front of center, center of mind. What are you optimizing towards? Is it revenue? Is it learning? Or is it satisfaction, which usually comes with quality and craft?
Yeah, awesome. I would add also resilience, because you live in the application layer. Yeah. I come from a very infrastructure, security-first layer, which means that a lot of the investment is actually to build future resilience, and that has nothing to do with, like, for example, satisfaction. Yeah. It's more about like having something to wear on your feet so that you are able to go on a street and walk. And so, yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, and just a final thought about ROI. Right now, what I have been seeing, for example, is a lot of startups saying like, "Hey, look at me! I just canceled all my HubSpot or Salesforce or whatever, like X. I just canceled X list of SaaS, and now we have built it in-house. Everything is very cool." Problem: these companies have bigger budgets, more people, more smart people, they also have access to AI, which means that building, for example, internal tooling as we are seeing, at the fast pace as we are seeing, I personally believe in 3 years, a lot of people will look at that as a total waste of money and time, for example. But yeah, let's see. Okay. I don't know.
We are already over time, but this is so good that I bet everyone here prefers to eat a little bit faster, and we can go through 2 more questions. So yeah, 2 more questions. One here in the front, and the last one will be on the back.
Hey, I think Bernardo mentioned this, but yeah, for Bernardo and Gonçalo. Sorry. So you mentioned how bad it is if one person manages 50 people. What do you think is worse? If one person manages 50 people, or if one person manages 300 agents?
The question is, what is worst?
Which one is worse?
Is this like, would you rather fight a horse-sized
We will soon start talking about agent layoffs as well, so please.
Yeah. This is a very tricky question. If I think, okay, I'll give a brutally honest answer, and okay, I'll screw up so you guys can look good. If I think about the average person, 300 agents for sure. If I think about the kind of people I have in my company, 50 people, easy. You need to be working with people who inspire you, who are really great at what they do, and I don't think this problem comes to, there's no contest then.
Bernardo, you just nudged. You agree with Gonçalo. Do you have anything to add?
I also agree, of course.
That's it. Last question on the back.
50 ducks.
Thank you very much, everyone. I would love to have Bruno as part of the panelists, because he's a great mind. And I have a question for him, actually. How is the trifecta of Pixelmatters changing?
Boom.
Oh, I'm not here to answer questions, man. Come on. Well, I think that we are pretty much in a learning stage. What we are trying to build more than guardrails at each role is to build a culture where people can be high agency and they feel empowered to learn. So we are actually trying to make teams a little bit smaller and empower them just to find where they can add the most value. And what we are finding out is that instead of having like fixed roles in the team or fixed responsibilities per role, we should actually try to name like an engineer and expect like a baseline from that engineer, but also understand where that specific individual can add extra value. It's going, for example, into the design end, because it's a creative engineer, and maybe on that specific challenge, we can have someone on the design side that is a little bit more junior, or is an enabler that focuses more on design system, because that engineer goes and covers the opportunities left out by not having a prototype for every single screen, or not having an animation spec'd out by a designer. On other projects or on other challenges, we have engineers and designers stepping into planning and being more involved in strategy. And that can also offload product to do something else. I'm still very bullish on having a team put together, and that's something that we also focus a lot at the company right now. I'm not like bullish on the solo builder, but I think that it's very hard for me at this stage to understand exactly what these roles will look like, because I think that even the disciplines are evolving. Engineering right now, I think that we'll have very different engineering roles in the future. My mom didn't understand what I did 10 years ago. She still doesn't understand what I do now. 60 years ago, I think many of the jobs that we have didn't exist. In 5 years from now, that will still happen, and we are going through this evolution. We are figuring things out. So instead of trying to tell people what a designer should be like, or an engineer be like, or a PM should be like, I think that what matters the most is to build a culture where people can learn and feel empowered to discover where they can add the most value and also have more like impact on the company, the ROI, the learning, build the excitement.
Thank you.
Awesome. That's it, folks. Sorry about finishing this with an answer from me. Not my fault, but lunchtime. I hope everyone enjoys it. And yeah, let's go for it.
Eu a tua música chega aqui.
O meu microfone está
Welcome, everyone. I promise that the food was good, and I hope you had some protein into your veins. I know it's rare on conferences, but yeah, we had some here. Also, as a side note, because I noticed some of you are taking a lot of notes, your shares have like a side table, so if you want to pull them out and use them, there we go. A lot of side tables coming up. Yes. We are on a proper venue. Come on, guys. There we go. Yes. We paid extra for those side tables, by the way. Okay. So yeah, during the morning, we have witnessed first masterclass that was pretty much focused on the individual setup, on the individual workspace, basically. And we felt that we couldn't end this conference without talking about how to manage this at the organizational level. And for that, we have invited João Moreira, who went through not one, but 2 AI transformations, and he led both processes. João is currently a product director at a British bank called Oak North, but he was previously on a fintech startup called Monite. Guess what? You have a bank acquiring a fintech startup. That's 2 realities that João will also share with us. So please help me welcoming João to the stage.
Hi everyone, nice to be here. Thank you, Bruno, thank you, Pixelmatters, for the invite. I think, hi mom, I'm on TV, she's watching. Look, today I'm essentially going to walk you through, like Bruno has said, through my 2 experiences during AI native transformations. One at a fintech, early stage fintech, much smaller sized, and essentially where we had a lot of agency, no troubles with security, compliance, regulated entities. And another transformation that is happening right now at Oak North as part of Monite's exit to Oak North, which has happened in November last year. So we are in the first 6 months of this transformation, and I will take you through the 2 use cases or case studies, and hopefully you'll be able to take some of these into your organizations. Yeah, I'm hoping to also get some feedback from you if you go through them, like Pixelmatters has done recently. So without further ado, I will jump into the board. Oh, great, I'm really on TV. So yeah, 2 AI native transformations. Like I've said before, in terms of a context, I was in a great position to be able to lead both transformations from a product and technical perspective. I'm a product director and product from background, but initially started in the technical side of things. So essentially, I wanted to take you through the two contexts that we had. The first one at Monite, like I said, a smaller company, less than 50 people, an API-first fintech, so it was on the infrastructure side, remote first all across the globe, no one in the office, which was also quite interesting and an interesting element of this transformation. In terms of culture, mostly senior individual contributors. Since it was a fintech early stage, everyone was like, let's do this. Everyone was ready for this type of transformation. And in terms of AI era, this happened beginning of last year. So we were in an era where we were talking about chatbots, workflow builders, NA10s of this world, custom GPTs, things that I think today no one uses, I think. And in terms of constraints, there were different constraints there. You know, company was cost conscious, of course, because it was an early stage startup, not a lot of funding. And every token that we spent was watched. So most of the barriers to getting tools adopted was around the organization accepting to use these tools and pay for them, essentially. The second experience is, and this is the most recent, still ongoing, it's at Oak North. After the acquisition, we moved to Oak North as a team. And this is a company of more than 800 people all across the globe, different offices in Gurgaon, India, Bangalore, in London, in New York, in the US. And it's a regulated bank as well, so SOC 2 compliant, ISO compliant. Everything that we do has to be auditable, otherwise the auditor comes in, FCA comes in, and just takes us down. So we have to be extremely careful, and this is why for every single tool we have to accept, we have to go through security review and multiple versions of this. Good example, Notion MCP has taken us a month and a half to be approved, and they had to make some changes to the actual MCP to being adopted by the company. In terms of a culture, like I said, multi-office, we have all types of seniority levels, so we have people that are super concerned about an AI transformation because they haven't tried it before, but we also have individual ICs, very senior people that have tried it personally and really looking forward to take on this journey. In terms of AI era, we are currently on agentic coding. Cloud code is here. Back in the day, there was no mention of cloud code, and this is a massive difference. And yeah, in terms of differences in feelings, whilst at Monite we had some partial skepticism because most senior developers, they weren't sure that doing this transformation will bring any real mature value to business outcomes. At Oak North, the feeling is a bit different. There's a big piece around FOMO, right? People not knowing what they don't know, right? Everything is developing extremely fast-paced, and they are concerned about the future. In terms of constraints, it's near unlimited funding, no watch over tokens, but on the other side, we have security, compliance, and other types of slowdowns, such as the size of the organization, which of course influence the adoption of AI. On these two experiences, I tried to take an higher level, more philosophical value out of these, and something I think has to be there for any organization to really embark on this journey of doing this full AI native transition, and that's what I call the Igniter thesis. I think I talked to Bruno about it a few months ago, and honestly, this is not the sort of transformation that anyone does without particular meaning. It can't be a BS thing that you just adopt and you just go for it and half-bake it, and most people don't know how to use specific tools that you build. Maybe you haven't built enough support within the company to do it, and therefore I feel that for every company that has to go through this and does it correctly, there is a bigger purpose, there is a bigger igniter, and I'll take you through that in both experiences. So let's start with Monite. I have a bit of a timeline on how we've implemented this at Monite, and I'll take you through Oak North. At Monite, the igniter was essentially fundraising pressure. So we were early 2025. Most of the VCs that wanted to invest in us, they were exclusively investing in AI native companies. We weren't there yet, and there was a lot of pressure on us because, as you know, in startups, runways run away, right? And therefore, we had all this pressure. And therefore, we started thinking of how can we become an AI native company with intention, not just to put the tag and the keyword next to every single feature that we have. out there, but essentially to become culturally a different company and develop and deliver products in a different way. So with this in mind, we started the first phase, initially taken by myself and the CTO, and the CTO. I think it was Inês that said that without execs really doing it and learning and leading by example, I think it's difficult to build that rapport internally so that people follow you. And therefore, we started by ourselves exploring the market, try to find consultants in the industry. It was very difficult to find consultants that went through this experience in February, March last year. But we experimented ourselves. We tried to understand, ramped up knowledge. We built our own setups. And only after that, we decided to put together a structured strategy. We tried to do it in a structured manner, in an intentional manner. And we've put together a formal document. We got together as an exec team. We put together some business-driven KPIs to ensure that we saw the business outcome of it. And essentially, we tried to get executive alignment before any company action. And only after that, we did the company-wide presentation to try and see where people stood. As I've said, I think one of the biggest challenges was skepticism, people not really fully understanding the value of these. And because of that, I think that alignment piece was super important. And this is what I say with this quote: we didn't ask the team to do anything that we hadn't done ourselves first. In terms of the phase 2, we thought about the igniters of this transition. We did 2 different exercises. We did the hackathon, mostly for technical people, hackathon style. During 3 days, everyone stopped working on features, and essentially they all collaborated with ideas. These ideas spanned across 3 different categories. There were new features, there were agents to help us become more autonomous on a lot of tasks, repetitive tasks that we have internally. And the third one was more about enablement and on the architecture level, what sort of initiatives we could have launched. So for 3 days, the teams worked on it. They developed 6 different prototypes. One of the essential design principles of these was we want to have prototypes out of these, but a big percentage of these have to be production ready. These have to be things that we use or we launch to the market so that we see immediate impact. And this was amazing. There was one that I will walk you through, which is called PRD to production. That was the winner from this hackathon. In parallel, there were all sorts of other non-technical teams, such as marketing, sales, operations, and these teams also had their own non-technical exercise, which is called the Build Your Own Agent exercise, where we had the different setups of like workshops to ensure that they had enabled. They had all the tools access needed to build their own agent, and out of this, each person came up with their own agent to essentially substitute a repetitive task internally. And more than 15 agents came across of this. So both enablement workshops basically ran alongside each other. And the idea here was at the end of this phase, we would have gotten to a position where people felt comfortable, they felt like all their concerns were tackled, and they could become more productive. And that skepticism, essentially, to try and get away from that. Phase 3 was essentially, let's grab all the work that we did in the workshop, in the hackathons, and let's productize it. Let's actually also look at roadmap strategy. And in terms of that, we had defined the KPI where more than, out of the hackathon, more than 60% of the features that we're going to develop had to be AI native. 80% of the features, and then and out of these, we had a bunch of different agents that generated PRDs. I think nowadays everyone is doing this. AI-assisted design. With the change, we also did a migration to a new design system based on ShadCN, and also changing the testing facility of the company. So out of this third phase, it was a lot more focused into this enablement piece to allow us to become faster. And like I've said, out of these, multiple agents have come from PRD creation, Jira auto creation. There was Nux Aura, different agents that I'll take you through in a second, PRD to prod, and a bunch of other agents that benefited mostly the marketing and GTM teams. In terms of the phase 4, it was about outcomes and mindset shifts. So it was trying to understand if we had taken that transition and if the senior engineers and non-tech staff that were initially skeptical, where did they stand? I think the hackathon and the non-tech exercise really showed them what is possible. And because of this, I did feel like that skepticism started turning into a bit of a FOMO, because I started seeing other colleagues developing certain things, and the ones that felt behind, they started feeling that sort of FOMO of fear of missing out, right? In terms of results, looking at, I think, in the previous Fireside or Roundtable, I think there was a lot of talk about proper business outcomes. I will show you through a few of them, but essentially, we had a 6-month result retro. This is some of the results that I want to highlight. We tried to measure the amount of hours we saved per week, and this resulted, for a company of our size, of less than 50 people, resulted in an outcome of 200 hours saved per week across the organization. We became faster. We didn't fire anyone. We were at the stage where we couldn't fundraise that much, so we were always resource constrained, and all of a sudden it became a lot faster with the same size of a team. In terms of product development, we saw 30% decreases, not across the board, on specific products, with specific teams, with specific setups. And of product to design development, this is one of the steps where we saw most of the outcomes from this exercise. And there was another element I think it's essential, which is around test coverage, was something that we always delayed on. Let's develop fast, ship fast, but test coverage was always behind, and this allowed us to fast track that element as well. This then ended up resulting in November last year an acquisition to Oak North. It doesn't mean that it's because we did this transition that we then got acquired, but essentially contributed a lot to it, because Oak North was also interested in bringing this sort of mindset and culture into the company, and looking at us as a team and also as a product with this AI native culture that they didn't have at the time. I think it contributed massively to that. So you must be asking, what sort of real stuff have you actually built, or is this total BS? One, like I told you about the PRD to production pipeline that we had developed, more than the setup, because it was a year ago, more than the setup, the actual impact that we had into a specific, simple stage setup. We were a B2B2B company, so we worked with a lot of big banks, and the likes of Molly, Payoneer, Alika Bank. And one of the examples I'll always use is, this would allow us, this PRD to sandbox agent, allowed us to essentially jump on a call in the morning with a client, prototype a change to UX, UI, and the system with a client on a call, take it internally, and in the afternoon, we'll essentially have it deployed to the sandbox. Of course, this applied to specific types and natures of features, mostly UX-focused features, where front-end was heavier than the back-end pieces, but essentially allowed us to earn some credits and points with some of these clients, and even, in one of the cases, ending up winning a deal from POC to an actual contract. And with this, we built different AI features. I talked about the change in terms of roadmap, of having more than 80% of the roadmap being AI native. The 3 biggest initiatives I'll focus on with the biggest business outcome was, the first one, I think was one of the first use cases with these new models of scanning, OCR technology, extracting data out of documents. We essentially replaced an external partner, which costed us £2,600 per month, and we had a 2-year contract, and we essentially replaced that with an LLM-powered solution for invoice scanning. And these are some of the metrics that we had seen. In terms of accuracy, by the way, accuracy here is measured by the amount of times that a user would change the fields that we would extract, and on that was 99.2%. It was 8 times faster. One of the issues that we had with this partner, we had no control over what they optimized for. We were optimizing for invoice scanning, so we were able to optimize the speed of scanning an invoice. And if you're a business owner and you're scanning an invoice and you want to process it, you don't want to stay there for like 2 minutes until the invoice is processed. You will give up, right? So this was one of the outcomes. And then the most important for us was it was 13 times cheaper. And this is on a per invoice scanning basis. I'm not even talking about the minimum contract of 2,600 euros per month. So this was huge. Had a huge impact into the company, and again, it built on that confidence on people that were internally skeptical at first. The second one was something that a lot of companies were doing at that time, which was developing your own chatbot, and we tried to understand how we could do that. That was useful. In our case, we were working in the finance automation industry, so for us it made sense to try and develop a CFO assistant that small business owners could always query their data on. How many invoices do I have overdue? You know, what sort of cash flow issues can I have 6 months from now based on past behavior? And we developed our own version of the chatbot. Some of the challenges we had with that was initially there was no specific, we were an API-first product, but there was no data layer or aggregation layer for the model to query from, and therefore we had a lot of hallucination initially where the CFO was going a bit crazy and the numbers were all wrong to start with. But essentially we got to a particular point where it was consistent enough, and again it played a big part into the acquisition by OakNorth. And the last one was essentially a suite of a tool set that we wanted to build for a long time. Unfortunately, we never had the time to do it. We did accounts payables and receivables. And there was this client that came up, or potential client that came up and said, look, we are interested in buying your solution, but you are missing expenses management. And this for us is essential. It's actually the most important feature out of the three, accounts payables, receivables, and expense management. And this was the first tool set that was fully AI native developed and launched to the client. And again, funny enough, later down the line, when OakNorth was running due diligence on us and trying to understand what we had, AI expense management was also in their radar. So it was a perfect match, and again, one of the main reasons as to why they acquired us. So this is on Monite. Now, you must be wondering, like, but how different is it at a different organization? Well, I can say it's completely different. So I wish I could come here and bring you a secret recipe to do this right, but I don't think there is a secret recipe. Every company is different, every context is different. Like I've said, the context is different, but the Igniter especially, it was also different because OakNorth is a profitable company. It doesn't have that sort of external investor pressure. It does have a bit of a FOMO of like not becoming an incumbent bank in the UK. But essentially the major igniter was a new CTO comes in. He actually had done an AI transition previously. He had the entire playbook. He tried to apply it and deploy it to OakNorth. And there were some more like structures, like the playbook was better defined. In Monite, we were experimenting a lot. This CTO already had the experience, so he came in and tried to come up with some ideas, some of them more creative, like AI scouts and rangers. It was essentially putting together groups of product and engineering, working together for 5 weeks to try and develop what we called an agentic toolkit that the rest of the company could use, like a list of skills, commands, tools, guardrails, and guidelines, especially important for OakNorth. Then we had the structural change, so we had traditional product squads, and we changed the product squads slightly from squads to pods, where we essentially have a PM lead layer, and then there's more pods with 2 engineers each. Allowed us for better flexibility. We also moved from Scrum to Scrumban, and essentially warrants that every pod is working on the highest priority initiative. And then ongoing, and this is the biggest challenge right now, is around enablement and scaling. So we now have an agentic toolkit. We have a group of people that are very AI native. We have people that, 3 weeks ago, they had never used a terminal before. So it's like the levels of difference is quite interesting. So that enablement and scaling and governance piece, especially for a bank, is the one that we are having most challenges with. Because of that, it's a continuous effort of monthly AI speed runs where we have full days of development, mostly for product engineering, weekly workshops for different departments of the organization, and essentially ensuring that everyone in the team has a buddy system with both a toolkit that they can use and is agentic, as well as a buddy that can help them with customizing their own setup. So this is where we are now. We are now distributing the AI pod model to all the verticals. The toolkit is now under a single governance, so it's repoed on GitHub. Everyone has access to it. Everyone now has a way to contribute to this repo, so we are now seeing different people coming in and saying, oh, this skill has been helpful for me. So I think it's helpful for someone that has the same problem as me, so how can I contribute to the repo and increase this marketplace, the plugin of different skills and commands. So we're still early, still learning, always learning. Like I said, every context is different, so there is no secret recipe. But just wanted to share with you the two different experiences. So going back to the table, startup versus regulated bank, different size, different team, different regulation elements, different AI era. Cost is also different. I think I heard someone saying it's completely crazy that people are measuring outputs by the amount of tokens spent. That idea surfaced at some point in time, and it was killed pretty fast. In terms of friction, at Monite, it was mostly limited runway. Here is around security, compliance, and the scale of the organization. The approach back at Monite was a lot around, we can spend the time to strategize, and then we do it with intention. At Oak North, there's a lot of like practice groups. Let's get, I think our CTO keeps using this expression, which is quite interesting, around let's get speeding tickets instead of parking tickets, even though we are at a bank. So there is that sort of a balance, right? In terms of speed, at Monite, I think it was a bit more fast-paced. In 6 months, we started seeing business outcomes, started measuring these business outcomes, and it was good. At Oak North, it's ongoing. It's a bigger beast. And yeah, there's no right or wrongs, right? Like I've said before. But essentially, these are what I wanted to share with you. I hope it was useful.
Okay, this was really, really good.
Sorry.
Again, please start preparing your questions. We'll just have a quick chat, and we'll get back to you in about 10 minutes. João, please come on stage. Stay on stage. Yeah. Okay, so you were one of the people that I reached out to when we wanted to make this shift to AI native at Pixelmatters, and thank you again for that. I believe that a lot of Pixelmatters folks in the audience are now looking at this and thinking that I just buried a few ideas from you, and that was it. But during our conversations early on, I think that one of the things that it was pretty obvious, and you mentioned that, Gonçalo also mentioned that, Inês also mentioned that is the importance of having the leadership on the frontier of AI, getting their hands dirty. More than like the importance of this, because I think that you already shared why this is important, how should leaders deploy their learnings across the organization? Is like through all hands, is through working alongside teams? What is the best way of doing it?
Look, I don't think there is, again, wrong or right? It's I'm not going to be here and play that I've been doing this for 10 years and I know the secret sauce. I don't know, right? This is something that I've only been experimenting with, as everyone else in the last 2 to 3 years. In my personal opinion, I like that element of IC contribution. So I think that individual contribution, working with teams, and showing actual results and outcomes, I think that's essential because it wins you credibility with the teams. One thing I've seen in the last, these last experience is that since it's a wider organization, it's more difficult for leaders to spread the word and show that they really know and they really care, and it's not just because it's some BS keyword that I'm throwing around, right? So it's a lot more difficult, don't get me wrong, and I've seen that element of people being a bit more skeptical of like, why is this person telling me how to code, or how do they know that I'm really going to get business outcomes out of this? So I think it's harder it was harder at the two different experiences. In my personal opinion, is getting our hands dirty, experimenting, actually sharing with the team what we have at Oak North, the same thing as Monite. We have these weekly sessions where everyone can contribute and come in. I think you talked about something that we also practice, which is around presenting the use cases. So whenever someone creates something and has some success, to give them a platform to share that, either via Slack. We have a ton of now Slack channels where everyone is able to contribute to and share their winnings. But essentially having these sessions where people can come in and show. We have them where we have this Notion table where people can suggest and say, I want to participate this week with this idea and this thing that I was able to achieve, and they essentially come in and show to the wider organization. So I think it's by doing that, and I think leaders also have to participate on that. It's not just, I think, just enabling it and sitting back and saying, oh, we should get such and such business outcome, and come on, other companies are doing it and we're not, but actually participating with the team, collaborating with the teams more than anything.
You also touched on like rituals, right? Things that the companies promote so that everyone can learn how to make this shift, or at least how to participate on this shift. I think that nowadays, and this is mostly a personal opinion, but a lot of companies are kind of bragging that they are doing this shift, and the only thing that they are trying to do is celebrate the early adopters. What is the responsibility of like the organization in making sure that they are not only promoting the early adopters, which is great, you should definitely promote and incentivize your highest agency people, but also bring along the people that are not the early adopters.
I think that's a great point, especially at Oak North. Like I said, we have different people at different stages. Like, how can you come? I remember the first workshop we had on product design. We came in and we showed all these use cases, and look, this is what I'm doing with Cloud Code, looking to the terminal, these are my MD files, this is the pipeline I developed. And I could see like almost half of the room getting completely lost. I was like, first of all, how do I use Cloud? Like, what's the terminal? What's that? What's the MCP setup? And that sort of realization it's quite incredible, because I think we're all in this room and we don't realize that globally, we're still at the frontier of AI, right? There is a whole world out there that has no idea of what AI is, and some family or personal friends saying some things that you go like, "What? This is what you think about AI?" And still in organizations, tech organizations, these people still exist, right? And I think it's also part of the early adopters' job to bring them along and to really get that adoption fast. So yeah, I remember even nowadays I spend time with, jumping on a call with people that are developing their first agents and being like, they're available for these people is essential, because people are really concerned. At Oak North, in that first workshop, we literally did a Miro board where people could come up with concerns, questions, ideas, and other thoughts. Biggest majority of the cards raised were around the concerns and questions.
Okay.
Very little on the ideas. At Monite, a bit different, the opposite way, right? So this is also the nature of our organization is interesting. So yeah, pulling them along, I think it's part of our responsibility.
How would you describe a company culture that is able to voice those concerns and shift things from like skepticism to excitement?
Yeah, I think it will be. I wouldn't say that would be easier to come here and say, we are firing 50% of the people and hiring different mentality, different maturity around AI. Essentially, look, I think there are different approaches, no rights or wrongs. I'm a bit more of a diplomat here, but I prefer to nurture these guys, because essentially these people add value before, right, AI, and they will keep adding value, and it's more about like how can we as a group bring people not to the same level, because there are always be inconsistencies. But I think that culture of going from skepticism to FOMO to I'm now excited, right? It's by trying. Like, get your hands. That's why I personally like to spend a lot of time with all levels of people to ensure that they get that excited. As soon as they see the first result, it's when you see, the shine in their eyes, and you go like, okay, this is it, and say, I told you, just give it a go, So getting to that give it a go, it's the hardest part. Once they get into it, I don't like to call it a drug, but you get that sense of success, and that's good.
How does a company that is basically running like at full capacity find time to invest this much into a shift for an AI native setup?
At Monite, we had no choice, right? So we literally had, I remember we had this exec call in London where we came in and said, the picture was as this, look guys, either we do it or we break. That's it, there is no choice, right? And this is when I go back to the Igniter's thesis, right? Of the stronger the Igniter is, the faster you'll adopt it, the bigger will be the FOMO, and the fastest you'll get to a particular business outcome, in my view, right? So at Monite, there was no choice. So that's why we as leaderships, first of all, we said, okay, let's leave them to the work. Let's keep going as is. We will experiment. We will try to ramp up ourselves first. Let's try to put a strategy that for us makes sense in terms of the transition strategy, even though for us it was all new. We couldn't find an AI consultant here.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were going around the different VCs and saying, do you know anyone that has done this before? I remember being at a call with a CTO of a well-known AI company, and we thought, okay, this guy's going to tell us. And then we showed them what we were doing. It's like, look, guys, I think what you're doing is already a bit more advanced, so I'm not sure I can contribute here. So there was that lack of like just ecosystem and market knowledge. So with that, we had to try it, right? We had to bring it in to the team, and only then try to change those skeptical minds, right? To start doing it. At Oak North, there's a bit more comfort, right? It's a profit-making bank. It's still a bank. It's like I don't want to say here, but it's a money-making machine, right? And we are still trying to innovate somehow and be ahead of the game because the banking industry, even in the UK, is still a bit old, especially when it comes to business banking, right? So we are on the forefront of banking, but yeah, we don't have an existence crisis, right?
Yeah.
Right?
At least for now.
At least for now. And this is the main point, right? That's what mainly we as executives and leaders, we try to bring to the organization. It's like, guys, one thing is now, but the other guys are going fast, right? Yeah. We are being threatened by all these sort of digital banks coming in, and they're not playing around, especially in the UK. They're not playing around. You see all the likes of, Revolut having made the jump to business banking some time ago. They play in a different industry, different sector, more for SME based, but still, these guys can, tomorrow they can come in and say, we are going to open a particular business bank offering for mid-sized to big-sized businesses, and then that crisis exists, yeah.
You talked about the Igniter thesis, the moment where things click. Mm-hmm. The way you put it on Monite and Oak Bank, it seemed to be, and if we try to look into the emotion that you appeal to, it's like Monite was fear. If we don't do this, we are going down. And on Oak North, it seems more like an opportunity. We are here. Maybe if we adopt AI native, we'll go to the next level. Mm-hmm. Which emotion do you think it's the strongest when doing this change? Is fear or opportunity?
Survival is survival, right? I think, that's why startups go way faster, right? Yep. You are in survival mode, there is no choice, right? I think the focus element of things, when the focus you apply when you are in survival mode and the focus you apply when you have an opportunity in front of you, I find that is very, very different, right? So I think on that, it's like the opposite scale. But at the same time, it has its challenges, right? Because sometimes you go to a particular point that you may be going in a completely different direction, and because of that sense of fear, and you end up making a lot more mistakes along the way, right? Also, in terms of AI era, this was a year ago. You could make a lot more mistakes. Things were going faster. Models were being developed faster. The exponential effect of quality over models was a lot faster as well. And therefore, even though we had that piece of around survival, it was still challenging. At Oak North, we know a lot more. We are actually hiring, we are hiring a lot of AI experienced, not only engineers, but people from all sorts of elements. We actually now have an AI enablement group and an AI enablement team, which is fully focused into enabling the entire organization across the board. I don't think we could have done it without this sort of approach. So it's a different story, but again, no secret recipe. There are some things that go well in one approach and some in another. I'm a bigger fan of the startup environment, personally, because of my personality, but there's value to both, right?
Yeah, awesome. I have two last questions, and I'll shift gears a bit. Let's go into a little bit more tactical questions. You have shared fantastic use cases here, especially from the time that you have spent on Monite. Most of the use cases you have shown are related with like product acceleration.
Yeah.
Right? How did you use an AI native setup and agents to create more leads, to close more leads, to grow the business? There's another approach running in the industry right now that is using AI mostly for cost savings, maybe to fund acceleration projects. But yeah, those are two like different approaches. And when speaking to other leaders in the industry, the pattern that I see is that either you lean towards one or to the other. You seem to have leaned into acceleration. Why?
First of all, I think it's maybe an element that I'm a product guy, and I try to put more focus on the product side of things. But that wasn't entirely true at Monite, especially at Monite. I think at Oak North, yes, because there's a smaller commercial element of Oak North. At Monite, that's why we had the two parallel exercises, what we call the tech and the non-tech exercise. And in the non-tech exercise, it was actually the exercise we spent most time on, in not only educating people, but changing some minds. Because, you know, like I said, back in January or February, if a senior engineer was skeptical about this new world, you can imagine on the sales side, the marketing side, they were even more skeptical from what we could see, right? So we had to change those minds. There were still a lot of initiatives on the sales and marketing side, a lot of surprises. I remember that when we started this non-tech exercise, I was mostly concerned about our head of marketing. She was struggling a bit with this. She really didn't understand. And she was actually the one that created the most amount of agents that got productized and that ended up not only contributing to marketing, but to that product GTM element of things. A rival radar, a massive like competitor bot in Slack. She used Runway. She created a repo on GitHub. And when I saw it, I was like, wait a second, how did you do this? And like, I don't know. Like I started playing around with it and building it, and it was the biggest surprise. So there was a big element when it comes to non-product and tech teams at Monite. We also were able to save in a few SaaS tools at Monite. I can give you two examples. I think someone touched on, I've heard a few stories of someone coming in and say, I replaced Salesforce for me. I also think that is completely bullshit. But we actually did this AI native practice, and this exercise allowed us to migrate from Salesforce, from a very expensive Salesforce setup, which, by the way, I think initially was already wrong. I think even without AI, we will have to make that better. We moved to HubSpot, and our setup there became better. We were using Clay at the time. I don't know if you guys know Clay, but Clay was at the beginning, a lot of value, super expensive for us. So the sales, our CRO, our Chief Revenue Officer, actually went in and developed his own version of Clay internally, and he was able to do the lead generation and acquire leads externally a lot faster. So there were elements of these still in the GTM teams, and out of this, look, our head of sales in the UK, after Monite, he's now founded an AI agentic company with another sales rep that used to work in his team. So I like to think that this also had an effect on the non-product and engineering side.
Yeah. Awesome. Last question. You told us that you distributed this setup on Oak North via GitHub repo. I imagine that GitHub repo has tons of folders.
Yeah, MD.
As this system scales, who manages what?
Yeah, we have multiple repos for different things. We're actually going through an exercise now, which is similar to something we did at Monite design system. We have a completely new design system now, again, Shatsian based, but the designers, again, in terms of approach, it even changed because they did the exercise to move to a new design, develop a new design system, move to a new design system, but they've also went through the exercise of tokenizing all the components, creating a repo for that, and then developing a repo toolkit that essentially allows anyone in the team, from product to engineers to designers, to develop going back to some of the conversations and use cases earlier, to develop prototypes within our design system. So we have multiple repos. On the Agentic Toolkit repo, that's a great question because the biggest difference between Oak North and Monite has been the governance and the enablement factor. It's much bigger, a lot more careful here, and therefore this toolkit is managed by the AI enablement team that is responsible for it. We had to create processes that allows everyone to contribute to this kit, but it's different to Monite, where in Monite it was like, oh, I can do whatever, test this, test that. And here, the rigor and the acceptance mechanism, it has to go through a group that approves it and that security reviews it, ensuring that all the bases are covered. Quite different to Monite, where we could test any tool and just try it, and if something breaks, then we'll think about it later.
Yeah, it's like trying to go fast without breaking things, in a way.
Yes, again, back to the speeding ticket versus parking tickets.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Now it's time for us to open for the audience Q&A. Where to start? There we go. There's one over there.
Hello, Pedro from Corvotec. If you were in Oak North as an executive level, how would you change, if you would change the process to, ignite the AI curiosity of the people? How would you do it? Would it be more of aggressive approach or more gradual because of the scale?
Yeah, I think we had quite an aggressive approach at Oak North from the CTO perspective. But I think in a lot of ways that is not matching the reality when it comes to speed and velocity of adoption, right? So if I had to change anything, is in terms of the structure and the thinking and the planning that has happened before we tried to go in. I think at Oak North, it was more about let's get groups together, they think about it, they release something, and let's hope that people adopt it. And I think having that sort of thought process beforehand, and a proper planning strategy around, look, let's maybe trial with this particular function. Let's make an example out of this function. Let's then get everyone else to lead by example. I think all have taken a bit more of that approach. There's elements of this at Oak North. For example, the AI pod's structural change has happened only with one vertical. And now we are deploying across the other verticals based on the learnings and the mistakes and everything that we got from the first exercise. But it could have been a bit more organized initially. Instead of going to AI Scouts Rangers, let's do it. And then they came out of that with an agentic toolkit, and I remember people going like, how do I use this? Like, well, how beneficial is this? Like, so there was a lot of work, like workshops, and a lot of that sort of spreading word type work.
Knowledge sharing.
Yeah, it's a bit more difficult. But again, Oak North is a big organization, so it's difficult. Like, how can you do it at that scale? It will always be difficult.
Awesome. Any other questions? There we go. There's one more here on the front row.
Hi, my name is Gabriel. So everyone has been talking about the leadership to bottom side of early adopters. My question is reverse. How can you be in let's call the bottom and enable the other people who are not as much as early adopters, till the CEO in a small company, to adapt and to be able to understand that it's like actual value on implementing from agents, more AI workflows? How would you go about that?
I think this is like to what I touched earlier around the giving people the platform, right? To really show their work and showcase it. So that's why we have these weekly showcases where people come in and show to the entire organization what they've done. It's quite interesting now that we are seeing repetitive people come into these showcases, and that's a sign, and that's good. And we keep promoting that. And I keep telling these guys, keep doing it. Like, don't think that because you presented twice that you're not going to present it again. There's been great examples of this, and we keep pushing, even to, like, we have, I think it was touched upon earlier, but we have not unlimited tokens, but there is no, cost attention. So I keep telling them, like, even if you do something that contributes to you personally or something that you develop, I think that is good because we are in that experimentation phase. So we are not looking into, oh, is this going to break the bank, and we are concerned about it. We've intentionally removed that concern during this phase so that people can go with the flow and go crazy. So that's what we try to do, give them a platform, really incentivizing people to come in and contribute. Like I said, in terms of governance, we also define those processes where anyone can contribute to the marketplace of skills and agents, and I think it's been working well. I think we see a lot of these guys, and even exposing them. I think some of these people, like, I don't know, maybe we have a couple of PMs that maybe are a bit more even because of the product nature that they managed, and all of a sudden, you're like, what the heck, like this guy is way more talented than anyone thought, because all of a sudden you gave them a different opportunity, a different platform for them to showcase their work, right? And I think AI gives those guys that platform.
Anyone else? One more over there. Yeah, there's one more over there. Someone needs to pull in the mic. Come on. There we go.
Where?
Hi. I'm Vanda. I'm from New Normal. I was asking about the startup stage. When do you did the 3-day workforce to create the AI agents? So how does that 3-day workforce was like the flow to convince, not to convince, but to make the people know what they wanted from the AI agents, since they didn't know actually how to use them? How did it work? How could you create something out of there? What was the experience like a bit? Can you explain?
On the tech side, it was a bit easier because people knew, so it was hackathon style. People came in, they contributed with their ideas, and then essentially people could join the groups, the working groups, as they wished. So there was no, oh, this product squad works on this idea, whatever. We gave them the freedom to not only contribute with the ideas, but work on the ideas that they felt most excited about. And I think that was good, because essentially it came from them, and they were already motivated to work towards it and excited about the projects. On the non-tech side, there was a lot of work going around with, we literally did workshops on different, like showing different tools, how to create an agent, basic stuff at the time, to try and get people to a level of knowledge which allow them to be comfortable enough to start, right? So there was that element of enablement with the right tools, give them enough workshops to make them feel comfortable, and then give them the freedom within specific guidelines. It has to be something attainable, something that replaced a repetitive task, a daily repetitive task. So we had some criteria for them to work on. And in those 2 exercises, we had, just for fun, challenges and prizes, right? Which always, I think it's good for collaborative efforts. So yeah, these were the tactical approaches we've had.
But you were always working, so it was like the 3-day workshop, but then it was like ongoing work doing the AI.
Yeah, no, the 3-day hackathon, everyone stopped.
Yes.
So product engineering, we literally stopped. We made the conscious decision to say during these 3 days, sorry, CSM guys, we'll have to hear from customers, but these guys are blocked and they will work on this. And they couldn't really be distracted. On the non-tech exercise, it was a month exercise where the sales, marketing, GTM, CSM teams had at the time to come up with their own agent.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. There's only time for one more question, if there's any. Yeah, there's one over there. There we go.
João, obrigado. You were talking about the governance layer at the bank. Curious to know how the governance layer can limit innovation in a company and how you prevent that. Basically, limiting the speed that you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm still learning. I gave you the example. Literally, it blows my mind that it took a month and a half to get Notion MCP approved, right? And as a product guy, I cannot live without my cloud code not being connected to Notion MCP so that I'm a bit more productive, right? So it was a pain in the ass that I had to go back and forth with MD files using Notion AI, like all these sorts of workarounds, which essentially beats the purpose, right? Like you're not more efficient. So this is a great example of when governance slows it down. We are trying to go in a direction where the governance side of things is AI focused. So that's why we have now the AI enablement group, which is a governance focused group on AI. So they are, you know, we have the director of platform engineering there, some engineering directors too, and this essentially allows us to submit in a structured manner, so people have to think before submitting an idea for a new tool, for a new skill, for a new command, for a new MCP, but it also allows us to have enough AI knowledge and agility to do governance without killing innovation. I won't say that it's working perfectly. It's not. We are definitely going slower than a lot of the newer upcoming fintechs. But I think that's reality anyway before AI, right? Like this is how incumbents become incumbents, and this is how startups come in and disrupt. So I hope I could answer the best possible way.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, no coffee break. Hey, there we go. The coffee break is after this magnificent conversation that we'll have with Bob. Over the past few weeks, I've been chatting with Bob ever since he accepted the invite to join us here. But unfortunately, I got an email last Saturday morning, and I can tell you that that's not the best way to wake up. So this was the intro for the email I got, and Bob was supposed to join us here in person. As you can see, something happened, and he can't be here in person, but Bob was kind enough to join us remotely. So he's joining from his house back in California. So please help me welcoming him to the stage. There we go. Hey, Bob. Wait up, we are not hearing you. We needed to have some sound issue. Bob, you there? I see the people in the sound room getting nervous. Can we try? Nope, still nothing. We needed to add some technical issue. Come on. It's not only about travel issues. We needed to have a bit of a technical one. But as you can see, Bob has this magnificent bookshelf behind him. We cannot see which books he has, but we can tell there are a lot of them. Can you find the way to that? There we go. Okay. Do you want to pick up one of your favorite books, Bob, and we can try to start the conversation this way? Nice shorts, man. There we go. Okay, someone is telling me for you to check your mic. Are you on mute? We cannot hear you, Bob. Can you just check your mic to see if you are muted? Because Google Meet is not telling me that you are speaking. Still nothing. Oh, now you're talking, but we are still not hearing you.
Could you hear me there?
Yes, there we go.
Okay. Yay.
Oh, we lost you again. Keep talking, man. Keep talking.
Okay, still talking. Okay, still nothing.
We'll find a way, believe me.
Okay, still talking.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Still talking. Okay, still nothing. Nobody can hear me? You
Yes.
back? Okay, we're all good. And the sound team seems much relieved.
Oh, man.
You can see Jose can breathe again.
Yeah. Bob, thank you.
Great to be here, Bruno. Thank you so much, and thanks for accommodating my situation. I'm all good, but it was pretty terrifying couple of weeks there.
Yeah. Do you want to share?
Look, the short story was I started about 3 weeks ago. I started having some chest pains and shortness of breath, which felt remarkably like a heart attack. And I'm old enough that I've had a few friends have heart attacks and had one actually die not too long ago. So heart attack was kind of top of mind. Also, I'm adopted, so I don't have any family medical history. So I've always sort of enjoyed having a black box of medical history, but in this case, it made me a little nervous. So I went in for some tests. I flew to New York for some other speaking engagements. As soon as I landed in New York, I had multiple messages from my doctor and an urgent phone call from my wife, compelling me to come back home as quickly as possible to get more tests. So I ended up having to cancel quite a few engagements in New York, and then this situation as well. Then on the plane ride back home, I was getting nervous, felt more and more like something was going on. Actually decided, I got into a chat conversation with Claude about the situation, and Claude was very persistent that I tell the crew what was going on. So just from a the story's kind of interesting just from a technology point of view. Because here I am at 35,000 feet talking to Claude about possibly having a heart attack, and I'm downloading medical records from my app from the doctor and having Claude analyze those. Claude's given me the exact script to tell the crew so that they'll have somebody meet me at the gate. And so I didn't want to divert the plane, but I have to admit the nitroglycerin tablets weren't helping. So I told the crew about 10 minutes before we landed. And as I like to joke, there's an entirely different level of service available to you as an airline passenger if you merely tell the crew you think you're having a heart attack. So trust me, they will pay a lot of attention to you with that phrase. But at any rate, so the plane, I had a layover in Houston, Texas, and ended up stopping there and deciding to go to the emergency room there. So I spent 24 hours in Houston, got a bunch of tests. Everything's great with my heart, thank goodness. Turns out it might have mostly been a respiratory flu, which was causing me shortness of breath and some chest pains. But it turns out, if you think you're having a heart attack, you start panicking about having a heart attack. Well, it feels a lot like you're having a heart attack. So there's still a few more tests to do, but it kind of kiboshed my travel plans. And the thing I kind of mentioned for this audience, and it was particularly interesting hearing your last speaker talk about regulated industries, is when I'm sitting in the hospital and I'm on a smartphone that has extraordinary battery life, and I'm on Wi-Fi, I'm messaging all these people around the country, I'm getting support from people, I'm in a conversation with multiple AI bots, I'm uploading and downloading medical records from the hospital, I'm watching basketball games while I'm sitting in the waiting room. And I was just thinking about how radically different that experience would be 5 years ago, certainly 10 or 20 years ago. And it's one of those things that you kind of forget how much technology has seeped into our daily lives and just radically altered our experience of reality and how we navigate these kinds of situations. And in particular with the medical industry, I was taking a note again from the last speaker about how it feels like we've got to figure out some way that the industry gets more connected with the government regulatory agencies, because obviously we need regulation in finance, medical, and many, many other industries, but we're waiting for our representatives to somehow figure this out, and they're just not the right people to do that. And the pace of innovation and the types of things we could be doing would be so much more bold and useful, and I think still regulated, if we considered the government agencies as kind of part of the larger design problem and engage them in a more productive way. So anyways, that's my long healthcare story. So,
oh man, you
and sadly,
deserve
I
a
can't be
quick
there.
round of applause because, man. Bob, such a pleasure to have you here with us. And I think everything that you have just shared is actually a great segue for the start of this conversation. Because the way that I wanted to start this conversation before we go into design, AI, software, is actually how much you pay attention to what's around you. Over the past few weeks, on the conversation that we had, we chatted about books, places like Silicon Valley, people, history, and how you studied history, photography. So how much did this ability that you have to observe the world shape you as a designer and as someone who works in tech?
Well, look, I think the art of noticing is what it means to be a designer. So I'm not sure that it shaped me as a designer so much as it's the reason I'm a designer. I mean, design is a noticing profession. I think it's our job to notice the environment, think about how to improve the environment, to notice people and how they're moving through the environment and how to help them in more and less frictionless ways. So I think I've come to think of my brain almost as like it's sort of this separate entity that I just kind of observe. And so when I look at my brain's a very powerful noticing machine. And it does just pick up all sorts of things in the environment, everything from the typeface on menus to how they do the credits in movies to paint colors and shadows and all those things. And I think all that kind of plays together. And I think being a photographer also is sort of a natural noticing profession. I'm not much of a visual artist. My wife in recent years has become quite a gifted watercolorist. And it's been interesting because her traditional career was in law, which is not necessarily a noticing profession. Yeah. But she's moved into doing a lot of watercoloring recently. And so it's been kind of fun because she's starting to noticing light and shadow and colors and stuff. And so we have these interesting moments where, she'll be noticing the light and she'll go, look at that. I'm like, yeah, I know. I've been seeing that since I was 11. I suspect everyone in your audience is also kind of naturally a noticer. And the only thing I might call out is I do find it a little peculiar and somewhat frustrating that so few people in tech pay attention to software out in the regular environment. So I wish people would kind of expand their horizon of what's software. And software isn't something you just access on a computer or a smartphone. It is everywhere in the environment. So like when I was in the hospital, I was asking the nurses about the data entry screens they were going through. And I'd have them turn the computer around so I could see the kinds of systems they were dealing with. When I go to the grocery store, I watch people struggle with self-checkout. It's really interesting to watch, here in the United States, it's interesting to watch older people as they try to navigate the different point of sale systems that the stores have installed. So they're either trying to figure out Apple Pay or how to do tap pay or different types of credit card transactions. And just watching the friction that they're dealing with. Parking meters are all automated now. There's software even in parking meters. Certainly when you rent a car and you see the different kinds of dashboards and technology in cars, there is just human to computer interaction in every nook and cranny of your daily life. And I personally find it fascinating, and I kind of constantly talk to people that are using the systems. Like at a restaurant, I'm always talking to the wait staff about how they're navigating Toast, the point of sale system they use inside. And I know the team that works at Toast, and so it's just really interesting to hear how the different staff respond to it. So I'd say for everybody there in the audience, I would encourage you just to start noticing software everywhere and see what you can pick up about how people interact with machines, because that will play into whatever kind of tool you're developing.
Yeah. I noticed a few words that you have mentioned there related with emotions. You talked about how you interacted with Claude during this flight where you were with chest pain, and you were kind of relief in a way that you had access to this technology. Even then in the hospital, you were kind of happy to be watching an NBA game while being taken care of. You talk now about the struggle of people trying to use this software. And one of the things that I've heard you say during one of our conversations is that software is emotional. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so So I was working in Pinterest in 2014 through 16, and I left the company early in 2016, and then there was a very important presidential election in the United States in the latter part of 2016. Some of you might remember. And there was a sense that Silicon Valley had perhaps played a decisive role in that election. And so as I was driving back and forth around Silicon Valley and sort of questioning just what the hell had happened to my little happy hippie hangout that used to be the Silicon Valley of old, but now had kind of become the white hot center of greed and corporate manipulation, I was really kind of wondering like what the hell we had done and whether or not I wanted to stay in the industry. And I happened to stumble across a podcast about the history of Silicon Valley. And in one of the episodes of that podcast series, there was a quote from a gentleman named James Lipton, I think was his last name. I think that was the last name. And he'd written a book called From Counterculture to Cyberculture. And it was about the impact of the hippie movement in Silicon Valley, and particularly about the role of Stuart Brand as an individual. And in the intro to that book, he had this great line that was, I'll paraphrase, but it was essentially, you have to ask why it is that personal computing got started in Northern California in the late 1960s, when at the time, every tech company in the country was based on the East Coast. And the answer is that there was a very small group of people in and around Stanford University that saw computing, personal computing, as a new form of media, on par with movies, music, and books. And when I heard that, like my life suddenly made sense, and my career suddenly makes sense. Because I could look back to what I'd done in high school and college, where I was, in high school, I thought I was gonna be a photojournalist. Like all I did was photography, much to the detriment of my grades. And then in high school, I switched over to film, and then in movie making. After that, I went to music school briefly, and then I kind of got into computing and started a small graphic design studio in 1985, right at the advent of desktop publishing. So looking back, I could see that I had moved through all these different mediums because in my heart, I was a maker and I was hunting for what my medium was gonna be. And then I found software design and it suddenly made sense. Like all my different interests came together in that particular practice. And I had always thought of software as a medium and not as a tool. And what troubled me was that the rise of enterprise software in general, but also just the whole, I don't know, the mechanization of software, A/B testing, like frankly, the whole methodology coming out of Google, which seemed very mechanical to me, was oriented more towards creating, I felt, was oriented more towards creating tools. Whereas companies like Apple, and there's a few others, Airbnb, I think is in that realm, certainly Linear, Pitch, there in Europe. I think there's many companies that maybe we haven't heard of, certainly haven't heard of as much as Apple. I think there's other companies that see software as a medium. And when I think about a tool versus a medium, I think about the emotional resonance of that experience. Like a medium has an emotion on the other side of it, whereas a tool, it doesn't as much. Like if you use hammer A versus hammer B, doesn't really matter. I mean, a camera, maybe a certain type of camera has a certain emotional resonance, but it's really different from going between like Instagram and Google search and Claude and Perplexity. Like those are all very different emotional experiences. And I think that emotional thing is something that most design teams skip. They don't have an honest, like really involved conversation, like what do we want the user to feel? And when I look around the world and I notice users, I think most of the time they feel victimized and highly vulnerable. And I said, the audience there, and I think your last speaker mentioned this too, like everybody in that room, you guys are all tech superheroes. Like you live and breathe this stuff. You are the people that get the call when the family Wi-Fi breaks. Like you actually know what's going on. But imagine for a moment that you don't actually live and breathe this stuff, and you don't know how to fix the Wi-Fi, and you don't know why your phone's not working, and you don't know how to log into this app, and why do you keep getting these PIN codes coming over in text messages? Like just what the hell is this stuff? But you have to use it. You cannot navigate the modern world, not only in a Western country, you cannot navigate India, you cannot navigate China, you cannot navigate Japan without a smartphone. And so people have had to adopt and use this technology. And when you really back up and you think about all the layers of knowledge, you have to be able to make a choice about the smartphone. You have to have some concept of updates, which are changing your stuff all the time. Like what the hell? Like what else do you buy that is changing underneath you all the time? You have to have a cell phone plan. You have to know how to sign up for all these accounts. You have to have a Google ID. You have to have an Apple ID. You have to have a Meta ID. Like it just goes and goes and goes. And again, those of us in tech that live and breathe this stuff, I think it's very hard for us to really empathize with the reality of the vast majority of users who don't really care. They just want to get home to their families and pets, you know, and they have to deal with all our stuff to do that.
Yeah. Well, what a way to start this conversation, man. Where can I go now? You have talked about culture in a way. Clearly, one of the companies that left a mark on you was Apple. You have spent 8 years working at Apple. Every time that you told me a story about Apple, it seemed that you didn't really care about like the company name or having that logo on your resume. It was much more about the culture that you were able to experience from the inside and the things that you have learned working there. What's the one thing that you have learned at Apple that stayed with you the most?
Oh, geez. Well, you know, Apple always felt like home to me. But like, I don't know if I'm be able to narrow it down to one thing. I'll share two things that I think might be useful and actionable. The first one is people talk about a design-driven company, and often, at least in the last 10 years or so, when they talked about a company that's really committed to design, they would talk about headcount, right? And oh, Google has 5,500 professional UXers. 5,500 people are professionally employed at Google to design software. Think about that for a moment. Now, does that mean that Google's a design, and I'm not trying to pick on Google, they're just one example. Yeah. Does that mean Google's a design-driven company because they've put all that money behind it? I don't know, I don't think so. You know, if you go to Google, I don't get the sense that everybody's walking around every day asking themselves how to make stuff better. Whereas if you go to Apple, at least when I was there, and I've been gone for a long time now, I've been gone for about 12 years. I left in 2014. But at least at that point, so I should just point out, I joined Apple about 2006. So I joined 9 months before the phone came out. I didn't have any idea about the phone. That's a whole different thing. But I just was fortuitous that I joined just before the phone came out. And then I stayed until a few years after Steve Jobs had passed. I think the iPhone 8 was the last launch I saw. So I was there from basically the iPod Nano to the iPhone 8, which was a phenomenal time. Yeah. You know, the company went from a $70 billion market cap to an $800 billion market cap in the 8 years I was there. So it was incredible. And just to be clear, I worked on the Apple online store. So if you ever went to apple.com and tried to buy hardware, I worked on that e-commerce site, did that for 6 years. And then I was in Apple retail, working on the systems that they use inside the stores for 2 years, which was also just an incredible, eye-opening experience. But my takeaway from Apple in that 8-year span was that everybody there was constantly trying to ask themselves, how could they make things better? And the best example I have is in the company cafeteria, which is called Cafe Max. They have like a very famous pizza oven. They make incredible pizza at Cafe Max. And when I first started, they served it in kind of your basic cardboard pizza box. But cardboard pizza boxes have a lot of space in them, so the pizzas don't stay warm. And they're also made of cardboard, and the cardboard tends to absorb the oil, and it gets kind of murky and mucky inside the pizza box. By about the second or third year I was there, they had switched the pizza boxes to these circular clamshell things that were made out of some sort of compostable material that had ridges in them. And they were just absolutely fantastic improvements as pizza boxes. And my understanding is the idea came from the guys that were making the pizzas, you know, and they're living in an environment saying, well, how can we do this better? Like the box isn't quite the best it could be. And they invent a new pizza box, and I think they got a patent on it. And
what?
so
a patent?
Yeah.
Apple has a patent on a pizza box? Okay.
That's my understanding, yeah. And so, you know, you just saw those kinds of improvements everywhere in the company. You know, whether it was the people that were working the reception desk and they kind of helped push the check-in system to be better. Like everybody everywhere in the company was constantly asking how it could be better. And so when I went to ThoughtSpot, which was my last role, ThoughtSpot was a data enterprise company, competed with Tableau, Power BI, stuff like that. My goal was really to shift the culture so that everyone in the company started paying attention to the design, and that the company realized that design could be a strategic competitive differentiator. And over the course of 4 years, we did eventually get design as one of the 4 bullet points that showed up in all of our sales presentations. And what happened, it was sort of a mixed blessing, but I came to interpret in a positive way. Eventually, like the sales team started complaining about the design. So if we released something that they didn't think was up to snuff, we would get feedback. And initially, I was sort of annoyed, like, what are all these salespeople sending me these emails and Slack messages and stuff? So initially, I was, frustrated. But then I realized, oh, wait, this is exactly what I want. I actually want everybody in the company, paying attention and caring. And I want the customers paying attention and caring, because I want them to hold us to a higher standard. And yeah, that means I have to deal with more feedback, and some of it's really random. I don't have to respond to all of it, but I want that feedback cycle. So it's one thing that I really enjoyed about Apple is like all the products were out there in public. And so as an employee, you felt you could comment on them. One of the really interesting things about Apple is that both Steve Jobs and Tim Cook had very public email addresses. And so they got emails every day from users all around the world. And so the users held Apple to a really high standard. And so you can tell you're working in a design-driven company when you release something that the design isn't up to snuff and everybody complains. So if you think about the response to liquid glass and how disappointed so many of us were, like that, we weren't disappointed. We were legitimately disappointed, and it's because we hold Apple to a really high design standard, and they failed to meet it. And I think you kind of have to ask, how many other companies would you really be that disappointed in if they released something that didn't make sense visually? So from Apple, I took away all that stuff about what it means to work in a design-driven company. And then the second piece I would call people's attention to is when I first left Apple and went to Pinterest, I left with this idea that if you got the right people and enveloped them in the right process, you would get the right product. And so to me, it started with you hire the right people. And I felt like Apple had hired the right people, and then they sort of made them into Apple people. But then after I left Pinterest, and I'd made a bunch of hiring mistakes at Pinterest, and so I was reflecting on what had happened. And I'm very into the Apollo program and kind of studying the Apollo stuff. And I started paying attention to how they hired all the people to work in mission control. And what I realized is that they set the culture of mission control, and then they hired people that were attracted to that culture. And so like they designed the culture to start with. That attracted a certain type of person. And then, then those people operated within the culture. So when I went to ThoughtSpot, I realized, if you set the right process, you will get the right people, and then they will produce the right product. And I realized that Apple is a culture that attracts a certain mindset. And then again, at ThoughtSpot, I spent a lot more time trying to design the culture. And then once you kind of have the cultural practices down, it kind of seeps into like your hiring process and how you talk about the company and how the group works. And you end up filtering out a lot of people that just don't want to work in that culture. And then you also attract a lot of people that do want to work in that culture.
Yeah.
And so the other takeaway I had from Apple was that you got to design the culture first. And I think that's what Steve Jobs in particular was really gifted at. And I don't know if he did it consciously and that purposely. I haven't heard anything where he talked about that, but in retrospect, I think that's what he was really, really gifted at.
Yeah, you were telling us about designing the culture. That's probably like easier if it comes from founder level authority in a way, because the founder is there, he comes in with a mindset, he tries to build the company around an idea. It's a very different in the scenario, for example, where you came in to ThoughtSpot, where it seems to me that the culture was not design-led, but you try to also design the culture to attract the right people. How can a company become design-led with no founder-level like push? If that's even possible.
So you might be surprised. ThoughtSpot's a really interesting use case because the founder is a gentleman named Ajit Singh, and Ajit had previously founded another company called Nutanix that had also gone public, or that had gone public. And Ajit grew up in rural India. He studied chemical engineering. He is not the guy that you would think would be oriented towards design. But when I interviewed with him and spoke with him, it turned out that as a young man, he'd come to the United States. He'd worked for a company called Honeywell. And during his time at Honeywell in his early 20s, they had done an engagement with IDEO. They'd actually done a couple of engagements with IDEO. And so he was able to see up close the power of design from IDEO. And it had a big impact on him. And even though he wasn't a designer himself, it transformed how he thought about design and the importance and role of design. So it's true that he brought me into ThoughtSpot and he hadn't designed the culture, but as the founder, he had, he was on the sunny side of the street. Like he could see in full Technicolor, right? Like he had the design thing going. And so I felt like there was a really nice space for me to be able to bring a design culture. And that's why I took that job. It wasn't about transforming the product. It was like I was very conscious going to that job that I was trying to transform the culture of the company and get designs into every nook and cranny of the company that I could. So when I talk to designers that are interviewing and stuff, I always tell them I do not have any examples of a company that grafted on design after they were founded. If the founders don't at the beginning believe in design, and it's not that they have to be designers themselves, but they have to believe in the power of design, then you're good. But if it wasn't in the company at the beginning, I've never seen somebody add that later. But you'd be surprised the number of companies that have that, especially younger companies, like people from your, not your generation, but people that came of age in tech kind of after the iPhone. They are naturally oriented towards design in a very different way from people that came of age during like desktop stuff. So, but you'd be surprised, like some of the more modern enterprise companies, like they can have a real strong design bent. Linear's a prime example, but there's many, many other smaller companies. But is like a company like Salesforce ever going to become design driven? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Microsoft, nah. It's like I just haven't seen anybody grafted on after the fact.
I love that Microsoft comment coming from an Apple guy. Design, care, I think those two words kind of relate, right? Is design a way for people who build the software to tell users that they care? And if so, can companies be extremely successful while being careless?
Well, just to go back to your Microsoft comment for a minute, look, I have many friends that work at all these companies, and I admire all these companies. They all have different roles in the world. To me, they're each an expression of a different type of philosophy, and a different type of philosophy about the things that we make and our responsibility to the people on. The way I describe it, the people on the other side of the glass, right? Like as a software designer, wherever I've been, I felt enormous responsibility to the people on the other side of the glass. And some of that is because I do spend time noticing people using software. And I watched the guy in Apple Retail. There was one of the specialists, one of the sales guys in Apple Retail, and he had early onset Parkinson's. And so when he was using the handheld point of sale system, his finger would be vibrating a little bit. And the system had been designed so that the buttons were really small and they were all over the screen. And this man, like, he struggled, man. Like, he really struggled. And it was just unfair. And it troubled me at a pretty deep moral level. And so when I had the opportunity to redesign that system, I had him in mind the whole time. And I created a redesign where there was 4 main tap targets on every screen. And they were at each corner of the screen, and they were pretty big. Like, arguably, if you got really familiar with each screen, you could have navigated the thing without looking at the screen. And I had him in mind as a way to benefit him, but that would have benefited every specialist working in the stores, because it would have dramatically reduced their cognitive load and been able to allow them to focus much more of their energy on their customer, which is the thing that was most important. So when I think about some of these other companies, I'm just troubled because I don't think they take seriously their responsibility to the audience. And that's an easy thing to do in tech because you never see the audience. And that's what's so bizarre, is that we work on products that are used by, everybody in your audience, I'm sure, has worked on products that are used by at least thousands of people, probably hundreds of thousands. A few people have worked on stuff that's been used by millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. It's inconceivable what's actually happening because you're sitting at your desk cranking through in Figma or something, and it's very hard, almost impossible to intellectually understand that the thing you're creating is going to be used by, let's say, tens of millions of people, hundreds of times, right? Like, that's just an incredible impact on people's lives. Yeah. And do you take that seriously? Does your PM team take that seriously? Does your engineering team take that seriously? Are they going to put in the extra effort knowing the impact they're going to have on the people on the other side of the glass. And then conversely, sadly, the people on the other side of the glass have no idea who we are. So it's also this bizarre medium because the people using the stuff have no idea how it comes about, has no idea who works on it. They have no one to blame. They have no one to celebrate. It's such a bizarre, anonymous medium. And yet, again, we're using it all the time. I mean, look at the product we're using right now. We're in Google Meet. Could you name anybody that worked on this stuff? Like, I don't know anybody on the Google Meet team. I mean, I know all the people on the Apple team, and I personally get to yell at them when something doesn't make sense. You know, and I can tell you, it's a huge relief to have somebody that you know worked on it, and you can yell at them by name when you're trying to navigate something in Apple TV. Like, it's really nice to be able to call out somebody by name. It feels like there's a human on the other side.
Very different from going to a store like a bakery, and if the bread is,
yeah, I mean, there's something about having some human accountable on the other side. And again, if you think about that vulnerability of people having to use these systems, I mean, think about a driver in Uber, right? And like something doesn't work in the app, doesn't make sense, that like they're having trouble with it. Like, they're kind of just victimized by the whole thing, and they don't even have the emotional release of being able to complain about somebody, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's, so when I think about Microsoft and Google and some of these other companies, or Salesforce, look, these are all tremendous businesses, right? So I think we can differentiate between a company that makes a great product and a company that has a great business. And those are both legitimate ways to move through the world. One of them is more capitalistic than the other way. The analogy I like to use, if anybody there's ever been to San Francisco, even if you haven't, there's a place in San Francisco where you can go out, kind of Fisherman's Wharf type area, and if you look to your right, you'll see the Bay Bridge, and if you look to your left, you'll see the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yep.
Both those bridges were built around 1930 or so. They both move tons of traffic. They're both incredible structures as bridges. But one of them lifts your soul every time you drive across it or look at it. And we all know which one it is, because all you have to do is go on Instagram and look for pictures of bridges, and I can assure you, you're going to see 100 times more pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge than you are the Bay Bridge. What's the difference? Design. That's the difference, 100%. That's the difference between those two bridges, is somebody thought about it from a design perspective. Didn't cost more money, didn't take more time. It was just somebody decided to care and make something special. And that's the role that we get to play as designers, and I continue to be hopeful that as time moves on, more and more people working in tech are realizing the opportunity to make something special. And maybe a few people are also realizing, again, kind of the obligation and sort of the moral value of making something special and meaningful for the billions of people on the other side of the glass.
I will actually double click on that idea. You have just shared that there's kind of a responsibility attached to the role of the designer. Earlier today, we had a bunch of conversations around org model, roles, the product teams of tomorrow, where we discussed how AI is changing the industry, but also changing what a designer looks like inside an organization, what kind of tasks they do. Someone, or at least a couple people, told that designers, their tasks definitely change. They are now more like enablers of other teams via like design systems and things like that. Okay, this is all like tactical stuff, very cold operational stuff. But in this new world where effectively like a PM or an engineer can go out and design or help to fill like an interface, what do you think designers are uniquely responsible or like uniquely capable of within companies?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I would encourage you to think about is, instead of thinking about designers, product managers, and engineers, I would think about mindsets, right? Because when we talk about roles, I think people get their identity too wrapped up in it, and then they start to become protective of past activities or whatnot. So if you think like, oh, I'm a designer, that's my job, like you have a role in the assembly line and somebody's taking your wrench or something. And I think that's not a productive approach to things. There is a designer mindset that is different from a product manager mindset, that is different from an engineering mindset. And some people can pretty fluidly move between those different mindsets, but they are distinct. You know, if we think about in music, a drummer mindset is different from a bassist mindset, is different from a pianist mindset. It's not that somebody can't play all those instruments, but you think differently and you move differently depending on which one you're playing, right? So I think of it in terms of the designer mindset. And what is the designer mindset? Well, the designer mindset is there to represent the user and to think about the impact of the product. Like that is what that function is about. And so if we pull away the job titles, what we really have is one mindset that's focused on the audience, the audience, the user, however you want to describe it. We have another one that's focused on the business, and we have another one that's focused on the technology or the machine. And all three of those systems have unique demands and needs, and the best product solutions balance all three of them in really elegant, productive ways. Apple is a fantastic business, and it's incredible technology, but it also cares about the people on the other side of the glass. It accounts for the user in a different way. And so you could create a map of all these different companies and how they emphasize those different mindsets. And then you could ask, like, well, which one's like the most balanced, right? And that would be a way to kind of get into it philosophically. So I think designers, I believe, uniquely represent kind of the emotional needs and the reaction of the audience. I think that's what they're most attuned to. I think that's why designers, at least in my time in many different design crowds, tend to be a much higher EQ group. We tend to be a more emotional group. You go to a design conference, there's a lot of hugs. There's a real, if you go to Config, there's a real kind of gathering of the tribes kind of sense to that. There's and I'm sure it's the same thing there in the room, is like the sense of community is so intense. And when I have friends that are
I can tell you that down the hall when I went for a coffee break, I saw two groups, one designers, the other one engineers. I know both because I work with both groups. And the designers were all coming into this event, hey, and hugging themselves, kisses all around. Engineers were like, hey, what's up?
Yeah. And I'm not all these things are great ways to be. It's not about any one of them dominating. I think of this stuff like a marriage, the role in marriage, nobody wants to be the dominant partner. There's a yin and yang balance to the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And so for me, in balancing two people is tough. Balancing three is really hard. But when it's working really well, the balance between the designer mindset, the product mindset, and the engineering mindset is a beautiful thing. And I'm particularly concerned and disheartened at everybody starting to think they can just take over the deliverables of the other mindset. Somehow the Beatles would have been better if Paul McCartney was a solo artist. I don't think that's how it works. So there's something magical about the trio, and we have to embrace the trio. And people need to stop. I think there's a lot of frustration with the creative friction, but the creative friction is where all the magic happens. And so I hope people realize that and kind of are able to lean into it and realize that, we all go to lunch together and we're all good friends, but when we get in the room with the whiteboard, yeah, man, let's get into it. And it's cool and it's safe and there's no winning here. The only winning is we come up with something great, but it's not about individual credit or any particular person's idea being the thing that comes out on top.
Yeah. You have mentioned in a way, the vibe of the times is to trend towards the deliverables, and we are seeing tons of companies shipping more and more and more and more nowadays. I also came across a LinkedIn comment of yours. I think it was about the new Ferrari EV. Someone was kind of criticizing the new Ferrari, saying it didn't feel like a Ferrari. And I think that your comment kind of suggested that there was somehow a feeling of lacking passion. Do you feel the industry is going through a phase where we ship a lot, but there's a lack of passion in a way?
Oh yeah, totally. And look, that Ferrari, not only did it lack passion, it doesn't look like $660,000. I mean, come on. It's $660,000. it looks like $66,000. Like, you know, like it's just, so, but we'll put the Ferrari aside for a second. Yes, I think for some reason, I mean, the industry's gotten so attached to the idea of speed, right? And the industry's like super attached to things that can be measured. But the most important things in life can't be measured. Like you would never, just to go back to marriage for a second, you would never measure your marriage. Like you would never measure your like who does that? Who creates a A/B test of their friendships, you know? Like, you know, who creates a force ranking of their children? It's like the stuff in life that really matters and that's really emotionally resonant, you just can't measure that way. What you can measure is a tool, right? And you can measure how a tool performs. And so it kind of goes back to this fundamental friction I noted earlier, which, by the way, goes back to the early origins of Silicon Valley. This contrast between software as a tool and software as a medium goes back to the early 1960s. This is a long-term philosophical debate in software circles. And I just happen to come down really hard on one side of it. And so the other side, the tool-based side, just really doesn't resonate with me. And I think it's leading us into some really dark and nasty places. Another point I'd make is people need to understand the difference between a complex problem and a complicated problem. And we often use complex and complicated as synonyms, but they're not. They're two different classes of problems. So a complicated problem is a multivariate problem that ultimately has a solution, right? So engineering is a complicated problem. Accounting is a complicated problem. Finance is a complicated problem. It's got a lot of variables. You have to know a lot of stuff, but you know when it works, right? And AI is really good at seems to be really good at most complicated problems, like coding, for example. Complex problems are multivariate problems where it's about balancing all the variables, and they never actually have a final solution. So design is a complex problem. Government is a complex problem. Relationships are complex problems. And most companies are really organizations that solve complicated problems, right? They have all these variables, they kind of knock them down one at a time, they track them, they prioritize them, and they just sort of click through everything. That's not really how design works. Like design's this complex thing where the variables are all kind of in flux until the last possible moment. And if you listen to designers, they're trying to figure out how something feels, and they use a lot of hand motion, you know, well, this thing does this and that thing does that. You know, it's just a very different style. And my experience is that a lot of the friction that designers feel inside corporate environments is because they have a complex problem mindset and they're living in a complicated problem culture. And, you know, in the engineers who have spent their life solving complicated problems, like they don't really understand how complex problems work. And I eventually figured out this way to describe it to them. I was like, look, if you guys have 20 variables, you know, you solve variable 1 and then variable 2 and then variable 3, and each successive variable is constrained based on your previous decisions. But with design, if we have 20 variables, they kind of all orbit, right? And they're kind of all in flux. And so you'll hear us in one meeting decide on something, and the next meeting we'll reconsider it because 4 other things changed. And you think we're backtracking. But if you really
it's a lot more like
happened,
chaotic, yeah.
Yeah, it seems really chaotic. But it's like, you know, what you're looking for is you want items to come off the list. But instead of looking for that, ask yourself, is the vibration between the variables growing or shrinking? And what you'll notice over time is that in the design problems, the vibration between the variables gets smaller and smaller and smaller until there's kind of this moment, and I suspect everybody there has had these moments. There's a moment where there's one conversation and everybody in the room just kind of all of a sudden goes, oh my God, yes, that's it. And like everything kind of pops into place, like the puzzle finally makes sense, just boom, it happens. And for me, every design problem was like, how do we get to that magic moment when it all made sense? And so there is ways to get engineers and product people and business people and sales people to get them to understand that you're working in a different way. The example I just used with the vibration thing. Also, I sometimes talk about that design's more like jazz improv. You know, and we're all sort of playing together. And if we play the same tune long enough, even though we're improving, it'll get tighter and tighter and tighter. And you kind of have to lean into that. But we're not playing classical. You know, there's not some specific score that we're all going through, and it's just going to come out great at the end.
Bob, 2 last questions before we open for
for Q&A. We have two children. Neither of them is in tech, but they are around the same age as many of the people attending today's event. So if one of your kids were in tech today, what would you advise them to commit to?
What do you mean by commit to?
What advice would you give them nowadays with all of these changes with AI?
Well, so my son's 27, and he just recently started work as a paramedic. And so I got a lot of interesting insight into his life with my little episode the other week. And then my daughter's 25, and she's studying to go to law school to work in the criminal justice system. So they both want to basically become public servants. And I think part of that is a reaction to having grown up in Silicon Valley, frankly. If, you know, I don't know what advice I would give them because I know them too well, right? So I would give them personalized advice. My advice to the people in the audience would be, as your previous speaker said, you know, stay super curious. Like, you're living in an amazing, transformational, revolutionary time, and you have to stay fluid in your thinking, and you have to stay curious and open. And that's a very difficult mindset to maintain day in and day out. Like, you have to just constantly be humble and remind yourself that you probably don't quite know what's going on. We're running this massive experiment where we've basically invited an alien intelligence to take over and run a massive amount of the world. We don't understand that intelligence. That intelligence doesn't understand us. It could be magic. I don't know. It's something, and nobody knows. Not even the people in charge understand what's going on. Which is terrifying, but it's also kind of the reality. So I think you have to find some way, again, just to stay fluid and open. Personally, I find it very comforting to journal every day. So I have a pretty diligent journaling practice that you and I talked about a little bit. You know, just taking a little time at the end of the day. And personally, I think putting pen to paper is better than working on a keyboard. It seems more human to me, more intimate. So sitting down with a notebook and just writing thoughts from the day. Because when you start to record thoughts from the day, you do start to piece things together in a different way, and you experience time differently. So I have, you know, I buy the Moleskine daily planners. They have a date on every day. I'm just OCD enough that I can't imagine leaving a page blank. And so that's been enough to pull me through every day for the last 15 years. So I have this, you know, massive repository of what I was thinking every day. I was at Pinterest. Every day I was at Apple. Every day I was at ThoughtSpot. You know, what it's like in Silicon Valley, what I think of current events. And so when you just take a moment to write stuff down, I think it helps you make a little bit more sense of the moment. But again, I would just encourage people to realize you're living in revolutionary times. And if you grew up thinking things were going to be calm, you know, if you came of age kind of when Clinton was in office, which is before most of the people we're talking about, but even if things seemed relatively calm in the early 2000s, like, that was probably the historical aberration. Like, the kind of insanity that we're living through now, this actually might be closer to the norm. So I think you have to find some way to roll with it.
Bob, I think that we'll finish right there because you just covered my last question, and that answer was so good that I don't have anything else to add.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me remotely. Appreciate it. Thanks to the AV team, too. Thank you so much.
We'll go into QA.
Okay. Awesome.
I already see a bunch of hands coming up. We'll have a question over here, right there. I'll just turn you to the audience so you can see.
Wow, look at that.
There we go.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Oh, look at all those hands. That's magic.
Hi, Bob. So one question, it's breaking my mind in the last few months because I'm having a loop in memory lane because we have the most advanced technology right now being interacted as I interacted with my first personal computer back in 1989. So I have a black screen with an orange prompt, and that's how I interact with the system. There's gotta be a better way, man. I think that's one of the most interesting challenges when it comes to interaction in the next few years is how do we come up with new interactions for these advanced systems? Because it's not writing in the frequent text input for sure. And man, the orange blinking thing on the black screen doesn't work for me. So help me out.
Well, look, a lot of people in the design community have that same sentiment, and I would just, I'm going to push back. I know it's a little, paradoxical, but I'm going to push back a little bit. I believe all software experiences start with some real-world experience. It's what I call a conceptual model. So, like when you open up a word processor, for example, you're actually probably relating that to a typewriter, and that's how you come to understand what the software is about conceptually. Software that doesn't have a conceptual model that's rooted in the real world is actually really confusing for people. Sometimes people will figure it out and you can have a virtual conceptual model, but it's pretty hard to do. So Notion is an interesting example. Like, what actually is Notion? People figured out how to use it as a virtual idea, but it's very hard to connect Notion to something in the real world. So part of what makes the chat UI so powerful is that, it's like you're chatting with somebody. It's like you're texting with somebody. So it's just a very, very powerful conceptual model. And I know there's an instinct that a lot of designers have that there's got to be something else. And I think there's a lot of other ways that LLMs and AI will find their way into products. But I just don't think the chat thing goes away because it's such a powerful conceptual model. And honestly, if there was something that was so vastly superior, we would sort of all know what it is. It would be kind of instantly recognizable because it would be obvious. And yet here we are 3, 4, 5 years on of these chat interfaces, and you're asking a perfectly legitimate question, but I just draw your attention to the fact that nobody's been able to come up with an answer yet. So I can't tell you where it goes. I will say that I think some of the most interesting software is where people mix conceptual models. And the best example I have of this is an app called Habitica, which I think is still available on the App Store on iOS. It's also available as a website. So Habitica is a to-do manager and habit tracker. And rather than trying to gamify that so that you get points when you mark stuff off, it actually is a game. It is a role-playing game. At the beginning of the game, you select a character, like do you want to be a healer or a magician or a mage? And your character evolves as you do your things, and you get points marking stuff off. And you can buy armor, and you can go on quests and hunt all sorts of different medieval, mythical creatures. You can join on a quest with other friends, and you go battle the boss. It is fundamentally a game. So to me, what makes Habitica interesting is they've mixed two conceptual models. They've taken a traditional role-playing game and a traditional to-do manager, and they've mixed them together in an interesting way. So I think they've kind of shifted the conceptual model in a really interesting way. And I would liken this to like movies. So if you think of conceptual models as genres, what makes Star Wars, for example, interesting is Star Wars is basically a cowboy movie set in space, right? So they took a traditional genre and they twisted it a little bit. And so it might be that there's some way you could take the chat interface and just twist the model in some unexpected way and find something interesting. But I haven't seen any examples of it yet.
Awesome. More questions. I see a bunch of hands there on the top. There's one over there. Yeah, this was first, sorry.
Hey, good to see you, being in good health now. I have one question. I wrote it down, but how do you think teams building in these quote-unquote AI native teams now, with all their agents who they're talking to, can cultivate the same culture than before, when most of the pushback and the friction, the stuff they use to forge products, is now coming from tools, e.g. the AI agents and not people? I'm very interested in the angle of how this affects, because AI doesn't really challenge in an emotional level, and a human does.
Is that Artemy that was asking that question?
Yeah. Nice to see you again.
How you doing, Artemy?
I'm doing good.
Good to see you.
Yep.
So you're asking about how you integrate AI as kind of a cultural presence in a company. And look, I think this is probably the bigger problem for AI to solve. Is that right now AI is, as we all know, it's inherently sycophantic, and you have to kind of manage it in a certain way. My experience is it gets better with time, and if you're more specific with your AI, it can adapt and change its behaviors and its responses to you, but you have to take some agency as a user to shift the relationship. I had a friend who was working with a therapist, and they were frustrated because the therapist wasn't pushing back enough. And I sort of said, well, have you ever told your therapist that? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, how do you expect them to then change their behavior? You know, you kind of have to tell them. And so they told their therapist, I need you to push harder. And like the whole relationship changed really quickly. So maybe, I don't know if this is a great answer, but maybe part of it is that you have to take more responsibility for training the AI. And there is something, like when you're interacting with a technology system, users do get kind of oddly passive. You know, it's interesting, like my wife, when Maps tells her to make a turn, she makes the turn, even if she knows it's wrong. You know? Or if I miss a turn, she gets really frustrated, like, it said turn left. I'm like, it's just an algorithm, for God's sakes, that's no agency. It's just, you haven't offended anybody by not following it. Or I've been on this thing in LinkedIn the last couple of days where somebody was complaining about Apple Music versus Spotify and how much more they like the Apple Music playlists and recommendations and stuff. And my comment was sort of, there's an interesting assumption in both the original post and most of the supporting comments that the role of these music services was to take over your listening habits. And I felt a current of people sort of happily turning over their personal agency to these algorithms, and they were just a little frustrated that the algorithm wasn't performing in the way they wanted. So I mean, I guess kind of to answer your question is that if you want these AI agents to behave a certain way inside your culture, for one, you have to get pretty clear on what your culture is, and you have to define it in a conscious language-based way, which is tricky. And then you have to figure out some way to teach the AI to follow those conventions.
Awesome. One more on the top. There we go.
Hey Bob, it's Luis from Pixelmatters. Nice to talk to you again. I mean, first of all, let me just say it's always a pleasure listening to you. And actually, I'm always moved by your relationship with design. And my question goes a bit in line with that, which is, so you talked about the art of noticing and the art of kind of caring and wanting to do great stuff. But I mean, nowadays with AI, everyone's talking about, and we're always talking about speed and talking about in systems and doing things. And in the midst of all that, I mean, emotion and caring kind of gets lost. And we're always talking about what we're gaining, but not so much what we may be losing. So my question to you is around that. So looking into the future, and probably you don't have the answer, like the exact answer to this, but looking into the future, what do you feel designers need to be attentive to that they may be losing, that we have nowadays, but we may not have once everything takes over in a way?
Well, good to see you again, Luis. So, although you're very small on my screen.
He's also small in real life.
Yeah.
He's also small in real life.
Look, I think designers, we just need to find a stronger voice. You know, I have the privilege of getting to do talks like this, and my goal in all these things is to inspire and encourage people to go fight harder, right? Like, fight like you really care, and get your ass in the room. Like, you're not going to get invited to the table. You're going to have to kind of jam your way in there, and you're not going to get in there by playing the same game that everybody else plays. If you think that a spreadsheet is your way to get a seat at the table, I have sad news for you. Your way to get a seat at the table is to have better ideas than anybody else, and all of you are gifted visual communicators. You're gifted verbal communicators. That's why you're designers. It is a communication profession. And so you kind of already have a leg up on most of the people in the company because you can communicate your ideas better. And you have to find some way to just stop taking orders from people. And I was able to do this at ThoughtSpot, and it is a position of privilege. But I can tell you, once you stop worrying about getting fired and you just fight for what you think is right, it's incredibly empowering for you, and it's actually what the company wants you to do. Like, you'll start being seen as a more senior person if you fight harder. And I think designers kind of come to most situations in a service mentality. It's kind of core to the agency approach often, like the client's right and we're kind of here to serve. But certainly if you're working inside a company, you have to shed that mindset and just sort of fight your way into the arena. And again, just, if you come with better ideas, like, I've never seen a better idea not get built. And so when I see designers frustrated that their ideas aren't getting through, oftentimes they're just not that great of an idea. And nobody's going to invite you to come up with a great idea. Like, great ideas come up when you're in the shower, when you're walking the dog, on the weekend, when you're playing with your kids. Like, are you actively thinking of how can I contribute and make a difference? So I would, companies move at speed when they can't think of anything else to do. Because, just going faster feels like you're getting to a destination quicker, but if you don't have the destination, it doesn't really matter. So, but speed's just a natural thing because you feel like you're beating the competitors, but you're not. Like, I don't think the speed thing is helping anybody. So I don't know if that's a great answer. I would just encourage you to focus on the thing that got you all here in the first place, which is to make something that you're really, truly proud of, and to fight for the space and time to be able to do that. I believe in my heart that everybody in this room is a maker. And I know from my own experience that the main thing makers want is to create something and take it home to their parents at the end of the day and hold it up and say, look what I made at school today with my friends. Like, that's the emotion that drives all of you. And I have every reason to believe that if you will embrace that emotion and act true to it, you will create something great, and that will have amazing downstream effects for your company and your business. So I see business results as a consequence of doing things that you're proud of, not the other way around.
Thank you.
So good. Any other question? Yes, there's one more over there, and after this one, we'll only have time for one more, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Bob. My name is João. I'm an experienced designer from Hexagon, and I have a question for you, and it's kind of, I don't know, I kind of just want to get your take on, in this era of like AI and everything being generated, and like more and more the places that we grew up in, like Twitter and Reddit and whatever, I feel like it's just like we're kind of already living in that internet theory. And I think that my generation and younger, like my little cousin, they just deleted Instagram, they deleted Spotify, but they do have Letterboxd, they love films, they love movies, and we just bought like the 5th gen iPods, which we changed the batteries, we installed SSDs on that, and I don't know, I just kind of want to get your take on what do you think that, how we are moving forward. I think that we have been afraid of AI and how we are getting afraid of like getting replaced, but I think that companies are going to start to have to fight for our attention instead. So how do you see this moving forward? Because I feel like we're just feeling and getting the need to more and more be offline and doing things slowly. And yeah, how are we moving forward?
Yeah, well, I think what you're highlighting is that there's a very deep human need for authenticity. And the authenticity comes from interactions with other human beings. It doesn't come from interactions with machine. And I've come to believe that what humans mostly crave is some opportunity to get outside our own skulls, just to escape our own brains for a moment and to interact with nature or with another human and feel for a moment that there's like, that we have some sort of shared reality, that like what's happening in my head is representative of the bigger world. And so when I read a novel, I'm thinking a lot about the author, and I'm very, cognizant of them on the other side of the page, so to speak. When I play, I play chess, and I don't really play with bots, which would be way more efficient. I actually prefer to play with people, just because I feel like there's somebody on the other side, and when they make a mistake, I sense that there's somebody on the other side that's sort of, shaking their head. Or when I make a mistake, I sense there's somebody on the other side laughing at me, which is kind of fun as well. But I never have that experience when I'm interacting with a bot. So I think younger generations are sort of figuring this out because they're co-evolving alongside all this technology. Certainly for me, but for most of you as well, like AI is essentially an invasive species. Like you haven't really evolved the cultural norms alongside it. Whereas some, people that are in elementary school now, like they're co-evolving alongside social media and alongside AI, and it's not surprising they're sort of opting out. So paradoxically, I worry less about the younger generations than I do about the older generations. I mean, the people that have gone bonkers with technology is the baby boomers. like those guys have no freaking clue how to use social media or what it all means. You know, most of you probably have a much healthier relationship with social media than somebody in their 60s or 70s. And then to your other point, I think people, again, they're seeking technology they can understand. And so you see a return to film-based cameras, to vinyl records, you know, I don't know, I drive a Cooper Mini with with an internal combustion engine and a standard transmission because I love the experience of shifting a car. And I like feeling the machine. You know, I feel like it's something I can kind of understand. I can open the hood and I can't work on it, but I can kind of understand what's happening. Whereas when I think about like a really high-tech electric car, it's just, I don't know, it's so freaking abstract, I can't really get into it. Where we're headed, I think businesses will try to push us into more and more of a virtual and more of a synthetic reality. But I think there's going to be a very strong cultural and human impulse in the other direction. To your first point about like how we're kind of innately afraid of AI, Henry Modestad, who runs design at Perplexity, has this great observation that the conceptual model for AI that we've all digested culturally comes from sci-fi movies. And in all sci-fi movies, AI is this really negative, evil, destructive force. You know, if you think about HAL in 2001, if you think about The Terminator, you know, you just go through these different movies, like they're just all super dystopian futures of technology with the possible exception of Star Trek, which they only talked to the computer a little bit in Star Trek. The Star Trek computer didn't really have a lot of presence. So I think we're, you know, I just hope people kind of gut check their response to AI, because I think a lot of it's just been sort of culturally biased from movies that may or may not be what AI actually ends up doing.
Well,
but I mean, sorry, the last thing I'd say is like, look, it is important, and all of you have to take agency to go outside and touch grass and go hang out in nature and write a physical journal and read real books, you know, and like if you just sit around and passively eat the stuff that the tech companies are feeding you, you're going to have a very synthetic, very artificial, very unsatisfying life. And it's not going to end up well for you mentally or emotionally. So, you know, more than at any other time in history, perhaps you have to express more agency in your own life and do things, do inconvenient things that are important to nourish your soul.
Soul.
Thank you.
What a great word. One last question. If any... No? No more questions? There we go. Bob, I think it's time for us to say goodbye.
Okay.
And man, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. Thanks everybody for the support. Yeah, it's a real pleasure. Thank you.
Have a nice one, man. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks everybody. See you guys.
Okay. Look at this chicken skin. Oof. What follows? Coffee break and go touch some grass.
everyone. I know. 5:30, the day is already long, lots of information to digest. We just heard the great Bob Baxley, but yeah, there is still one more roundtable to go, and I promise it will still be good. So stay with us. In other words, stay awake, please. To close the day, we chose a roundtable titled "Craft is Dead, Long Live the Craft." We will touch on slightly different subjects to the ones we already discussed here today. And with me on stage will be Eduardo Bouças, distinguished engineer and advisor to the CTO at Netlify, as a blog titled Build Times, where he shares his love for the craft, right? Roberto Machado, co-founder and CEO of Subvisual, having started and operated multiple successful ventures over the years. And João Camarate, serial entrepreneur, currently building Diffract with an army of AI agents as his co-founders. Please join me, welcome them on stage. So when preparing the agenda, we were trying to figure out how in each of these roundtables we can cover different subjects that kind of enrich your experience and help you to leave the room today inspired and feeling that some of your preconceptions have been discussed, or simply here talking about subjects that you don't normally read about on Twitter or LinkedIn or in other conferences. And one of the subjects that we will talk here today, and the one that I suggest we start with, is precisely that. Bob Baxley finished his talk with almost an incentive for you all to touch some grass, and the challenges that all this revolution that is going on plays into our mental sanity. And AI is forcing us and every world to change. We are figuring things out as we go. That word has been repeated many times here today. We are in uncharted territory. And so that leads me to the question, is AI killing the maker's joy? Roberto, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can go. Touching grass is really important. I have been working in crypto for a lot of years, so touching grass is really important to survive in that space. Yeah, I think we first need to talk about what is the craft. Right? What is the craft? The first thing that I want to say is that the craft is not a job. We do something that we love, and that can be our craft. It's something that we repeat, and it's only a job if someone pays us to do that. And part of it, sometimes we talk about this thing, the craft, as something that is painful. You have to repeat a lot of times. You kind of have to go through hurdles to be a craftsman. So if AI is killing the joy, I don't think so. I actually think that AI is removing a lot of the boring stuff of doing the craft, which allows us to have more time to do the joyful part of the craft. I really hope that stays the way, that we can evolve as craftsmen and to apply judgment and taste and a lot of things that people already discuss across this day. To keep being a craftsman in this area, in this industry, a designer, a manager, or a product manager, or an engineer, as something that we take a lot of joy and that allows us to produce a lot of good shit.
Eduardo, you agree?
Kind of, although I think I have a slightly different perspective here because unlike my fellow panel members, I'm not a founder. I'm an engineer. I've always been a developer, and it actually, I fell in love with the craft long before it became a job, and that craft for me involved mastering this wizardry and this magic that is getting the computer to do something that kind of lives in your imagination, and then you somehow go through this, wizardry, and then on the other side comes, the result of the idea that you had. And this has been a huge part of my identity since I remember being myself. And I think if, the developers in this room have probably been in situations where you spent hours chatting with, your fellow colleagues around, spaces versus tabs, or do you use React or do you use something else? And what is the best way to structure this piece of code? And if you ask me, is that the most important part of this industry? No. What matters is what you ultimately put in front of people. But I do think that there's a joy and a sense of identity in kind of mastering those things and loving, the journey as much as you love kind of the destination. And I think
you feel that AI removes the joy of the journey? I'm just trying to...
There's parts of this identity that I think will go away or have gone away. To give you an example, when starting a new project, when I need to solve a task, I think it's been 6 to 8 months since I started to solve a task by opening up a blank text editor and writing some code. And I don't think I had spent that much time without writing code since I was 16 or something like that. And this is a big shift, this, changed the way that I kind of saw myself in a way, because all of a sudden I'm like, okay, Claude can build this thing in minutes and it would take me a lot longer to build something equivalent. Does that make me, useless? Am I no longer relevant in this industry? And obviously I don't think that is the case. And the fact is that I'm kind of ambivalent, because there's one part of that joy that I think went away for me. At the same time, there's a whole other universe of things that were unlocked. And now I'm able to do things and build and turn ideas into life that I was just was not able to do a year and a half ago, just because you have a finite amount of time. So I agree with Roberto, but I'm always in these two minds of the person who learned to kind of love the inner workings and kind of the machinery that goes into being a developer, while at the same time kind of the outcome-driven person who suddenly got a jetpack, and that part is really good.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you my personal experience here, because I've been building with AI for 2 years now, but I've been building products for close to 25 years now. The way I've always seen myself as building product is, my craft is to build products. I don't really care most of the times how we get it there. I don't have a preferred stack or a preferred database or whatever. A lot of people tend to be attached to choices they make, throughout their careers, around the stack they use or whatever. The way I see it is, the craft is to build great product experiences that serve a goal, serve a purpose. It might be a financial goal or not, but in the end of the day, it's about building product. And with AI, my first reaction was this is dumb. I'm pressing yes all day long, and I don't want to review this code. I don't want to look at it and all of that. So this is filling me. I think I was feeling empty inside just doing code with AI all day long. What I wasn't realizing was that AI made possible a new type of product. And that's what the joy that got back to me when I started building seriously with AI a couple of months ago was the fact that I understood that now I'm building a product that dances with the user. Okay, so if you think about traditional software, it's deterministic at its core, right? You might implement a lot of workflows, you might cover a lot of corner cases, a lot of edges, whatever, but in the end of the day, the software developer, the product manager, and the designer, they all know that there's a certain number of paths that are known in the product to reach a goal, and everything else is a bug, right? And with AI, the way I'm building product today is that the product adapts to the user need in real time, because that's the power of generative AI. And so, like, it's frequent now in my day that I get astonished by what the software is doing that I didn't think about it, just by allowing the AI to be the core engine for the product, right? And it's hard to describe it in any other way, because I don't think we've seen a lot of products act this way, but I think it's going to become really popular soon. And I feel like, especially creative minds will get very excited, because it's a new type of magic, I would say.
So the answer is yes, unless you love joy through pain, which we also have a name for that, right?
What's that?
Joy from pain.
Right.
ESTM stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. It's getting interesting.
They went to college together, just so you guys know. We learned that in the prep call for the conference. Right? And you didn't see each other for what, 15 years or 10 years?
Yeah, we talk online once in a while, but together
we reunited you guys.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You said something, João Camarate, man, it's hard for me to call you João. You said something in the lines of, like, I was feeling empty just by reviewing the stuff that AI was producing. That is an interesting subject that I would guess some members that are in the audience may be feeling. How have you overcome that sentiment of I proposed myself to do, not to just review? And also, this is like a follow-up question, or if you want to answer all together, how do you manage the cognitive load that is needed to review everything? Because those agents, your army of agents, they go much faster than you can go as a human being.
I think that's a very important topic, because this discussion is happening in WhatsApp groups and Discord groups across people that are really on the edge of adoption. And the number one topic I see being discussed right now is cognitive load. It's 2 p.m. and I'm burned out, right? It's not even about are you working more hours or no. It kind of that depends on the person, but it's just the fact that even working the same amount of hours is just exhausting, right? And the conclusion I got personally is that there's a number of things that you used to do before that if you try to do now, you're going to burn out. And one of them is looking at the code, okay? So, you do not look at the code. That's a primitive for me now, is you do not look at the code, okay? And the reason for that is if you go and look at the code, you're going to be very anxious. But the computer doesn't care, okay? So that's the thing. It's like
So that's like avoiding the problem?
It's not avoiding the problem. It's getting to the root of the problem, which is you're dealing with technology that is a lot more advanced than what you had before, and so the output is a lot faster, and you cannot keep up. That's it, right? So you accept the trade-off. That's the trade-off. The trade-off is trust, right? I've been a founder all my life. I've ran hundreds of developers in my companies, and I was not reviewing code. I was accepting and I was trusting that my team knew, right? And so that trust primitive exists. But it starts with you. You either trust people, or you trust technology, or you don't. That's it, right? And the way you get to trust is you work with it long enough, months, until you get to a point where it's like, it's pointless for me to reviewing because the output is always correct, okay? So that's how you build trust. It's not, okay, Anthropic says this is good, I'll trust them. No, it's like, do the work until you get to the point where you trust the work, right? And that's how you bring up a junior member of your team. It's like, you review the work until you trust their work, and then, it just happens. But the fact that, people are kind of burning out is true, and the underlying reason is we're not supposed to keep up with that speed and that context switching and all of the time and all of that. And if you go down that route, you're not going to be successful. It's going to be very hard for you.
Before you answer, quick survey, like, can you raise your hand if you feel like somehow anxious about the state of the industry, your job, and all these things that are happening? Okay, we have probably half of the room.
Yeah.
And the other half are lying.
Half of them are honest.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think that's a really interesting take. I have a slightly different experience, like specifically your point about like not looking at the code. And just going back to your question about like how do I feel as a reviewer of the, of the output that is generated, and kind of as a counterpoint to what I was saying earlier about like losing some of the joy, because in fact when I'm using these tools to generate the code, even though I'm not actually, doing the keystrokes, I don't feel that I lose control over what's happening, and this is like I think that I'm able to leverage the experience that I've gained over throughout my career to understand what is being generated and to guide the agent into building the thing that I want, because there's always a million different ways of building something, and I think my opinion on what is the right way to structure this and what is the right architecture for this still matters, and the agent is excellent at following a task, but I still have context and experience about what it is to build software in my specific domain that I don't think the agent has. And so I on the one hand, I don't feel that I can just fully trust the agent and not even look at the code. Maybe that works for others, not for me personally. I'm also not, I also don't think that it is a good idea to kind of keep fighting the agent and like it produces something and I'm going to go and kind of rename things or like structure it in a different way, because that kind of defeats the purpose. There definitely needs to be a level of trust in like either you're driving or I'm driving. If we're both driving, we're just going to crash. But I do still feel that even though I'm not authoring the thing, I'm still able to have a conversation and guide the agent in a way that I feel that the output is still mine. I'm still responsible for this thing. It's just that I'm not actually writing the words. And from that perspective, the process of reviewing for me feels more like co-authoring an output that I'm going to then present to the to the wider team, which for me works quite well.
Yeah, I think your question had two parts. Like one is the anxiety and the lack of control and the number of decisions that you have to make while you are doing the work. I think you touched that point super well. The other part is like the doomerism, the fear of losing your job and all of that. I think both are very concerning stuff, and people should, I think different people are going to manage it differently. Clearly, your answers define the way that the two of you are. You are different people, and you react to it differently. And I think in all this room, probably you have like dozens of different ways to handle this stress, this anxiety of doing the work, and how you process the work, the context switching. I'm seeing it in our company, like the capacity to work multiple projects in the same day is becoming something that we can do, which is something that we always avoid in the past. But people simply can do more stuff. So either you just work 2 hours and you go touching grass and having a few drinks, or you end up, if you love the craft, you end up doing more stuff, making more decisions, talking with more digital friends, which are your agents, and that takes a toll on you. On the other part, I think a lot of it comes from the doomerism that we see online. Other part, I'm seeing also a little bit of lack of good leadership in the companies. I think when you start stressing out people, saying that you need to work a lot more, you need to produce a lot more, you need to What matters is the output. We need to do more, and we are like in this race
toxic.
To the infinite, which sounds like cool because the market is tough. We need to do a lot of stuff, but you are actually introducing a lot of anxiety in your team. And I think as a company, and Bob was talking with Bruno a lot about culture. I think it's a time to reflect on the company's culture, on how we see our job, how we treat our people, and there is a mental load that we actually need to discuss internally in our companies, and also the tranquility of discussing internally this news and headlines that we see out there. Be open about it and remove uncertainty from people's lives.
Yeah. Just three quick points I was sharing with you guys prior for us getting on stage. Recently, a friend told me that his therapist shared that in the last year or year and a half, many patients that arrived into his office are tech people that are just burned out. Also, over the last couple of weeks, I spoke with someone that told me that they were like sleeping 3 hours a day straight due to all the changes in the company. And also Lenny, the guy from Lenny Newsletter, I don't know how to say his last name. It's Leshinsky or something. He tweeted something in the likes of like, all my friends in tech, they are working more hours after AI, came along and not less. Do you guys look at that as something like inevitable? It's like it's just the state of where we are. It's like wartime, and it's just what it is. It is like more a cultural thing, like you have a toxic environment, bad organization, everyone is running around like freaking chickens without head. Why do you think that happens? I hear some stuff from the others. Someone here may be feeling this thing, which is great. or not so great.
I can give you my personal take. I did an experience a couple of months ago, which is, I think I posted about it. I've built my AI co-founder, Tony Stark.
You could have shared it. I could add him into the intro.
No, it was a really fun project because I set up a workflow, let's say a pipeline where you could run an easy task end to end, and then I thought to myself, well, I could just build an AI that now is managing the workflow, right? And I did, and it worked out really well. But the problem was that the guy was pinging me 24/7. He was like, "Boss, this is done. What now?" And I got back to him, and we shipped a lot of stuff. But I was like, my wife was killing me already. And I was like supermarket, and I'm typing, and he's doing tasks, and so I fired Tony. Because
he was working too much.
He was working me too much.
It was toxic.
And it's even a level up of abstraction, which was I delegated, because in the end of the day, it goes back to that core. What are you doing? I think the framing that now we're reviewers, it's totally off point. It's like we're creative people that have a goal and want to put something out in the world, and the process in between has always changed, and now it changed again. That's it. But the thing is that if that process speeds up, it's consuming your capability of creativity, right? So much faster that you drain out. At first, it's adrenaline rush because you feel like, oh, I'm going to do this in a month at this speed. But then it just burns you out. And it has nothing to do with doing the actual job. It's just the fact that your creativity needs to be replenished frequently. And if you have that kind of speed and you kind of don't put a stop to it, then that becomes the problem.
Yeah. I think you can learn a lot from athletes and how they perform super well. And if you are running a marathon, you don't practice by running the marathon multiple times. You do a bunch of different stuff, and you pause, and you relax. So I think we now can do a lot of great stuff with AI. I'm super happy because I removed a lot of boring stuff that I had to do in my life because of AI. and I just have more time to do stuff that I enjoy, which in my case involves talking with a lot of people. Not all of them are interesting, but most of them are. And I love that, but I do see that in a lot of jobs and crafts that we are discussing here, it requires a certain adaptation to the way that you work. And I think we all need to learn that, and we are going through a transformational phase, and people will need to learn and adapt how they are doing their job.
Yeah.
I think,
yep.
so,
Yep.
well, just one quick note. I think a lot of this stress and potentially borderline burnout comes from us. First of all, I think there's some kind of addictive part in just one more prompt. Like you get a lot from, I just spent like 30 seconds doing this prompt and this whole new thing will come up, and that's very addictive, right? I also think that we lie to ourselves in saying that, oh, I can totally have these like 4 or 5 Claude Code sessions cooking up, and I'm going to be able to context switch between them like that. For me, that doesn't work. Like there's a clear ceiling of like the number of things that I can be doing at the same time, and if you try to go down that path, I think it will definitely stress you out. And I also see this, sense of anxiety and stress that comes from people feeling the need to always stay on top of the very latest thing, like the new model and the new integration and the new skill that someone posted.
FOMO.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's great that people are curious and are interested in learning how other people are leveraging these tools. But I think people should kind of give themselves some grace and some space to let me figure out, let me absorb what's happening, but let me take the time to figure out what works for me and what makes me happier and more productive versus more anxious and more stressed. And I think, maybe that kind of goes back to touching some grass. It's like figuring out what works for me before I go and try to chase everything.
If that's like the headline of the event, I think we will all be happy with it.
Yeah.
Just a couple more questions before a final one for the three of you. One question more for the two of you and the other for Roberto. Because Camarate, I'm not sure I'm convinced with your answer to how to avoid the cognitive load just not by reviewing the code. But the thing is, if nobody reviews what's being created, which is basically more or less what you described, who will have the context of the product in years from now? Just the AI, right?
So that's a really good question, because I've ran a number of exercises with consulting for some companies, and that's the basic premise, which is we know our code and no one else does, and so that's not going to work. The fact is that if you successfully deploy, and by successfully it's you have a minimum setup of a model, right? It's not, a lot of people are using these models out of the shelf and then complaining they don't work. Yeah, they don't work out of the shelf. You have to spend some time to understand the primitives and set them up. But once you do that, the model will find any number of bugs and fix them. And I trust the model a lot better to know what's happening in a code base than a developer. I'm going to be honest, because it's too much of a context. The models have surpassed us in terms of code context. Now, that's different, from knowing what the product does, right? And I think a lot of people have this feeling that the problem with AI is that it's very creative and very smart and it's going to take over. And I'm going to give you my take as well, which is working 2 years, no, it's dumb. The AI is not that smart. If you work with it every day, you end up having issues that, they're so trivial for you. And most of them are business issues, are understanding of why you're doing what you're doing, okay? And that's I can't compete code-wise. That's done. I used to do a lot of code. Now, if I do code versus AI, I'm just going to make a fool of myself. That's it. Now, from a business perspective of why we're doing what we're doing, serving our users, and the goals we're trying to achieve with this feature or this product, The AI is not that smart at that. It falls behind. And so this notion that you can delegate your product building to AI is just wrong. It's not my experience at all, and I've tried to do that multiple times. And you end up stacking deviations, and if you let it run, you're going to get to a place that the product that the AI built makes no sense. And I can't tell you exactly why that is. And to be honest, I don't care, because that's the fun part. So I'm happy not doing the code, and I'm happy just driving the product decisions and driving the vision. And that's why I feel like you have to understand the models to kind of make your decisions. Where do I add value, and where does this tool adds value, right? And I know it's a massive transformation from going to typing code to not typing code. But if we go back in time, these transformations with, with scripting languages, with frameworks, with whatever that is, like the previous generations of developers were always like, that's never going to work. Like, you have to actually do the assembly code for that to work, right? So it's just layers of abstraction. This one is just a lot more powerful. But the fact is that, 6 months ago, this wasn't true. Now it's true. Like, the code production and the code revision across the board, security, performance, architecture, whatever, you can find people that are a lot better than the AI, but it's very hard to find them. And you probably cannot make a company out of them unless you're Anthropic.
So I got it clear, like, when you are saying that it writes the code, you still need to guide the AI to write the code and make like hundreds of decisions throughout that process?
No. It's like my day is to define the high-level feature, the high-level intent for a feature or a fix or whatever that is, because the AI still produces bugs, a lot less than my previous developers.
But that's a process of reviewing what the AI is doing, right?
Well, the way I review is there's a number of stages of revision that are fully automatic. Okay, so security, performance, whatever, right? So very deterministic. Like, everything about the guidelines of how to do those things is written and it's known, right? And so it's very easy for the AI to act on that type of revision. What I review is touching the product. Okay, so I run all of the features through myself, touching them, using them as a potential user of the product, right? And does this feel right? Is this the flow I want for my product? Is this right? And a lot of the times, because the AI is synthetic, it doesn't feel right. You have to teach it or instruct it. And you say, no, this is what I'm looking for. I want the user to be amazed at this point, or I want to do. And that's like a lot of my time is spent talking to AI about feelings. Which is, but it responds to me and say, oh yeah, I get what you mean. It doesn't get what I mean, but it does what I want, right? But it's at that level of abstraction. What is curious is that I've implemented memory and self-curating memory. So memories that are important live and others get forgotten. And most of my AI for development memories is about the feelings I want for my product. Which is curious.
So you have sentiments as well. You have
yes, I
do.
As well. Yeah, and my AI as well.
I also think that it really depends on the type of products that we're talking about. I think there's maybe a category of products that maybe lends itself better to that kind of flow than others. I think, for example, in the platform engineering space, when you have to have like very complex infrastructure, I'm less convinced that you can have such a hands-off experience. I think, for example, if you look at Anthropic, right, like they have unlimited tokens, unlimited AI power, and they still have production outages, which means that like there's a very technical and complex problem that needs to be solved, and clearly an AI agent isn't sufficient to kind of solve that. So I think it does really depend.
Yeah, but it does a lot of, like, don't assume AI doesn't produce bugs, because it does produce a lot of bugs.
Sure.
And even if you put all of the guidelines in place, there's still complexities of interaction within a product that, corner cases, like, and it's very, especially if the product then becomes also dynamic. And some of the product features you get are dependent on the model's outputs, right? And so it tends to become a lot more complex. And it's us as builders that understand those complexities. AI is really, really it can't see that. It can only think synthetically in terms of pathways through the code, right? And you have to point it out, and then it goes, oh, now I see it, right?
Let me use that as a segue for one last question before the last question to Roberto. That is like, you are saying that AI is dumb, or you said that AI is dumb. And my question for you, Roberto, is like, you deal with multiple different stakeholders, clients from other companies or stakeholders from inside organizations that you are part of. Like, how to deal with expectations? Because if you open up your LinkedIn feed or your Twitter feed, it doesn't look like AI is dumb at all, right? And so your C something probably thinks that AI is at a different stage than what it actually is in practice. But if you are an IC, like a designer, an engineer, or whatever, you have to deal with those expectations on your day-to-day when someone asks you for something or defines a deadline for something, right?
It's tough. It's tough and it's not helping. It's like saying that AI does everything. It's tough, but it was always tough, like managing expectations. It just got like a 10x now in the last seven months, and like I had my fair amount of stories of people coming into the office and say, I want to build this product, can you do it in 3-4 weeks? Or I did this MVP, sometimes drawing on pages and stuff like that, and can you do it in 3-4 weeks? It's just that now people go to Claude and something like that, and they just feel like superheroes, and they did that in one day, and can you make it now can you put it live in a week? And we need to explain that AI still doesn't do all the code.
I usually call that vibe coding done by professionals.
Vibe coding is the new dumb MVP that we had for years. Like people will come with like a dumb MVP and say, this is my company now. And people do the same with an HTML generated by Claude. So it's tough. You need to manage a lot of expectations. You also need to say no to a lot of stuff. And I'm specifically talking when it's like clients or partners trying to come to us and say, can you do this very fast? Can you just be negligent on what you are doing or stuff like that? We just say no, we cannot do that. Because I think, and coming back to the topic that we are discussing here, I think the only thing that we can do as craftsmen and people that are building and in a certain craft it's like the speed is getting faster. Like we know that. The only thing that we can hold is the quality standard. Like that's the only part that we can make sure that it's not destroyed. And especially in the things that we are involved in, the way that we always build things that's a visual, that's the bar that we never like. You had that thing that you can have speed or quality or expensive. We never gave up on the quality part, and the other parts we also didn't give up a lot. That's the standard that we, as craftsmen, we can try to.
But it's like conviction-led, right?
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, and you have. Sometimes you need to throw like a candy. Like, look how fast I can do this. Yeah, you are fine, but now let's take it slow and like do this through a process that makes sense, and in the end, we'll have something that you can really use and deliver value to your clients.
Is it fair to consider that it's like we are in a stage that it's important, like to educate?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I took more or less from your words.
Yeah.
Last question for the three of you, like. Obviously, you three seem excited and curious about what's going on in the future. Why should this audience leave the room today excited about the future and not instead of worried or something? No particular order. If you feel the vibes, go. Or you?
I can start.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I think I'm a positive guy. You know me for a few years, so I always like to see things through a positive lens. But I think we are going to a transformational phase, and people really need to be ready to adapt. We should always try to learn, to adopt these tools, to be on top of things as much as we can without being overwhelmed by it. But I think it's undeniable that things will not stay the same. And there is a book that I love by John Steinbeck. It's The Wrath of Grapes. It talks a lot about the agricultural transformation that happened in the United States in the beginning of the last century, where in a quick time, a lot of farmers in the middle of the US were replaced by tractors and all the industrialization that came with it. And all the people had to move to California or to other places in the US to do other jobs, to catch almonds or oranges and all of that. And it's a painful book. Like, you see that the transformation displaced a lot of people. People suffered a lot. They had a lot of hunger, and people die and stuff like that. So the book is intense. We are digital farmers. We have been planting seeds and growing websites and platforms, so we are digital farmers. And we are going through a stage that the people that just did something very not with a lot of judgment, like repetitive tasks and stuff like that, they are going to be replaced by tractors. So my take is, be prepared for change. Keep up with the new tools. Try to learn. Try to look for stuff that really excites you. And in the end of the day, there is always craft to be done. The problem is that some crafts will not be paid for. And if you want to take economic value from your craft, you need to be on top of your game and doing something that really adds value.
I can maybe start by saying why I'm feeling excited, and then go from there. I'm personally feeling excited because I'm seeing, and especially where I work and the kind of work that I do at Netlify, I see that all of a sudden we have a whole new universe of people joining the platform and becoming builders. I remember when I joined the company over 5 years ago, we had just over, I think, 1 million developers on the platform. It took us a few years to celebrate the 5 million developers milestone, and we've more than, in the last year or so, we've more than doubled that very, very quickly. And an interesting number that I wanted to share is that over the last 90 days, 60% of the people who joined the platform have zero experience with building for the web. And that for me is really exciting because it completely changes what it means to be a builder, a developer. And I think we're going to see, I think we're going to be able to harness ideas and creativity that would otherwise be lost in the layers that, existed before, of translating what lives in your brain to then involve a designer and then a developer, and it was very expensive to bring those ideas to the world. And so for that, I'm really excited to see what, collectively, what we're going to now build and create. And then specifically for the people in this room, I think everyone here is, the skills that they've been honing will not go to waste and will not be irrelevant. All of a sudden, imagine that, everyone that is born knows how to play guitar, they can play a few chords and they can say that I can play guitar. That wouldn't, wipe off the face of the earth the greatest guitar players that kind of do that for a living and that are admired and have, that can fill up a stadium because people want to go and kind of watch what they're creating, because the creating part is what matters. And the, whether you have the technical abilities that qualify you as being a developer or not, or a designer or not, I think are much less important. And I think the people in this room have been developing those skills, and those will continue to be important. And as someone earlier was saying, everyone here is at the forefront of this whole movement. And I think, you should all look at this with excitement and you kind of feel lucky to be at the right time, at the right place at the right time, rather than, I don't know, over-indexing on kind of the more gloomy takes on AI will take our jobs away.
Love that.
Yeah, look, I don't think it comes to a surprise that we're seeing a lot of layoffs because of AI. That's the narrative, layoffs and AI-driven. And I think that's a massive failure. That's happening, but I think that's a massive failure from those companies. Because if you have a creative team that now suddenly becomes a lot more productive, and you cannot harness that, then that's a failure of imagination, right? So if your business is good, if your company is good, and now everyone suddenly is a lot more productive, the only reason why you're laying off, it's either you don't have imagination to continue to expand your business, or you're greedy and just want to take the profit. In either case, you as employee of that company, you should leave. If they're laying off because of AI, then you should leave ahead of time, because that's not the company you want to be in. You want to be in a company where creativity, when it's put on steroids, actually rewards. And in some companies, we're seeing that where salaries are rising to levels that are unimaginable. I've read or heard of software developers getting over $1 million a year in salary just because they're way more productive and they're keeping up with the trend of AI. I don't know if that's sustainable or not, but I'm just trying to make a point here, which is, let's not generalize in saying AI is going to take our jobs. I think that's bullshit. What I do think is that if I'm an owner at a company and I have, let's say, 10 software engineers, and 3 of them decide not to use AI, and suddenly their output is like 5% of the team compared to their peers, then I have a problem to manage. In any company, when you have a big gap in productivity, you have to manage that problem, right? So, keep those 2 things aside. It's just, one is the productivity issue, which might cause a layoff if you don't keep up, right?
Yep.
But the other one is just a failure of imagination. Now that we have these tools, what else can we create to have an impact? And I just want to kind of wrap it up with this notion. This happened to me personally, which was I've always kind of been an advocate of I'd rather get something out there that is good enough than to try and wait for the perfect thing to be crafted and then shipped, okay? And I think that's, personality, but what happened with AI was that because I could produce a feature a lot faster, my bar just raised a lot in my own features. I was like, okay, if a perfect feature was like, I don't know, 15 things, components, and in my previous life, I was like, if I get 5 of those, it's ready to ship, right? And right now, it's like, no, I need the 14, right? And maybe the 15, I just don't need it because it's going to add a lot of complexity, and maybe I don't want that. And so the level of quality, I don't see why the level of quality of products, it needs to go dramatically up, because now you have more time to deliver. It's a lot faster to experiment. You could run probably 6 or 7 experiments versus 2, right? And you can be a lot more demanding because you're not going to sit in a meeting where the team goes and it's like, yeah, but if we want all of that, it's going to be 6 months. And they're like, no, we don't have 6 months. We have like 3 weeks. Okay, 3 weeks, half-baked stuff, let's go, right? And so that, when you remove part of that problem, what happens is that quality goes up. That's the way I see it. I think everyone should be excited to be a part of that, because you can be a lot more demanding with yourself.
Yep. We have roughly 10 minutes for QA to wrap things up. One question there.
Hello, Fábio. My question is for João. I totally understand your point about being confident with the code that is being produced by your agents. And I feel that as well, especially in greenfield projects. In brownfield projects, the complexity doesn't only come from the code, especially when you are at enterprise level. So it comes from all the systems surrounding it. So integrations, queues, messaging systems, data lakes, analytics, stuff that runs in background, that it's not enough for me to test the application and see the behavior. So there is so many stuff happening around that I may have to make sure that it's running well, that it's hard for me to understand which mechanism I can use to achieve something, that level of confidence, okay? So do you have any suggestion or any experience around that allow me to better understand how to come closer to that?
Yeah. That's a great question. My biggest product was being used by hundreds of thousands of users across 50 countries. Deployed to the cloud, to local data centers in Africa, for example, and some even hybrid with databases on site and application in the cloud. We run through VMs and Kubernetes, and so it was a product that it's still in production and 15 years old of evolution through the cloud revolution, let's say. So, I understand those complexities, and the answer, I think, if you look at how you onboard someone to your team, right? Think about it, you just hired the junior developer. Is he going to do patching in production or even touch any of the core systems? No, right? Why not? Because he has no experience. He doesn't know the system, right? And you have to think about AI exactly like that, is when you get a model out of the shelf, like something like Claude Code, for example, it doesn't know anything about your system. And you probably need to take weeks or months training the model on your system before you can actually let it go and say, fix this, fix that, right? And what is training? Because a lot of people confuse these words. Training is basically kind of the same thing you do with other developers, which is you kind of sit down and, hey, here's documentation. Hey, here's this stuff that we did a couple of months ago and it's on fire. Hey, this is how we go about systems in production. And here's the connection to the database. And here's the connection to error tracking and whatever, right? So all of that is really important. We call that context now, right? But curating all of this and making sure that, if you have an AI that wants to be, doing DevOps, then just focus on that. Or you have an AI that wants to produce front-end code, then just focus on that. With the proper training, which is the base materials and curated over time, you're going to get to a point where the output is extremely reliable if you have the right testing suite in place, right? So always those two checks, like you have to have the proper setup, and maybe sometimes it takes months to have the proper setup with AI. Mm-hmm. And the other one is the testing. The gates need to be really strong as well, as for developers, right?
But through that moment, you actually have to do all the manual work, so we have to review that code until you achieve that level of confidence, right?
That's why I said before, like, you review code until you trust the output. It's the same thing with junior developers. You review, like, open a pull request. Someone is going to review that. You're going to review the code until you trust the code, and then it's like, you don't review anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? One question there.
Hi. I wanted to pick up on something Roberto said, but my question is for all of you. You said to keep up with these new tools, to try to keep up with these new tools. But how can we do that when they are constantly changing at an impossible speed? Like, do you have any advice? Because I have an infinite list of the tools to try.
The only advice that I can give you is treat it as a routine. You need to do as much as you can in a certain amount of time that you dedicate to that, but don't get stuck into into just trying tools and trying stuff. Also talk with other people. We can learn a lot about others' experiences, so we don't need to be trying everything. If we can learn from someone else that, I've tried that doesn't work. So one thing that, for example, we do a lot at Visual is sharing a lot of knowledge on the tools that we are experimenting, and people are sharing the routines that they have, new tools, new processes, new agents. They are always sharing this stuff and internal events that we do to try out stuff. And if 30 people are trying different things, you learn a lot from that. You don't need to be trying everything yourself. But I think the main thing is really, like, don't get, I think someone mentioned this, don't get stuck in the Twitter flywheel of everyone just doing magic stuff and a lot of wonders and just try the things that you can try keep up with it, but within the time that you dedicate to that. I think that's the basic feedback or advice I would give you.
Yeah.
Next
maybe,
question. Or do you
maybe
guys...
just to add on this, you know, most tools out there don't work, and they suck.
Can you name them just so people don't waste time?
We would be here all day long. But it's just the fact that, you know, people are building products really fast now, and you know, they put it out, and it's like, hey, I did this thing, you guys try it out, and you know, for the most part, they suck. But what's important is you get to know the primitives, right? It's like you understand what an LLM is and kind of how to set it up. What's a skill? What's an agent? What's, you know, those basic primitives, they go across all of the tools. They go across all of the LLMs. And so, you know, especially people here, a lot of designers, I'm not a designer, but I use AI a lot to come up with mock-ups for my applications. And so you have to understand the primitives of, you know, for example, you know, models are not really good at seeing. That's a big problem in the AI industry today, is they produce like graphic design, but if you start asking questions, you get to the conclusion that they cannot really see the way we see, right? And so they miss a lot of the things because they can't see. And so when you start to understand those basic primitives, it goes across all applications, and you just become a lot more confident that, you know, this can't work by itself. It needs me, but I'm a lot better if I use this, right? So, but just, I think if you focus on the primitives right now and ignore the noise of all of the new stuff coming out, you know, myself personally, I only read the updates from Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, that's it. Like, just their change log every week, I just read that and ignore everything else, because those are the guys really doing the work. Everything else is just bullshit.
Thank you.
Just one thing, I know we are over time, but just one thing. I thought you were going to ask about like having the time to test those tools, because that's another topic. Because your day-to-day doesn't, like, in the real world, there is now like 2 hours to test Shipper or the new tool that Google launched yesterday. So how do I actually test those things?
Yeah.
And I think that, in my view, at this point in time of the industry, it needs to be some like a personal investment. Like, it's almost inevitable to partially at least be that. I don't know, this isn't very nice to say, but I think it is just the reality. Sorry, I guess last question. Oh, we have, you also want to make questions. We have 2 more questions, and that's it. Yes. No, the guy with the hat was first.
André.
Yes.
Okay,
Silly question. Great. Leave it to the end.
You're next.
Just so we end in great shape.
I want to follow up on João's point about trusting AI, which is a process, not something from day one. So when I received my Tesla and they have self-driving, I was afraid of using it. First day, like, if I crash, I can die, right? And then, like, after 1 week, 2 and 3, like, I fully trust this. It goes well. I know the limitations. So my point is, I think it's a matter of people understanding day one, this is not a solution to everything. They need to understand stuff. They need to see the flow, how it works with them, the use cases. And my question to João is, how do you deal with the skeptics? Like, how do you try to explain, or you just wait at this moment to explain and say, like, hey, just try it and tell me after 1 month how it goes? How do you handle it? Because I'm handling this, like trying to convince people, like, I quit. Just use it and tell me after.
I don't try to convince anyone. I think the best way to get people to try anything is to get them excited. And like, everyone has their own speed to adoption, right? That's why we have that curve. And most of us are laggards, not early adopters. Even in, you know, the software development industry, that curve still exists, okay? And actually, you know, I'm building a tool where most of the early adopters are not what I would supposed to be, which would be software developers. Actually, you know, people like product managers, like founders that kind of feel like they have more agency within the company are the people that I'm seeing trying new stuff, right? And I don't think if you sit someone down and like, you know, this is what you need to do and you're being dumb if you don't do this. I think you just try to excite people. And so the way I do it is show stuff, because there's a lot of people out there that are just talking about stuff. So just show stuff. If you're good with it, just show, and people will probably get excited. And if they get excited, they go home and they try it, and, you know, going to fail miserably for a while, and then, you know, eventually they might adopt. But it's, in the end of the day, I think it's all about trying to get excited.
Last question, a silly one.
Okay, so we all know that AI helps us in our day-to-day life. But my question was, Bob said that even the software, like the builders, the developers of AI, don't know actually how it works. So how we should be careful in our day-to-day life using AI? Like, should we say thank you and please for doing our work? Or how do you manage that kind of fear of, it's like the unknown, but it's the known in the same way?
Do you want someone specifically to answer that?
One of them. It's
Who has the courage?
I don't say thank you. Sometimes I say
rude.
I say fuck you. You are being dumb.
Man, you will be the first. You will be the first to go.
Man,
I say thank you just in case they take over.
If it gets to that, I really don't care. I can be the first one. I don't see the rest. I don't want to see the rest.
Yeah.
So, no, I think your point. It's like I think João is in a level at a certain tasks that he trusts a lot the tools, and that's awesome. I also trust it for a lot of stuff, and I have people in my company that trust it for stuff similar to João. But I think you need to be careful in what you trust it for. Like if you are relying for a medical condition on an answer from an AI, they got very good into saying like verify with a doctor, because you really should verify with a doctor. Like these things are still very new. They are very smart in pattern matching, pattern recognition, but they're still very dumb, like you said. So it's like we had this saying for a while in the blockchain world that trust and verify. Like you should trust but verify.
Awesome. Let's touch some grass.
Let's touch some grass.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Tá bom. Mas podem sair por aí. Thank you so much, everyone. I know we are all tired that everyone wants to go home or to the sunset drinks on the rooftop bar. If you have a ticket, someone from the team will let you know where is the bar. If you don't have a ticket, you can buy one here. And so there is that. I want to call the Pixelmatters team to the stage. Come on over. And I want also, please, like a big round of applause to all these guys who actually put this together. Come. So we really hope you all enjoy it. As Eduardo was saying, I think the fact that you are here, you are already like on top of your game. We hope you had a great time, and also we hope to see you all next year. Let's just take a group photo, okay? If you all could come to like the center chairs, if it fits, just so we take a group photo, and then off we go. Sim, vamos para aqui.
you.